Good evening, all. This is the meeting of the Historic Preservation Commission. It's on Tuesday, it's actually Monday, the 26th of 2021. And I'd apologise firstly for the 1 week delay or 6-day delay in getting this meeting going. Unfortunately, we have legal requirements to fall short. But firstly, I'd like to start off by saying that pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12th, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, which is MGL Chapter 30A, number 18, and the Governor's March 15, 2020 order, which imposes strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, as well as Mayor Kototoni's declaration of emergency dated March 15, 2020, this meeting of the Historic Preservation Commission, HPC, will be conducted via remote participation. We'll have an audio recording available upon request as soon as possible after the meeting, and it will be in the official report of the meeting. With that, what I'd like to do is open the meeting. We are going to change some of the agenda items around because it seems appropriate. We'll do the first things, which is the memorandum of agreement and the advisory review. We'll attend to those. Then we'll look at the determinations of historic significance, followed by the determinations of preferably preserved, followed by alteration to local historic district. That's just actually managing it. So with that said, what I'd like to do is I'd like to start off with, we did have a memorandum of agreement for 24 Webster Avenue, and the applicant has asked that be continued to the May meeting. I'd like to put that to a vote vote as to whether we continue that or not. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and I'll do a roll call on that. Eric?
Yes.
Dick?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
And DJ?
Yes.
And I say yes too. Okay, the second item is the advisory review, which is something that's coming before us for a CPA review of 277 Broadway, which is the Elizabeth Peabody House. And once again, they have asked that this be continued until next month. So
Actually, no, actually, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Actually, they would like to be heard tonight to have a quick discussion with you.
I'm sorry, why did I think that that was, they wanted that to be continued?
No, that's totally fine. And I know that they're here, so that they're looking forward to talking with you.
Okay, good. Well, then let's proceed with the people from Elizabeth Peabody House. Are they available?
Yes, I've unmuted Katie Osella. And Katie, who else is here with you?
I believe it's just me today, as our executive director has a board meeting tonight.
Okay, very good. Well, the commission is here to to see how they can help you out as you look to proceed.
Great, thank you so much.
Welcome to the meeting. Would you like to explain to us what you'd like to discuss, please?
Sure. So the Elizabeth Peabody House, we actually just had our 125th birthday last week. We occupy the building at 277 Broadway, which once was the Broadway Methodist Church. We've owned it since, I believe, 1979. And we are pursuing the idea of installing an elevator, which we know is a massive undertaking. We have been pursuing the idea since the 1980s. We have plans that were written out for us by Kruger Associates in Cambridge from 1988 that show an interior elevator. And we are hoping to renew that process. And as Sarah said, we are looking to acquire CPA funding for part of that project. And we're coming to the commission today to talk about where to start and what to consider, as we do have a preservation restriction on our building for any construction that we do. And we have an architect on our board, but myself, I'm the development associate, and our executive director, we do not have experience in any sort of construction or contracting. So we are just looking for advice on what to do first.
Okay. Well, thank you. What I'd like to do is I'd like to open this up for our commissioners to discuss and ask questions. So over to the
Great.
commissioners.
Alan, may I go?
Yeah.
So I'm Dick Bauer, and for 6 years, I was the Historic Preservation Commission's designee on the Community Preservation Act. When we adopted the Community Preservation Act, I think many of us imagined that money for historic preservation was going to go into things like fascia boards and pillars and things to restore the historic character of buildings. And instead, in Somerville, the bulk of it, I think, has gone for two things: roofs and elevators and other accessibility amenities, which I think is really great, because it means that we're not only doing things to preserve historic buildings, but we are enhancing them so that they really can be used by the community for the next 100 years. I was really excited when the CPA paid for the roof on the Elizabeth Peabody House, as it has on some other structures in the city, and I'm excited about the idea of an elevator going in to make that building accessible. The only specific suggestion I have on the elevator would be that I would encourage you to talk to Temple B'nai B'rith, which put in an elevator and did, I thought, an exceptionally good job incorporating it into the fabric of the building. And I would encourage you to talk to them about what they thought about it and how they went about the project.
Thank you so much. We're happy that we got our roof fixed too.
Anyone else? Adam, Eric?
It's hard to, so you're looking more for advice on the mechanics of how to locate the elevator, or is it more of a process of just which ducts to get in the row first and all that kind of stuff? You have an architectural consultant already?
We have an architect who's on our board, and he has recommended various contractors and architects to us in the past.
Okay.
But we haven't taken under something of this size in recent years that requires so many moving parts. So we want to make sure that we're doing it correctly.
So
And we are kind of starting from the beginning. Yeah.
Well, starting with the right expertise is, I mean, that's the right way to go. You want to have someone who's done this kind of stuff, and it sounds like you have an architect who does that. I'm an architect. I used to do this sort of stuff way back in the 90s when I was working in school buildings, and often accessibility was the primary thing, getting an elevator in and making entrances accessible, things like that. It's been a while since I worked a lot on that kind of stuff, but I mean, elevators it's an invasive thing to stick in a building, because often you have to decide what space you're going to remove to accommodate it, and structure can be in the way, and you're cutting a hole straight into the building.
Right.
You need a mechanical room, and you need a pit, and depending what kind of elevator you use, there's a certain amount of where it has to go up through the roof or into an attic space and things like that. And I mean, really, an architect, that's the way to go, that can draw up the existing conditions for you, and then you're not a public. Are you required to bid this publicly, or you'll want to get prices anyway? But if it's a public building, then there's a whole different process for how you go about soliciting bids and filed sub bids and things like that. But I don't think you would be if you're private, you're a nonprofit, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
There's more leeway there. I don't know. I mean, is there any particular thing that concerns you about this process?
Well, as has been mentioned, our goal is accessibility. We have a third floor space that currently can't be licensed by the Department of Early Education because we don't have it accessible. So we would like to work on increasing the accessibility to that space, which has a lot of floor space. It's a very large area, so that we can increase our programming and also make sure that our building is safe and accessible for the general public. So
Yeah. This is an accessible route too, so you want to make sure you have the path from the door. I mean, it's more than just the elevator, of course. You need an accessible entrance and the clearances and all that. This 521 CMR is the access board code that they need to look at. So if you want some fun reading, just dig up 521 CMR and it tells you all requirements for elevators. That and the ADA, but those largely overlap.
okay, we do. Luckily,
Yeah.
we have these. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish your thought.
We do have these floor plans from the 80s that were drawn up for us, and our building has changed a bit since then, but the floor plan is about the same, and it does show that there's space for it to all be accessible with only changing a small amount of what we already have in the facility on all of the floors. So we just need to know if those are, we need to find somebody to tell us if those are still an option.
The codes have changed a fair amount since the 80s, if they date back that long. I mean, not necessarily in ways that would cause issues for you, but I know there were major revisions to ADA in 2010, and I think once in the 90s as well.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
Yeah,
Thank
I'd say I'd take the plans from the 80s with a grain of salt, but at least they're a very good starting point for you.
Yeah, we have been discussing whether we would have the elevator, try to have it as an exterior structure or interior, and there was some concern on our board about whether it could be done on the interior of the building, and so we're happy to have these plans that show that it's possible. So we're looking to move forward somehow with the next planning and consulting phase.
Sure.
Yeah, this is Adam Wiley, and I'm working on a couple different projects right now. One for the Arlington Street Church in Boston, and that involves a whole master accessibility plan. And just to echo Eric's comments, I think finding an architect who's familiar with dealing with the Massachusetts Accessibility Access Board, because to his point, sometimes by adding an elevator, you'll trigger everything from door hardware throughout the building to bathrooms. And oftentimes that they will grant a variance to do it over an extended period of time. But that would be my biggest advice, is to make sure that you truly understand kind of the ripple effect of making the whole building accessible over time, and that you do have a kind of a master accessibility plan, even if it's over a period of time, not all at once.
Yeah, we do have the 2 floors of our building where we have childcare programs are accessible, and they've been, I don't know about ADA, but they have been licensed by the Department of Early Education, which has to follow those guidelines to some extent. So we're confident with, our entrances are accessible, our bathrooms are accessible. It's just it's a kind of a cycle that we're going through of how to start with making our 3rd floor accessible as well.
I think from, go ahead.
Sorry?
No, go ahead.
The access board code, if you read up front in the general stuff, they have certain thresholds, basically based on the construction cost over a certain period of time. I think it's 30%. If you exceed that amount, then you have to bring the whole building up to current code. So there are little levels that's under $100,000. You can get away with just making an entrance public accessible, but there's a certain point where if you spend over, I think it's 30% of the value of the building, then you're supposed to bring the whole building up to current code, which I think sounds like you're in pretty good shape for that already, but it just would trigger other little things like signage, and it's not insurmountable, but it's a consultant would to dig into that with you.
Yeah, the other thing that we're considering, or that we just have in mind, is that if we install an elevator on the interior, we would have to pause all of our programming for an indeterminate length of time. So we have that in mind as well.
I think
Good.
it's
Just
worth
one
discussing
thing
sort of
I'd-
generally. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Alan.
One thing I'd like to add to it is that if you're looking at anything that alters the exterior of the building, including putting the elevator on the outside, or even having to go through the roof for some sort of head house for the mechanisms and the mechanicals, then you'll need to come back to the HPC to get approval for that. Because one of the things we're very interested in and committed to is ensuring that the exterior envelope of the building remains in its integrity. So anything that modifies the outside, you'll need to contact Sarah and reschedule an advisory meeting.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say also. And just to the extent that as you're thinking about those, the impacts, even just the elevator head house that's going to have to come out the roof, presumably, the more you can locate them so that they're not visible from public rights of way, et cetera, the more in keeping with the past decisions of the HPC things will tend to be for you. Obviously, there's no guarantee anything, but
Thank you. Yeah, we always have that in mind.
yeah.
Good.
Since our new executive director came on, we're on a crusade to renovate and repair the facility and bring everything up to modern standards while keeping the historical character of the building. So we're always thinking about whether we'll need to come back and talk to you again. We have a
Thank
lot
you, and
to
I'd like
do
to-
on one list, so.
I'd like to thank you for coming and talking to us. And I hope that the information you've received is valuable. It's important that you consult with the HPC before actually filing an application with the CPA.
Yes, absolutely.
So thank you for that. It saves time and it saves a lot of angst and aggravation.
We don't want that for either of us.
No, we don't. So commissioners, any other thoughts on this before we, no? Okay, well, look, thank you for coming. Good luck. Let us know how we can help and come back to Sarah with any questions, please.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. With that, what I'd like to do is move along, and I'd like to go directly to the determinations of historic significance. But before we do, what I'd like to do is, now that we're in the public phase of this, is I thought everything was going to be continued in that list. But normally what we do is we introduce ourselves first so that everybody online knows exactly who they're talking to. My name's Alan Bingham. I'm in Ward 6. I'm a historic homeowner and I'm currently the chair of the commission. Eric.
Yes, hi, I'm Eric Parks. I'm in Ward 3. I'm an architect in the commission.
Dick.
I'm Dick Bauer. I'm an attorney and I was trained as a city planner.
DJ.
EJ Shagdan, I'm a landscape architect on the commission.
And Adam.
Adam Wiley. I'm a resident of Ward 2, and I am a contractor and construction manager.
And staff. No, your audio's off, Sarah.
Sorry, I do that every meeting, every single meeting. There's always one time. Sarah White, Senior Planner for Zoning and Preservation with the City of Somerville.
Okay, thank you. And with that, what I'd like to do is move directly to determinations of significance, which is the first step in a determination process. And I'd like to go firstly to hpc.dmo 2021.1025 Appleton Street. Is the applicant here?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, he is. Let me, where are you there? There you are. All right, Kwesi, you are unmuted. If you
Good
can
evening,
make sure.
it's Kwesi. Sorry.
Is
Good
that
evening.
you? Okay, good. Yep.
My name is Kwesi Akwa, and I'm the owner of 25 Appleton Street. I bought the property in July of last year, and we submitted a development proposal to expand the property. And at some point, the building inspector advised me that I would need a demolition permit, given the type of work we're doing. Essentially, this is a 2-story single-family building with just under 1,500 square feet of living space. And the goal of the proposal is to obviously double the occupancy, like I said earlier, and add more living space. The intent was not to tear it down, as I'm sure the drawings actually depict. The intent was to actually add to the right side, to the rear, build up in the basement, and add vertically. But clearly, just given the amount of work, it qualifies as demolition. Essentially, what we would have to do is remove the right side, expand, remove the back, remove the roof, and build up. But everything we're doing is in conformance with the new zoning ordinance. And the goal essentially is to maintain the architectural character of the building itself and the built environment, and also maintain the quality and appearance of the streetscape. So essentially, we're going to maintain a mansard roof, which is what it has right now. We'll also build it up, since we're going up, a half story, it would match the building heights, the area, because this is the smallest building on the street, essentially. Smallest in terms of the size and the square footage. So that's why I'm here today, to seek permission to demolish the property. Again, the goal is not to tear it down, but because it qualifies as demolition, I had to come in front of the board to explain.
So you're saying the goal is not to tear it down,
Yes, that's not the
but
goal.
you want to demolish it?
Well, what I'm saying is, in the process of adding, it necessitates removing part of the exterior. Essentially, we're adding to the right side, so we have to remove the exterior wall so we can expand it, to the right. We're adding to the rear, so we have to move the wall in the back and move it backwards. And then we're adding a half story. We're going down the basement. So there's a lot of demolition work. So the building inspector says the demolition work exceeds 20%, is what he said. So we have to apply for a demolition permit.
Which then triggers, okay.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So the roof comes off, the right side comes off, and the rear
the
comes
back.
off, essentially.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Okay. So more than 50%. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to open this up to commissioners for discussion, please.
We don't usually get into this level of detail about what's going to happen to it, but I get where you're coming from. So you're going to keep, are you proposing to remove the entire right-hand wall?
Yes,
Or,
and the rear as well.
and the entire roof, or
The
just,
entire roof, correct.
okay, so you would,
So the left side stays, the front stays completely, but it will get expanded because we're, expanding to the right.
facing the street, would you still have that mansard above the first floor, or would you be eliminating?
It will be a mansard because we're putting a new roof on top of it. It will be a new mansard now because we're adding a half story to the top.
But it'd be a new mansard half story.
Correct. Yes,
So literally you're proposing to keep the front face of the wall below the eave and then the left wall below the eave.
essentially, yes.
Okay.
This is Adam, and I guess my only comment, and maybe you're looking for a little bit of clarification, since this is to determine if it is significant, am I correct in thinking we can be a little less concerned about what the plan is and more just whether or not this particular structure as it is today is deemed significant? Is that a fair way of thinking of it?
Yeah,
Maybe
That's right.
next
Yes, I
month.
think that is.
Yeah, I started to get caught up in what was changing, and then I realized that it's really maybe this step is more about determining if the current structure is significant or not. And for that reason, I would jump into saying that, you know, with the mansard roof and the form, my intuition is that it is a historically significant building in the street, given its style and form.
Yeah, we do typically with these little mansard cottages, especially when you have a row of similar type buildings in a sequence, they seem significant. It's fairly intact. It has obviously a siding change and the front porch has been changed, windows, but the form is still there in the windows and the brackets and stuff like that. So it has a lot of its original integrity, not all of it. I would agree with you, Adam.
Yeah, I would say that, you know, in a lot of ways, it's definitely contributing. This is DJ to the overall character of the streetscape in the neighborhood, and really echoing a lot of what both Eric and Adam said. Which, yeah, I think Adam, you're raising a good point that all of the discussion of what it replaces will be, you know, assuming this is found significant, will factor into the question of preferably preserved, but and what that means.
Dick, did you have anything to add to this?
No, I mean, what I would say is essentially what other people have said. It seems to me clearly significant, both in itself as a mansard cottage, which although the siding and some of the actual windows have been changed, the form is there. The fenestration is generally there. You can get a pretty good idea by looking at it just what it looked like when it was new, and also in terms of streetscape. This is one of a series of mansard cottages along that street. So I think it's an easy call that this is significant.
Yeah, I went and had a look at this and had a bit of a wander around. It's an interesting little cottage. And like you say, the form and massing is there. It has had some things added to it over the years and some changes made, but basically the structure has integrity and it has most of the architectural details still intact, which is really good. So I agree. So I think we're ready then to put this to a vote on significance. But before I do, what I'd like to do is I'd like to see if there's anybody in the public who would like to comment on this. Sarah, is anybody in the public raising their hand? This is a public meeting and the public are asked to comment.
So if anybody wants to make a comment, please use the raise your hand function, which appears next to your name. And I don't see anyone thus far. Do another sweep through. I don't see anyone, Mr. Chairman.
All right, and see that there's no one there. We'll close that section of the public hearing, public meeting. So with that said, I think I'd like to put this to the vote to determine the significance, and this is for case HPC.DMO 2021.10, 25 Appleton Street. All those in favor of finding this significant, please say aye, and then we'll do a roll call. Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Eric?
Yes.
Dick?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
And I say yes. Okay. Now, given that we've found it significant, part of the process is that we have to document our findings as to why we find it significant. So with that said, the findings, as I understand, is that it has the integrity, it has the form, it has the streetscape,
Mhm.
And it has the architectural details.
Which I think places it
Intact.
all, if I may, Mr. Chairman, under the category, the criteria B, the historic and architectural significance rather than historical association
Yeah,
primarily. I think, you know, preservation staff found some interesting things about the prior ownership, but you know, I think those are, in my mind, dwarfed primarily by the architectural and significance.
yeah, I did find
Like a-
though that the staff research that indicated that 10 of the 13 properties on Appleton Street were owned by women, and that these were built after the Civil War. This is when women were able to own property, write wills, and have bank accounts and do things like that. It was a part of that liberation of women at the time. And it occurred to me that these may have even been war widows from the Civil War. I don't know. But it seems like that would be an interesting little bit of Somerville research to find out. But I did find that an interesting sort of a perspective. This is coming from somebody who spent 4 years at Sydney University studying philosophy with a feminist major. So please forgive me for indulging in this. Okay, so we've now come up with the findings. So here's the process. Kwesi, is that how I pronounce your name? I want to make sure I pronounce it correctly.
Kwesi.
Kwesi. This is the first step in the process. Now that we've determined that the property is significant, next month you'll come back to us and we'll discuss whether it's preferably preserved and what that means. If we determine it's preferably preserved, then we will work with you over the next 12 months to come to a meeting of the minds as to exactly how this would be preferably preserved and in what context. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah,
Okay,
I would say yes, I understand, yes.
good. If you communicate directly back with staff, with Sarah on any questions, we'll look forward to seeing you next month.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Okay, the next one moving along is a determination of significance, which is HPC.DMO 2021.11, 64 Medford Street. Is the applicant here?
I'm looking, Mr. Chairman. So far, I don't see. I would ask that the applicant team use the raise your hand function, please, to let us know that you are present. Aha. Sorry. Nope. I don't see that they are here. You could put it off until later in the meeting and see if they show up, or you may discuss it now.
Let's do that.
Okay.
No, let's do that because we did move the agenda. So
That's fine.
let's move that back to the end of the meeting.
Okay, very
All
good.
right? I think in fairness to them, they probably thought it was going to be at the end. We don't
Entirely
know that,
possible.
but that's an assumption. Okay, let's move now then to the determinations of preferably preserved. And the first one is HPC.DMO 2021.06, which is 1 Washington Street. Is that owner here?
Yes. One moment, please. All right. Okay, Niranjan, I've got you unmuted. Are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Hey
Great.
guys, good evening, respectful member of the board. This is Niranjan. I've been a resident of City of Somerville for the past 2 years now. I work in South Boston, and basically I'm looking to demolish the building. It's I've not really planned what it would be. At the moment it's very initial at the stage of planning, but it would be something that the zoning allows. I did wanted to mention that I touched base with one of the neighbors who attended the last meeting, and if possible, I would like to share his comment, but with your permission, if you guys want.
Yes.
Oh, all right. So I did spoke with the resident at 24 Crescent Street. He feels, I just had a conversation over the phone. He is completely supportive of the demolition of the structure. He did stated that the property is at a odd location, and it doesn't look like the way the lot and the property is structured when he passes by. He does feel that there could be something meaningful that will support the community in a positive way. Again, this is his thoughts, and I just wanted to mention it over here. He was not able to attend the meeting cause of the scheduling, but he did give me the permission to mention it on this meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, I'd like to open this up for commissioners for discussion. I wasn't at the meeting last month, so I was not party to the discussion on significance.
I guess I'll just jump in. I think I was in favor of calling it significant. I think looking at what remains of the building, the integrity and its context within the streetscape, I don't know that it really raises to the level of preference preserved. I'm sort of not quite there with that, with this particular one. Place in the neighborhood, it seems a little bit like an outlier. It's next to a mansard. It's not part of a cohesive row. It's lost a lot of some of its openings have gone away. The porch is weird. So that's my first thought.
Yeah, I'm sort of on the same page as Eric that there's definitely, there was a historic sense of it sort of as a gateway property in many ways, but I don't know that the current structure with the changes that have happened to Washington Street is really serving that role anymore. It's sort of neither fish nor fowl. It doesn't quite fit into Crescent Street anymore, but it doesn't fit into the Washington Street streetscape the way it is today. And there's, as Eric said, so much lost of the original fabric of the structure itself that there's not a whole lot left of it.
Yeah, in some context, the building
The mess. All right, go ahead.
Sorry,
This is Dick, and I think I don't quite agree with that. While the house has been messed up some with different siding and the windows replaced and some of the windows closed off, the basic structure is there.
We've lost you, Dick.
Yeah, Dick may have frozen on us.
You can get a pretty good idea for the windows that have been closed off. Am I now back?
You are back, although your audio seems to be flaky.
Is this better?
No.
Yes, that's better.
Possibly.
No.
Okay, let's try this, and if it continues to have problems, I will dial in. So I was saying that the basic structure is there, the form is there, the roof. That while some of the windows has been closed up, we can get quite a good idea of looking at it where they were. And I think the streetscape, if you look at where the city line is actually fairly intact. The city line, as you can see from the maps, came down Washington Street from Union Square, but then turned and went up and around Crescent Street. And if you look to the left of it on Washington Street, there's a mansard cottage, and this cottage. Then if you look to the right, going up Crescent Street, which is the true street because that's where the city line was, you see another fairly similar cottage next to it, then a mansard cottage, another mansard cottage, another structure not unlike this one, maybe slightly larger, then another mansard, another small cottage. So I think the streetscape, if you follow the city line, is actually pretty intact.
Adam, did you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think I'm kind of agreeing with what Eric and DJ had said. I drive by this several times, and I'm looking at the Google Street View now, and I just feel that it doesn't quite. I think in Dick, I definitely hear what you're saying. When I look at the map and in plan view, it kind of makes sense, but from Washington Street, it doesn't. Not doing a whole lot for me as far as fitting into one or the other, and I'm not seeing much architectural detail. So I'm definitely on the fence. It's a tough one, but I kind of agree with some of Eric and DJ's first thoughts from a streetscape perspective.
My other feeling about it, I guess, is that while it does sort of, I see what you're saying, Dick, about it fitting into the streetscape a little bit if you consider Crescent turning the corner onto Washington, but that little stretch of Washington that still has any integrity left to it is pretty small. And I guess, while I definitely think, that we made the right finding in terms of significance, I don't know what the value to the city is of preserving this in its current configuration, shape, and setting. We could go back and protect more of Washington Street's historic character so that we really got that sense of it at the gateway to the city there. I might feel differently, but Washington Street all around it feels so significantly different that this is. It doesn't tell a story to me the way I would want it to really feel like preserving it on those grounds personally.
Okay.
I just took a drive on Crescent Street, and it feels more like it's part of Washington to me. It's like it's sort of an outlier building rather than part of Crescent. And it's technically adjacent, but the way it sticks way out forward like that, I just don't see, if it were part of a cohesive rhythm of buildings on the street, or if it's a style that was perhaps a little bit more distinct or anything like that. That's all I would add.
I will say that's one nice thing about these virtual meetings is that when we need to, we can take a virtual drive down the street. Kind of an interesting side benefit to the weird situation.
Okay.
I'm
well,
sorry, Mr. Chairman, could I interrupt really briefly?
Sure.
If anyone is typing, could you just mute yourself? Because we can hear the thumping of the space bar rather repeatedly.
That's
If you don't mind.
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, my
Sorry.
laptop makes.
Sorry.
Okay, well, what I'd like to do is, this is a public meeting, and I'd like to see if there's any member of public present who would like to comment on this. You seeing anybody, Sarah?
So again, to the audience, use the raise your hand function, please. And as I go through the list, I do not see anyone with their hand raised. No.
All right. And given that we don't see anyone, I'll close that public comment section of the meeting. And with that, what I'd like to do is I'd like to, unless there are any other thoughts that commissioners have, I think I'd like to put this to the vote of preferably preserved. So we're going to be voting on our determination of preferably preserved for HPC.DMO 2021.061 Washington Street. All those in favor of declaring this preferably preserved, please say aye. Dick, are you raising your hand?
I am, but I had my microphone off. I said aye.
Okay, all those who are not in favor of declaring this preferably preserved, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
I'll do the roll call. That's Eric, you say nay.
Nay, yes. No, that is correct.
Dick, you say yay. Yes.
I
Aye.
say yay.
Adam?
I say no.
Okay, and DJ?
I would say no.
And I say no as well. Okay, we have declared that this is, while it's significant, it's not going to be preferably preserved. So if the applicant, Niranjan, if you'd like to, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, if you'd like to contact Sarah, she'll go through the next steps with you to release this property. Okay?
Sure. Thank you, everyone. Good evening.
Thank you.
And our reasons that we have found that this was not preferably preserved were that it had lost most of the detail over time, even though it's kept basically its integrity of structure. And even though it's part of a streetscape, as Dick says, it's not part of that fundamental streetscape that one observes as one comes into Somerville from Washington, from Sullivan Square. Is that how I understand it?
I think that feels like a pretty good summary to me.
Yeah. Just looking at the verbiage and the findings.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Well, and anything else to add to that, commissioners? No, okay. Given that, and now I'd like to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is HPC.DMO 2021.08 187 Central Street. This is a determination of preferably preserved. Is the applicant here?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Ann Vigorito is here for the applicant. Ann, I've unmuted you. If you can unmute yourself on your end, please.
Thank you. Good evening. Ann Vigorito for the applicant, Nora LLC, 187 Central Street. Thank you. I do believe the applicant as well as his architect should be on this evening as well.
Could you tell me their names, please, so that I could unmute them, Ann?
Oh, sure. Anwar is the applicant, Anwar Fasil. I told him that, we'd probably be called between 7:30 and 8, so I don't know if I necessarily see him on.
I don't see him.
I mean,
It
he
is
could
7:39.
do something else if he could raise his hand.
No.
I didn't see the architect, Steve Sosa, on, but that, something could have happened.
Steve Sosa is the architect. Stephen is here.
Okay, great.
Okay. Stephen. Charlotte, could you unmute Stephen? I'm unable to do it for some reason.
Stephen, this is Charlotte speaking. You are unmuted on our end, but you look to be self-muted. There you go.
I'm unmuted right now. Yep.
There we go.
All right, well, would you like to talk to us about this, Anne and Stephen?
So I know when we were here last month, I am going to make an understatement. There was overwhelming amount of opposition to this. But this, this is a single family dwelling. It's a large lot. The architect does have a proposal of what they'd like to do. So I would ask Steve to talk about that because, of course, whatever the applicant could do to incorporate this, beautiful home, he would do. But under the new zoning code, what I'm hearing from the architect, that'll be very difficult to incorporate. I rely on Sarah a lot because, she wears many hats and she understands the new code and, she's here as well, with the historical commission. So, the applicant, of course, as well as the architect, want to work with the commission to come up with, strike a balance, something that's going to be harmonious for the neighborhood. But I'm going to ask Steve at this juncture to discuss what the proposal is and what they'd like to do with the site. So Steve, if you could do that, that would be great.
So we looked at a lot of different options for the site with the client. The building we're trying to make the building work for a rental housing. It's a split lot. We could split the lot in, and we were looking ideally to build 2 3-unit buildings on the lot. Right, with each unit go one affordable unit for each lot. So, although we're taking the building down, the applicant is going to provide affordable housing to Somerville. And for a total of, we're building 2 3-unit semi-detached buildings that we think will comply fully with zoning. And that's kind of the basis of what we would like to do moving forward.
So,
Right. Thank you. I'd like to open this up to, sorry, Anne, did you have something else to add?
no, I just wanted to say, I have spoken to the owner, the applicant, and, obviously, he'd like to move forward on a project and, he'd like to work to keep whatever historical components that are feasible, especially with the new zoning code. There are some constraints that, must be followed, but I know he would like to move forward. It's difficult. This is a very large single family, so we want to work with the commission. I mean, there's a housing shortage in the city, so perhaps this can, help to get some valuable housing with the historical components included.
Okay, thank you. I'd like
This is
to open
Dick.
this up for commissioners now for discussion. Dick.
Thanks. 2 things. One of them is it would be helpful at this stage, the preferably preserved stage, to be able to see what it is the applicant has in mind for what's going to happen here. And the second related question is, what is there about the new zoning code that makes it difficult to preserve what's there, and how can we deal with that?
Okay. Stephen, do you want to answer that?
Oh, so I don't have a presentation to present this evening. We're still.
Excuse me, could I interrupt for a second? So anybody who's speaking, please introduce yourself every single time that you speak, because this is recorded and we need that for the record, if you don't mind, Steve.
So I'm Stephen Souza from Souza Design Architects. We do not have a proposal I didn't think we were going over our proposal. It's still in a very conceptual stage. Again, we're looking at a lot of options for the site. When we were evaluating the site and evaluating sort of the efficiency of the site, it came down to building to comply with zoning, to split the lot and do 2 semi-detached 3-unit buildings.
Tell me more about what it is about the new zoning requirements that makes it harder to preserve this building.
So, yeah, so the setbacks at the parking are difficult, you know, the minimum lot frontage. You know, that's what makes it's difficult to make the project feasible and the number of units on one lot. If you could, when you subdivide the lot, you can get 6 units on the lot. So there's some added density that we're allowed to do under zoning.
I'm not so much interested in what you're allowed to do under zoning. I'm interested in the constraints that you say zoning is putting on you. What is it? And I need to hear more about what you say it is that makes it difficult to redevelop this lot with the existing building there rather than a design that would incorporate this building.
Well, it's a number of lots that would comply with zoning based upon using the existing building and fitting in parking and working with the required setbacks. So it's a little difficult to explain without having graphics in front of us and to talk about that sort of piece. I could probably, I know Dennis Greenwood from my office is on here. He might be able to pull it up and we could go through it.
But it does seem to me that since you knew you were coming tonight to talk to us about why it would be preferable to allow this building to be torn down and a new structure put up, that you would have come prepared to tell us about what was you had proposed to go in place.
So if I could ask Sarah to unmute Dennis Greenwood, and Dennis could talk a little bit about. So we
Dennis,
were
you are unmuted. Dennis is unmuted.
Hi, Sarah. Can you hear me?
This is Charlotte speaking.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hi, this is Dennis Greenwood from Souza Design Architects. Sorry, I was a little better prepared to speak to it, so I didn't get unmuted right away, so I left Stephen out there a little to dry, so I apologize for that. So, like you said, we don't have the visuals to go along with it, but I can talk to the constraints a little bit better. The footprint of the existing building is too large for a 3-family. As you know, the zoning code is very specific typology-wise, and I'm sure Sarah can probably talk to that a little bit as well. But there's very specific dimensional requirements in terms of width and depth of different building typologies. And within this zoning area, we're very limited in terms of which type of typologies we can use. And so we explored the idea of triple deckers, detached dwelling units, and semi-detached. And really, we're trying to make this economically feasible, obviously, for the developer, to incorporate the new affordability requirements that are part of that zoning as well. So in doing so, what we're looking to do is split the lot, because right now the building is located a little bit on the right side of the lot, but is fairly centralized. And what that does is it doesn't enable us to get the 2 buildings on that lot as exist. So we're looking to split that lot, which would conform to the minimum lot frontage requirements as part of the zoning, which I believe is 40 feet. And then it also helps us satisfy all the setbacks for the parking. Additionally, there's a driveway on the right side of the lot, which is very tight to the adjacent property, which would not satisfy landscape buffering and some of the other requirements for the setbacks for the parking. So this led us down the road in this study of determining that it would be much more suitable for this to be demolished, that we were working with a clean slate. Yes, Sarah.
Mr. Chairman, is it okay with you if I speak?
Yes, Sarah, please.
Great, thank you. Just because it was mentioned about the zoning, I do want to say that this is a pre-existing non-conforming structure. in this zone. So that doesn't preclude you from reusing this structure. So you could reuse this structure and create 3 units in it, and there's no preclusion on you doing that. Like I said, it's already there, so that you don't have to tear down a house that is very big in order to make it conform with whatever the new zoning code says a 3-family can be. Same thing with the driveway on the right-hand side of the property. That's a pre-existing, if it's not going to meet the landscaping buffer, then it's a pre-existing non-conforming issue on the property that you can just continue to work with.
So following that along that line of reasoning, Sarah, if the developer wanted to put another unit on the other side of the lot, the house, which is between the temple and the house, which would that be something that zoning will allow to accommodate?
Without having any specific plot plan, I wouldn't be able to tell you that for sure. We only have the estimates as to the width of the lot at this point. So there are some things to consider, which is like if you were to create a new lot, what would be the width of that lot? I believe that lot generally has the depth regardless to have like a detached house, which usually accommodates a 2-family. Whether or not then that house where it was put on a new lot, assuming a conforming new lot could be created, would then have the 10-foot building separation distance that's required. I don't know, but it sounds like the applicant team would need to put a lot more pen to paper and provide some dimensions and whatnot in order for us in zoning to be able to really take a look at it and be able to see what might be feasible. But it's certainly something that they could explore doing.
Thank you. Other commissioners, any inputs?
All right, muted.
Yeah, I guess I'll just add what this is Adam Wiley speaking. I guess what we had talked about last week. I mean, given, I guess, we're supposed to be less concerned about what's going in its place and more concerned about what would be removed. And I guess regardless of that, it feels like because it is such a prime example of a colonial revival and it has cultural significance and it's part of a streetscape for a neighborhood, to me, it doesn't sound like while more housing is always great, it doesn't seem like the ability to add 3 more units is worth tearing down this building. So that's just my response to that argument right there. And, I heard some kind of blanketed statements about reference to what was there, but without seeing the design, it certainly sounds like 2 separate structures wouldn't necessarily reference a colonial revival home that's already there. So I feel like the arguments are kind of weak for this one. And we talked a lot last week about the cultural significance and, there's clear architectural elements that remain intact. Sorry, last month.
Last month, yeah.
Yeah, and I guess that's my only comment.
Yeah.
Eric, PJ?
I would echo what Adam said in many ways, that the architectural and the historic significance of this particular property, towards the story of that neighborhood, of the hospital that was at the corner and so forth, all are really deep and really significant. And then the history since too. I mean, as it's been since those days. I think I would encourage the developers team to look into whether anything could potentially fit in the other half of the lot. I mean, I understand the economic concern of wanting to make the numbers work, but as Sarah points out, this is a large house for a single family, and subdividing it internally certainly works as an existing non-conforming structure. Certainly seems like that there ought to be a way to use the building rather than replace it, to me.
I would agree. It doesn't seem to me like a whole lot of thought has been put into how you could keep this house, or at least nothing's been presented that way. It seems like the inconvenience is just that it's in the way of dividing the lot into two, the maximizing the amount what you build on the site, which isn't really a valid grounds for removing a building of this importance. And it's definitely, we talked about the last hearing, it was just has a lot of health integrity. It's an interesting building. It's distinct. It contributes to the streetscape. They're all similarly styled building. So otherwise, yeah, I'm on board with the same rationale that Adam presented.
Yeah, for my part, I look at this as part of a streetscape of beautiful historic homes, all living and existing in harmony with each other. And to disturb that harmony, I think we'd be doing an injustice to the city. This is a beautiful house. It's a historic house. Its structure, its form, its integrity is all there. I do realize it's had some plastic siding put on it in parts, but in looking at it, I can see that the structural integrity is there, and that there's no compelling reason apart from wanting to put multiple units out there to maximize financial gain and return. There's no reason for actually destroying this property. So with that, I'd like to get you out of, yeah.
I just wanted to note that if there's not enough space to add 3 more units in addition to putting 3 units in this existing building, then perhaps there's room for 2 more units. And that would be something that I would urge the developers to think about. As Eric has noted, if the only justification for demolishing this building is because it's in the way of making the maximum amount of money by putting in 6 units, then please come back with something, a smaller proposal, and perhaps there's something there for us to talk about.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Okay, this is a public meeting, and I'd like to ask at this point in time if there are any members of the public who would like to comment on this. Sarah, could you let me know, please?
This is Charlotte speaking. Representative Capuano wishes to speak. Representative Capuano, you are unmuted.
Thanks, Sarah. I want to thank the commission for its words and its actions in the past. I will be clear to the developer. He's in front of the Historic Preservation Commission, not the Maximize My Personal Development Commission. I don't have any problem with developers, worked with them all my life. I represent some in my private practice of law. However, this individual, if he was interested in making money, I have no doubt could make money if he simply sold the house as is right now in this incredibly hot market. I don't see any reason to be concerned. I'm not going to lose money, nobody's out to get him. But this is the same developer that says now they want to work with us, who came to the neighborhood, I don't know, 2 years ago or more. The neighborhood didn't like the proposal then. And then the next thing they come back with is to demolish one of the most beautiful homes in the city. That doesn't sound like a developer who wants to work with us. I understand for as public officials, you have to be more polite than I do. I am no longer one, and I wasn't a very quiet one when I was. The person who's making this proposal doesn't give a damn about this neighborhood. Otherwise, they would have been talking to us for the last 2 years. I've lived here for 41 years in this neighborhood. I've lived in the city all my life, and I will tell you that there is not a person in this neighborhood that I have found that wants this to go forward. And that includes dropping another house on this lot. This is a beautiful home as it is. Any normal person could make money no matter what they did. Selling it as is, splitting it into 2 condos, I'm sure they'd have no problems doing that. They can make a ton of money, and that's fine. That's free enterprise. I just don't see any reason whatsoever that this city or any city personally, but particularly this city, should be terribly concerned with the profit and loss of a developer who takes a risk. They took a risk. Number one, number two, they then came back to the community and basically have thumbed their nose at the community now twice. I don't understand why we would want to really open the doors to someone like that. But that's honestly, it is my neighborhood. But I think some of you know me very well. I have felt this way about every single residential neighborhood in this city that has been overdeveloped, including this one. That we need to protect and preserve what we have and improve what we have so that more people like us in the next generation will want to live here and have the same quality of life, if not better, than we've had. This proposal, not an ounce of this proposal suggests that. The only thing I've heard is concern about the bottom line for the developer, which I understand. We're welcome to that, but that doesn't compel us in any way to act on that action. Again, I want to thank the commission for the rules it said, for the actions it's taken. And I want to encourage you to act quickly on this issue because, as I understand the time frame, and I'm sure the developer knows it better than I do, the clock is ticking, and I would have absolutely not an ounce of doubt this particular developer is sitting there looking at the calendar and is going to pounce the minute they can if the city doesn't take action in the appropriate way. With that, thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you very much, members of the commission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Capuano. Charlotte, Sarah, do we see any other members of the public?
As a reminder to anyone who has not been at a meeting or has not arrived late, if you would like to speak, please raise your hand and we will unmute you as we see you. Councillor Klingon, you are unmuted.
Thank you all. I'll be brief. I just
could you please state your name for the record?
Sure, Jesse Klingon, Ward 4 City Councilor, 33 Pure Road.
Thank you.
I'll be brief. I just wanted to say that I appreciate all the thoughtful comments that the Preservation Board has made this evening. I just think that's the type of thoughtful approach that we need when it comes to preserving the historic sites in our city. And you know, I appreciate the work you all do, and I essentially just I agree with you wholeheartedly that I do think there's other ways to handle this site, and to lose this house would be a tragedy. And I just don't, I can't state it enough that I'm in favor of preserving this location, and it also in extending the historic district in that area in addition to that. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. Charlotte, Sarah, do you see any other hands raised?
This is Charlotte speaking. I do not see any other hands raised, but Councillor Niedergang indicated that he wished to speak, so I'm going to unmute him. Councillor Niedergang, you're unmuted.
Yeah, thank you. Can you all hear me?
We can, yes.
Good evening. I'm Mark Niedergang, the Ward 5 City Councilor. I live at 29 Conwell Street. So I represent the other side of the street where Mike Capuano lives and many of the neighbors. And I see in the list of names about a dozen neighbors. And I'm sorry only us politicians are doing the speaking, because I know, having heard from the neighbors, that they feel strongly about it and they live there. I'm very familiar with this property because I've been a member of the synagogue next door for over 30 years. So this neighborhood is my second home in Somerville. And I just appreciate what the commissioners have said. I completely agree. And I just want to encourage you to declare this property preferably preserved and apply the full maximum 12-month demolition delay that you are able to do so. You said it, this is a beautiful house and a beautiful streetscape. It's a very special area in Somerville. It would be a disaster and a crying shame to lose this beautiful property. And, you know, as leaders in the city, we must do everything we can to preserve our cultural and architectural heritage. So thank you so much for letting me speak, and have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you, Councilor. Sarah, Charlotte, do you see any other hands raised?
This is Charlotte speaking. I do not see anyone else with their hand raised.
All right, then hearing that, then I'd like to close this section of the public comment
Oh.
for the meeting.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry?
Alan, were there also written comments that were submitted on this property?
I believe there were.
So before we close the public
We
comment,
should
can we
read those.
just add those to the record, please?
Yeah, can we read those into the record, Sarah?
Mr. Chairman, everything that I've received, I've forwarded on to all of you, but we don't tend to read the actual letters into the record, but I do have them saved off to the case file. So if you have written to the HPC, they've all been forwarded. And everything that I've received thus far has been in opposition to the demolition of the structure.
Good, thank you.
Thank
And I
you. I
think it's
do not need them read, but I just wanted to make sure that they were incorporated into this part. Thank you.
Sure. And it looks like there are 2 other people at least who have raised their hands in the interim before you close the comment period.
Oh, all right, seeing that they did that before we close the comment, let's hear their comments.
All right.
This is Charlotte speaking. First up is Joe Lynch. Joe, you are unmuted.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. Members of the commission, my name is Joe Lynch, a resident of Ward 5. I would just like to add my voice in opposition and echo what Councillor Niedergang has said. Within your power is to delay the demolition for 12 months. I would urge you to do that, to incorporate more voices, read this written submissions that have been given to you, and I do plan on following up with written submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the other?
The other person is Jonathan Kilpatrick. Jonathan, you are unmuted. But you may have to unmute yourself. Once your microphone is green, there you go.
Thank you. I just wanted to add my comments. This is Jonathan Kilpatrick. I'm a neighbour at 21 Browning Road in Ward 4. I wanted to reiterate what I've heard tonight. I also was concerned that there's even the merest possibility of building a separate structure on the lot. It's not, you know, I would hate to think that some modern structure would go up there that would be completely out of keeping with the character of the street. So I want to be sure that we close out that possibility as well. So I would encourage the commission to move forward with the designation for preserve status.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Just one thought on that is that what we're looking at is the preservation of the existing structure. We have no purview over what goes in its place if the building is demolished. Unfortunately, we don't have that purview. However, I take your comments. Are there any other hands there, Charlotte, that we should look at?
There are not any other hands raised, although I will give it a number of seconds just for any other last minute people. But no, there are not any other hands raised.
It's important the public have input into these meetings. But thank you. Given that, I think it's time to close that section of the public hearing, public input. And I'd just like to comment to staff that it is a shame that many of these places in this area, many of these beautiful residences have not been investigated and made into local historic districts. And I think that this is an area, not just a few houses, but there's a whole area there in this particular street and the adjacent streets, which should be a local historic district, because this is a very precious area with beautiful architecture in it, which is benefiting Somerville, and it will be part of Somerville's heritage forevermore. It's worth preserving these. And I would like staff to have a look at investigating whether these can be qualified as local historic districts, so that this ensures that they are preserved within the city and for future generations to enjoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Staff can start looking into that. Yep.
Thank you very much. Okay, do the commissioners have anything else that they'd like to add before we vote on this? No? Adam, you had something? No? Okay, we are going to vote on the determination of preferably preserved. And this is for 187 Central Street, HBC.DMO 2021.08. All those in favor of it being preferably preserved, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
I'm going to do the roll call. Eric?
Yeah.
Dick?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
And I say aye as well. Okay. Now, preferably preserved means that we now have 12 months to negotiate with you, the applicant, as to what is going to be preferably preserved and how we're going to go about doing that on this particular lot. So do you understand that?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Good. And now, given that we've determined it to be preferably preserved, what I'd like to do is I'd like to make a note of the findings as to why we believe it is preferably preserved for the record. Would somebody like to, Adam, Dick, Eric, some thoughts on the findings?
I think it's.
So I'll let me make a stab. Eric, did you want to go first?
No, I'd go for it. I was fumbling with my microphone.
So I want to do this in 3 parts. One of them is the actual building itself. It's quite important as a piece of architecture, and it's remarkably intact. It is a pretty good idea of what it looked like 80 years ago. Secondly, the history of the building and the importance of the people who live there, particularly the doctor who established and ran the hospital that was in the building on the other side of the synagogue. And thirdly, the streetscape. This is not only an important building, and it's one of a series of important buildings on that block. And demolishing it would not only demolish a building which is important itself and with important history, it would also badly damage the streetscape.
Thank you, Dick. Eric, did you want to add to that?
That summarizes it. I think it's those 3 items there.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I think I'd like to add that I believe most of the architectural details are still intact on the building. Some of them are covered up, but the details are there as well. We happy with those findings?
Yep.
Yep.
All right, then let's put it to the vote on those findings. We're looking at the findings for preferably preserved for 187 Central Street. And it's one of an important number of buildings on the street, on the block, one of a series of important structures that would be a loss to the whole streetscape were it demolished. As far as the building itself, it's intact. It is structurally sound. It has details still there, and it's part of a remarkable architecture, not only in itself, but of the neighboring buildings. And it has a history of the building, which is owned by the doctor who actually started the hospital and ran the hospital adjacent to it. So it's important architecturally, it's important historically, and it's important in the context of important people within the city of Somerville itself. And I'd like to put that to the vote. All those in favor of finding those, of accepting those findings, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
And I'll do the roll call again for the record. Eric?
Yes.
Dick?
Yes.
Adam,
Yes.
DJ,
Yes.
and I say yes too. Okay, well, we have those done now. So what I'd like to do now is move on to the next items on the list, which are the alterations to local historic districts. Hang on a minute. We have one more. We have a HBC.DMO 2021.09 125 Highland Avenue. Barrows Properties is the applicant here.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tony Barrows, the applicant, is here. Tony, I've unmuted you on my end. If you could just unmute yourself on your end. There you go. I think you're all set. Is there anybody else with you, Tony?
Yeah, there's a few people actually. But I'll probably.
Is it part of
I'll
the
be doing-
architect team or people who want to make comments later?
There'll be people making comments. It's just
Okay.
I'll be doing the heavy lifting.
Okay.
So, good evening, members of the board, and I actually wrote something that I'll read to you guys. So I'll ask you guys to bear with me. And as everyone's aware, this is obviously an interesting and unique situation that has had me say. So I just ask you guys to bear with me. Municipal freedom gives national strength. Somerville's motto. To me, that means our progress and character as a nation is dependent upon our openness and positive changes in places like this. We need to live the change and create the opportunities we like to see on a national level, even if that means creation, sometimes comes our way of destruction. Despite being designed and built by a flagrant white supremacist, some will say that the beauty of the church is justification for keeping it standing. Although I respect the emphasis on importance of aesthetics in the community, I also wish to point out that all over the country, beautiful and accomplished sculptures and landmarks have been pulled down and vandalized beyond repair in the name of social justice and decolonization. And many of us have supported these bold but necessary acts out of our own admirable dedication to the cause of equity and the ratification of white supremacy. In these cases, beauty, artistry, and craftsmanship, as they rightly should, have taken a backseat to justice, to compassion. That's why in Somerville, a city that prides itself on its progressive character and its dedication to being an ally of equality, why would it be considered? Why would preserving the legacy of a white supremacist be considered at all? Because of its creation? My name is Tony Barrows, and I'm a Black developer in a predominantly white industry. I chose Somerville as a place to work because of its forward thinking. Despite being a predominantly white city, I recognize the changes don't happen overnight, and can see how the city is working to be more inclusive and diverse. But to achieve these things in an authentic and meaningful way, the great city of Somerville has to come to terms with its past in its entirety and rid itself of the specter of hatred. In 1989, 125 Highland Ave was placed on the National Historic Registry for architectural significance. The architect, Ralph Adam Crane, was a confident white supremacist. That's it. It has been well documented in a variety of scholarly journals, and Crane believed Anglo-Saxon Christians were the paragons of humanity, that all other races, ethnicities, and creeds were inferior, and that he constructed buildings whose designs and the finest of details reinforced those beliefs on both literal and figurative levels. Is that so beautiful? Beautiful enough to remain standing and casting its shadow down on the people of Somerville? Beautiful enough to be seen in the skyline as a symbol of our inability to evolve beyond our old harmful ways? More renowned and exceptional creations have already fallen, and we are still stuck on the massive impediment to real progress, holding tight to destructive ideas. 125 Highland is a symbol of belief that Crane and many others held during a period when Black suffrage was not even discussed. It represents a period on time when many powerful white men believed that they could control the national narrative and determine who was worthy of respect, of decency, and opportunity. Most people only see the church's design and overlook its symbolic meaning. But there are those of us right here, living our lives in streets of Somerville, who know it's symbolic too well, who remember and are still to this day reminded of the reach and power of such ideas as the First Fundamentalist Church symbolizes. This topic of architecture's relationships to racism is just now gaining a lot of attention, and it's starting to be talked about throughout the country. The Museum of Modern Art in New York City, for example, is currently running an exhibition called Reconstructions, Architect and Blackness in America. Justin Davison of Curb, a national magazine about real estate, summed up the crane problem as such: architecture, as it practiced in the country descended from Europe, presents itself as universal, pretends to be apolitical, yet carries the cargo of colonialism. Let's get ahead of the game, be trailblazers, free ourselves of the cargo of colonialism, and for once actually practice what we preach. I realized Klain was a talented architect who helped build many aesthetic pleasing buildings throughout the nation, but I'm also here to remind you that there are many things that are outwardly pleasing that carry much darkness within. Do we permit moral turpitude because it visually appealing? Unfortunately, Crane's intentions and goals for his buildings undermine some of those noble aspirations. We are a city of odds with our own skyline. Instead of us commemorating his work and glossing over our hypocrisy with historical tablets that very few actually read, maybe we can take a real stance, cleanse our city of the hateful symbol, and then construct informative placards that tell one of many stories of the city of Somerville meaningfully contending with its own past. I think it's important to celebrate progress by questioning the intentions of why certain buildings are constructed and not merely adore their architectural style. If you allow this building to stand merely because Ralph Adam Crane built it, then you are inadvertently supporting his beliefs over 100 years later. I just, I'm at the end here. I just want to point out two things that I've come across, two statements. The first being the backdrop of the National Trust for Historic Preservation. It reads, the National Trust for Historic Preservation decries racism, and we support inclusion and diversity. Nevertheless, the National Trust and the preservation movement are like most industries in the country, built on systems of inequality. In the not too distant past, historic sites were preserved to reinforce the white majority's narrative and to communicate idealized but unevenly realized American values. This must change. The second is a statement that was put out by the city of Somerville just a few days ago. It was signed by Mayor Carter Tone, Matthew McLaughlin, and the school chair, Andre Green, and Superintendent Mary Skipper. It reads as follows: our city and the community also remain steadily committed to advancing our efforts to confront and root out racism and bias in all our institutions and structures. As an anti-racist community, we must continue to prioritize our efforts to address systemic racism directly and work together to build a community that values every member and lived and experience brought with them. Thank you for listening and consider my position. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Will you provide a copy of that transcript to Sarah for the record, please?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I'd like to open this up to commissioners for discussion. Dick. Mute.
Thank you. With all due respect, I have a couple of comments. One of them is nothing that that the applicant has provided us with actually indicates that Ralph Adams Cram was a racist in the way in which he's being described here. It all, assuming that it's accurate, describes him as believing in Anglo-Saxon superiority. His concern was actually not with blacks or people of color. His concern and that of, and again, I'm taking those statements at face value, his concern and those of his contemporaries was with immigrants. It was with Irish, it was with Eastern European Jews, it was with Italians, it was with Poles and other Eastern Europeans. It was actually not about race in the way in which we think about it today at all. Secondly, that doesn't by itself tell us a lot about how we ought to think about those things, either in terms of how important those characteristics were in him, that is, were they major parts of him, were they minor parts of him, or about his roles. Was he an important player in connection with those, or was he not? And how does that relate to his art? We put out a couple of examples to help think about some of these things. The US Senator from Massachusetts at that time was Henry Cabot Lodge. Lodge was a much more important believer in Anglo-Saxon superiority and spent literally decades pushing for restrictions on immigration because of those beliefs that ultimately culminated in 1924 in the Johnson-Reed Act that drastically cut immigration from the countries that I described, Ireland, Italy, and Eastern Europe. Where do we put him in this? And the reason that I ask specifically about where do we put him, and in contrast with Cram, he was a very important actor in connection with these beliefs. But he was also the floor manager for the last important Civil Rights Act at the end of Reconstruction to try and guarantee the right of blacks to vote. Do we say yay with regard to Senator Lodge? Do we say nay with regard to Senator Lodge? Or do we accept the fact that he was actually a pretty complex person and his politics were pretty complex and he did good things that we ought to celebrate, and he did bad things that we should not be celebrating. Another really important actor during that time was Madison Grant, who was a really strong proponent and wrote a book called The Passing of the Great Race, by which he meant the Anglo-Saxons, published in 1916, which was an important force in getting the Johnson-Reed Act passed. He was also one of the fathers of the national parks. We can certainly say negative things about Madison Grant. Should we shut down the national parks because he was not really merely a proponent, but a really active player in getting the national parks established. Every year, except for this past year because of COVID, we do a reenactment of the raising of the flag on the top of Prospect Hill. It was the first American flag with the 13 red and white stripes that we know. And for the reenactment, we had George Washington, who was the one who got the flag raised there. George Washington owned slaves and he believed in slavery. Should we stop raising the flag? Should we tear down the Prospect Hill Monument because it's there to commemorate George Washington raising the flag? Or do we accept that the monument and the flag are symbols of freedom and democracy, despite the fact that George Washington was the one who raised them? So I think it takes, we need to take time to think about these things in all of their dimensions. In thinking about those in relation to this church, it seems to me that Cram was a minor player, that this was, when we look at the building, we can understand it as a piece of art and architecture. It may even be a piece of art and architecture that was influenced by his ideas of Anglo-Saxon superiority, in which he thought that Episcopal churches ought to be Gothic. Again, I'm going based on what was provided. And he thought that since this was a Universalist church, which to him was not as important a denomination, it ought to be in a Romanesque design to reflect Italianate kinds of ideas. But it was a church in which that congregation worshipped for many years, and that becomes an important part of its history too. So I don't find the arguments with regard to Cram very compelling, and I find the significance of the building both as an individual piece of architecture and as a piece of streetscape, and together with the church across the street, a frame for the street, to be quite compelling.
Thank you, Dick. Anybody else? Eric, DJ, Adam?
Trying to gather thoughts, so if anyone else is ready to go, go ahead.
I mean, Dick kind of laid out some of the thoughts. I mean, A, as an architectural piece, this is significant in its own right as a Romanesque revival church in Somerville. It's a fairly rare building type. It's a nice one. It needs some work, but it's intact. And the architect, you know, we honor him as an architect, not as a human being. He had these bigoted views, and we don't really have the luxury in this country of selecting the past of our things of beauty that we're left with. They have history that's kind of muddied. If it's a monument to bigotry and racism, it's not doing a very good job, because I think people in this hearing are probably the only ones who are aware of it. It's not exactly screaming out that concept. So I think its net effect in the city is a thing that people love, and it's like it's this beautiful thing, as Dick kind of laid out. So I think if we were to apply that standard to architecture, to any building that was designed by someone who had views that are bad that way, we'd lose about 3/4 of the city. I mean, all of the old buildings, was it built by someone who had these views? So I think it's sort of a nuance, because we have to, sure, there are instances in this country where there's a statue of somebody who did bad things, you know, insurrection against the country and all sorts of stuff. I don't think this building is a celebration of those ideals. I think this is a building that was built Romanesque revival. I think it was actually built fairly cheaply because they didn't have a lot of money, so he went with stucco. I think the Romanesque connection with inferior religions or whatever is a little bit tenuous. I think in this case they're universal. When a building, it looks nice, we can't afford, you know, as an architect myself, I would never say, I'm not going to design you that expensive building and to make this really plain one because you're not worth, you know, I think that's kind of an absurd argument. So anyway, that's kind of rambling there, but I feel like this building matters a lot, and the net effect in the city is a positive one, and people would really miss it. And it's kind of nice to have something by Cram, because he was a very skilled architect, and I don't agree with his rationale behind this stuff, but he was born in 1860, whatever. That's another tangent is that pretty much any architect at that time period is going to be kind of cut along those ways, because it was very much a stodgy, blue-bloody, white male kind of thing. You know, I think this guy was a garden variety, blue blood Brahmin kind of guy, and he was not so different from any other architect at that time period. So I'll cut it short there.
And Adam, you got something to add to that? DJ?
Well, I guess I'll just be fully transparent and say that this is difficult for me, because I guess I just want to say that I respect and appreciate a lot of the things that Mr. Barrows is saying. And you know, I think to acknowledge that there's been a lot going on in our society over the last couple of years. I don't know. I need to acknowledge that we're not a very diverse commission, so I feel it's hard to argue against anything that Mr. Barrows said, and that's just my personal stance on it. Takes me a while to wrap my head around all of it, but I guess I just want to say that I doing my best to appreciate and understand what's being said, and I agree with a lot of what was said about, you know, to a lot of people, it may be symbolic of other things, and it leads to a lot of questions about how we view these. I guess, you know, we're not a court of law, and this isn't the difficult part for me is, you know, what's the nuance of examining exactly, you know, what Cram's beliefs were and exactly, you know, how bigoted was he? And I mean, that's where it gets really complicated to me. So all I can say is that I appreciate what Mr. Barrows is saying and what he's doing, and I guess I'm going to leave it there.
Yeah, I think to chime in, I would echo what Adam said, that Mr. Barros, I really appreciate the perspective that you brought. And it's one of those interesting things that I, until this, hadn't been aware of Ralph Adams Cram's history and personal views, just only knew him as an architect. And it's one of those things that you can't unknow once you know it, I suppose. But in contrast, I think a little bit, something that struck me when you were reading your very well prepared statement. This is not a statue to Cram in its own way, and it sort of comes back to, what about it are we recognizing and attempting to preserve? To some extent, it feels a little bit like the sort of death of the author arguments that you get into in literary criticism of, how much do you look at the piece as its own merit and what shows through in it, rather than what the author or the architect intended to put into the piece. And what comes through is a well-designed church that adds a lot to its streetscape, and has quite a bit of character in and of itself. On the other hand, I recognize that that's a position and a viewpoint that, is coming from my own previous experience on that. It's a tough one. I mean, I think getting the word out there, getting education out there about the history and about where things came from is important, and I applaud that effort. And whatever happens with this particular building in terms of where it goes from here, I would encourage that some element of that be communicated more broadly. I think it is important to recognize, and like Eric said, like Dick said, if we tore down every building by someone with white supremacist or bigoted viewpoints, we wouldn't have half the major works of architecture or more from anywhere before the 1900s. That's sort of where I'm at.
Thank you, DJ. Mr. Barros, I completely appreciate your thoughts on this. And quite frankly, I find perspectives like Mr. Cram's to be absolutely disgusting. But just to think about what DJ's position was there, this is not a statue to him. This is a church which was actually designed to the glory of God. And the Universalists basically allowed everybody to come into the church. They welcomed everybody. So they weren't segregationists. They weren't racists. They were Universalists. And I see it more in that light. Were this a statue? Were there a commemoration plaque to him there? Yep. My way of thinking, get rid of it. I think that sort of attitude is disgusting and has no place in our society. I can't imagine what it's like to be a person of color living in this country. Obviously, I didn't grow up in this country, but several things alarm me about the United States, and the pervasive racism is at the top of that list. I'm basically absolutely disgusted by it, and I'm an anti-racist, an active anti-racist. I'm looking at this as a piece of architecture. I'm not looking at this as something that glorifies the architect. And when we, as a historic commission, look at a piece of architecture, we look at it in a certain context. We look at it in the way that's described by the Secretary of the Interior and the National Park Service. and we look at it in the context of the cultural value that it brings to our city. And we also can look at it as in a way that basically looks at the people who were there. For instance, if you were in earlier, you would notice that when we were talking about in Central Street, that the doctor who lived there actually founded and ran the hospital that was almost adjacent to it. And that is just a compounding factor. So that Cram designed this, to me, is, I didn't know who he was. But, you know, when I think about it, the racism is just so pervasive here. And as I think DJ said, or was it Adam, I forget which, that if you took down every structure here in the United States that was built by racists, you'd be destroying basically most of Washington, D.C. for a start. Get rid of the statues, get rid of the memorials, by all means. I find them offensive. They should be in museums or put somewhere else. But we do have a responsibility to cities to look at the architecture. And when I look at this church, I see a beautiful building. I see a big building. I see a big building that goes back from it, which I believe could have been the school or something like that, a meeting place, not sure what. And I see an opportunity to reuse and redevelop this whole site in a way that would be appealing to the city. And forget Mr. Cram. I see it as something that could be absolutely beautiful, that could be developed. There's so many units you could put in here. It's got a very big backyard. And when you look at that, I can see that there's good potential to even extend that building at the back and hook it around because it has a big parking lot. Churches had big parking lots. When they were built, lots of people came. Not so many people come nowadays, but they had a big parking lot. And this is the curse of the big lot, is that we look at that for redevelopment. But if you look at this and you look at the church, for instance, that was converted at the corner of, what is it, Somerville Avenue and Bow Street. And there's another one out on 16 in Watertown. There are a number of these that have been put back and made into very tasteful units, which actually attract a very good price point. So I see this as being a building of some significance to the city. Shame that it was designed by somebody who was a sad racist, sad man. So that's just my feelings on it. Does anybody else have anything they'd like to add to that? Or Mr. Barrow, would you like to comment back?
I would like to say I understand the stance that, with respect, Dick and Eric have made. I just find it hard as a young black man that happens. My mom and dad are immigrants, by the way, so I don't know how you can pick who's. If you're a racist, you're a racist. If you discriminate against some people, not others, it doesn't make you okay. And I apologize for speaking the way I'm speaking, but I've lived a life that everything I've done, I've had to do double the person that across from me had to do as a white man. With all due respect, every meeting I go to, I have to go above and beyond as a black man. I know it's easy to sit here and say the things you're saying. It's pretty offensive because the things that are being said is saying that he was a bad person, but not so bad. So that may be okay. He wasn't racist to black people, but he was racist to other people who happen to be immigrants. And guess what? I've had to deal with being coming from a family that didn't speak English and being made fun of because being an immigrant as well. Life's not easy being a black man. And we've come to a place where we've embraced certain things. And you know what? If it was a white developer building this building, you know, we wouldn't probably be having this conversation. It wouldn't be as important. But I happen to be a black man. That, you know, he never would have ever wanted a black man to recreate his building. And I think we can all agree on that. The staff report has made it clear that in their findings, they found that he was a racist. I don't think there's much up for debate about him being a bad person. if this is a place where we want to dictate how bad of a person is. I know good or bad. You know, color, woman, religion, a person is defined by a good or bad person. Simply put, the definition is very short. It's not a complex one, unless we put our own beliefs and values into trying to make it an argument for someone that is a bad person. So, you know, I didn't come into this project knowing all of this, you know, and when I got informed of it, guess what? I said, I'm going to do something about it because, you know, listen, the systemic, the fact that we're having this conversation and we're, you know, some guys are for it and some are not, and some are arguing for it and some are just being realistic. That's systemic racism at its finest. This was created years ago to have these same issues we're having now. It was never meant for us to have these type of conversations. And, you know, what some people in the world are embracing it. A lot are. I feel great. I feel like I have a lot of support out there, but there are some people who are still having a challenge with it. And we have to let it go. We need to be better people. Black Lives Matter was, you know, down over and was on in City Hall, one of the first places to do it. You know, I developed 124 Highland. Guess what? They put all lives matter. Years later, you know who educated on what that really meant? I did. You know, and that was, you know, in all due respect, the culture in there was off. But I went in there and changed a lot of guys' perspective, not because of anything more than I didn't view them as racist. I viewed folks as just being ignorant because that's what they were taught. And we need to get out of that ignorant stage. And I will do everything in my power to make sure that's done. This isn't about money for me. I have other projects going on in the city. It's about the reality in it. And I'm in a position as a Black man to stand up for this, and I will in every way I can. And there's no way I'll concede and go and be. I've conceded my whole life. I shouldn't have to concede. I shouldn't have to develop something or work around something that has such a negative meaning to make everybody else drive by and look good about it. It's not about how, you know, to look at something and say it's beautiful as you drive down is more important than the reality of someone's feelings of being treated their whole life, 37 years old, and having to prove everything and walk a certain way and get pulled over and think you're going to jail when you've never done anything, or someone, you know. So I know it's easy, and I, with all due respect, you know, I don't want to come off this way, but it's very hurtful stuff, you know, and everybody has their views and beliefs about it, and I get it. And it's hard to figure out how bad it is when you're not in that position. You've never been in a position where you weren't like everybody else. A minority is a minority, and whether you're color, woman, man, whatever the minority is, you know, it's not a good feeling. And, you know, white privilege does still exist, and I say that in a manner where I feel like we've come a long way. I feel, you know, I love where we are, but there's still a lot of work done. So I just say, let's do the right thing. Let's not continue to push along this issue we've had for many years. We're in a different position. There's things that's more important than Adam Cram that's been coming down every day. Who is Adam Cram? Nobody knows him, you know, but I'm making sure people know him. But there are people out there who have real names, meaningful people. Are you aware that Harriet Tubman's house was allowed to be demolished in Boston? Because, you know what, she's way more meaningful, man. You know, so I say this with a lot of due respect to everyone on this board, but you know, I'm passionate about this. This isn't about a script I'm putting to make more money. This is not what it is, you know. And in keeping and working around it, there is money to be made, but that means nothing to me. This is bigger than that. So I ask folks to step out of their shell and put themselves somewhere different and be compassionate, open to others, and not just in the one way of thinking. With all due respect, thank you.
No, I hear you loud and clear. And I, for one, cannot imagine what it would be like to walk in your shoes every day. Twice in my life, I was subjected to racism. Only twice, when I was very young, a teenager. And that shocked me to the core. And so I know that people of color here in the United States, every day they walk out of their house, they know they could face that. And what can I say? I wish it weren't so. I will, like you, I will do everything in my power to try to change that. You're right. But on the other hand, you know, please understand our position. We're looking at historic significance of a property, okay, which has an architectural benefit to the city. And we have to see that in that context as well.
I agree with you. And you know, last month I was on, and a lot of the meeting was about, you know, who are the people the last meeting was all about who are the people that made it significant. Everything was about the person, character, and it seems like this meeting is very different. This is all about him. He made the building off of his beliefs, and unfortunately, that's where we are with it.
Dick.
Thank you. I don't hear anybody saying, well, he was bad, but he wasn't that bad. That I don't think is really the question here, any more than if we ask the question, should we reenact the raising of the flag, to ask the question, well, was George Washington bad, but maybe he wasn't that bad, or maybe he was that bad? The raising of the flag has significance that's important to us, that we want to remember, and we want to remember it regardless of who raised the flag. And we want to remember also that George Washington did good things, and he also did bad things. So I don't think this is a question of let's weigh the architecture on the one hand with CRAM on the other hand. I think all of these require more nuanced thinking because they're more complex questions. In Medford, there's the Royal House. The Royal House was built with slave money from Antigua. It has the last remaining slave quarters in New England. Should Medford tear it down saying, this is horrible, it's a monument to slavery? Or should they preserve it, saying it's a monument to slavery, it's a monument to important things that we need to learn about and we need to remember? And so I am not saying let's ignore Ralph Adams CRAM and just say it's a great building, let's keep it. I'm saying the fact that CRAM built it and the fact that CRAM seems to believe in Anglo-Saxon superiority, that he wanted to keep my ancestors out of this country because they were Eastern European Jews, is an important thing to remember, but it doesn't follow from that therefore the building should come down. It follows perhaps equally that the building should stay up to remember those times, to remember what people like CRAM thought. And so to me, I want to ask the question of, is this an important building? Is it a building that should be preserved? The architecture is part of it. The history is also part of it. As Alan said, this was a church built for the Universalists who accepted everybody. Don't they get a monument? Shouldn't that be remembered, that they were open to accepting everybody? Or should we tear down a church that was committed to accepting everybody because of the architect? And my answer is, those are complex questions in which we need to look at the whole picture. We need to look at CRAM, we need to remember CRAM, we need to remember the congregation, we need to look at the building. And putting those things together, I think this is the building that ought to be preserved. It's an important part of our history, not only because of the architecture, but also because of the congregation and also because of people like CRAM, who were responsible for that building and many other buildings.
Adam, you look like you were ready to say something.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to add, one note that maybe something I disagree with what, the argument that, if we were to tear down every building that was designed or built by a racist, we wouldn't be left with buildings. And while I see that point, I guess it's important to note that, this particular case is not about that. I don't think Mr. Barrows is saying that every building that was designed or built by a racist should be torn down. I think we need to look at this particular case as just that, a specific case where Mr. Barrows is a developer in a position to make this statement with a compelling argument. So I guess that's just, the argument that, I think it's hard for a not very diverse commission to make that argument and say I don't think anybody's saying that all buildings should be torn down. It's just in this particular case, Mr. Barros is in a position to do something with this building. So I guess that's just my thought there. And the only other thing that's going through my mind is that regardless of what the outcome is, because it's an extremely complex decision with the architecture of the building, I guess I would just offer, I'm wondering if there is a creative way to tell the story if the building were to stay. Not, I'm more suggesting that, I think it's kind of related to what Dick is saying, but Mr. Barros, your argument is a compelling and strong one, and I'm just wondering if there's a way to still tell your story, because it's important to tell it. People should know about the beliefs of CRAM, and is there a way to creatively make that point strong, regardless of the outcome? That's my only thought. But I think my particular stance is what I'm doing in this one is really trying to approach it from developer with a strong case that's trying to do something specific with this building, and not all buildings of its kind. So that's all I have.
Any other thoughts from commissioners to add?
To some extent, Mr. Barros, I really appreciate you coming in and speaking your truth there. And it is really important to the conversation, and thank you for that. I come back also a little bit to our mandate with from the city by the enabling legislation, which puts pretty clear wording in place as to what our conditions are supposed to be for preferably preserved versus not. And it's whether the demolition of the building would be detrimental to the architectural, cultural, political, economic, or social heritage of the city. It's about the heritage, which is checkered, and telling that story is important, that it's a checkered history. And Somerville's doing a lot better in trying to go in the right direction, and I appreciate your points on that and your thoughts. But on the flip side, it's architectural heritage. It's a pretty clear part of that. Cultural heritage, I think the Universalist Church is an important part of that. Social heritage, this has been a major portion of the community for a long time. It's a tough position to be in for me to try to make this determination. But I think, as Adam says, if there's a way to tell the story through the building, to encourage you to, try to embrace the Universalist perspective that it was built for, rather than the man who built it. I think that they would have fully supported a Black architect and looked forward to, and were working for the day when someone like you could come and look at redeveloping this building generally. And CRAM is, you're probably right, probably spinning in his grave thinking about the possibility.
Thank you, DJ. And I think when we look at the building, we would have to agree that the form and the massing and the integrity is largely intact, and that it is part of the streetscape. That's very important. What I'd like to do is, as this is a public meeting, public hearing, I'd like to open this up to any public comment. Sarah, do we have anybody in the public who would like to comment on this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We have Councillor Ben Ewan-Campen, who is the Ward 3 councillor. Councillor Ewan-Campen, I have unmuted you. I think you're unmuted on your side.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, Mr. Councillor, Mr. Ben Ewan-Campen.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ben Ewan-Campen. I'm the city councillor for Ward 3. So I'm here first and foremost to amplify what I've heard from my constituents, from the neighbors of the property, and absolutely to listen to the residents who I hope will be speaking tonight. I also very much appreciate the conversation that's happening tonight and the issues that Mr. Barros has raised. So let me just begin by saying that overwhelmingly the message that I've heard loud and clear from the neighborhood is that they love this building. They view it as an important building on Highland Ave. My understanding, I don't think that any of them were aware before tonight's meeting of any of the history of the views of the architect. But what they understand about the building is that it is unique, and a big part of that uniqueness and its beauty has to do with its history. Its history in the city. They like the way it looks. And they very much hope that instead of being demolished, that it can be preserved and restored and adaptively reused. And I agree. That said, I also really I just want to kind of raise one or two issues in response to the issue that Mr. Barros raised, which I think is a really important issue, and I'm very glad that he's raised it. So my feeling is this, basically. If Somerville residents, and in particular, if people of color in Somerville feel that this building, or the way that we are considering, discussing it, if that is perceived by Somerville residents as a monument to the views of this architect, and if they feel that demolishing it is the best path forward to reckoning with that history, I would support the community in coming to that conclusion. I personally don't believe that conversation has happened. I was not aware of this until Mr. Barros raised it with me, and when he raised it with you in this letter. I don't think this history is well known, but I think it certainly would be appropriate for there to be a community process around. But in my opinion, before we've had that conversation, I don't inherently see why demolishing it accomplishes the goal of confronting the racist views of the architect, rather than directly confronting those views and incorporating those into information that the public can reckon with. So I don't personally see that maintaining the building structure would inherently be a celebration, and I believe that it can be done in a responsible way. So I guess I'll just summarize what I'm trying to say. I think I would strongly support the commission and the community having a more in-depth conversation about this building with the community, and kind of hearing these views, and particularly trying to focus on views of residents of color and how they perceive this building and this process. In the absence of that conversation, I think that most people just love the building. They see a lot of development coming to Highland Ave, and they hope that this building will be there for future generations. So thank you very much for your consideration. Thank you to Mr. Barros for raising the issues, and I look forward to hearing that.
Councillor, it seems to me that this would have been an ideal opportunity for the city to take up this structure like they took up, for instance, the Waterworks as a historic building and made it into affordable housing, because it's something that would be appropriate for that. And if that were the case, it could be made available for affordable housing for people of color and people who are disadvantaged in any way, shape or form. And that would be the final irony against Mr. Cram. And it also would satisfy the need for more housing in the city. I think it could have been an opportunity for the city to have seen that. Just a thought. Is there anyone else in the public, Sarah, who has raised their hand?
This is Charlotte speaking. There are a number of others, so we're just going to go through them alphabetically. First up is Eliza Margolin. Eliza, you are unmuted.
Hi there, thank you. This has been a super interesting conversation as somebody who just tuned in for like something to have on in the background on a Monday night. And I really appreciate everybody's thoughtful comments. There were a few things that I was not planning on saying anything publicly in this call, but I wanted to respond to a few things that were said, including reiterating something that I'm sorry I misplaced the name of the developer who is calling in, but he mentioned this as well, that being in favor of Anglo-Saxon superiority in terms of being anti-Semitic is not better than being anti-Black. It is also bad. And the fact that it was a commonly held belief in the 19th century does not excuse it, and that it was common doesn't make it right. And I was also really struck by the comment that the like Madison Grant creating national parks was racist, and yes, the national park system has a lot of work to do to rectify the ways that it has a history of racism and that racism still exists, particularly pertaining to the mistreatment of and seizure of assets from Native peoples. But as they have that question to weigh, that's far outside the scope of this conversation, which is I've been hearing it boil down to the question of how do you separate the art from the artist, and should you, and if so, how can you? Or maybe I have those questions backwards. Anyway, I really appreciated Councilor Ewan-Camp weighing in just now with input from the neighborhood, and I also quite like the idea of turning the site into affordable housing, which the city desperately needs, and would be a nice gesture given the history, which I had no idea of, and I was reading up on it in the background while listening to the conversation, and it seems that CRAM was held some really horrific eugenicist views, and I had no idea, and I have learned something tonight. So thanks to again, I misplaced the name of the developer who called in, but thank you for raising the issue. I learned something today.
Thank you. Charlotte?
Next up is Joanne Larrabee. Joanne, you are unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
We can.
Loud and clear.
Joanne Larrabee from Madison Street, and I'm a neighbor to this property. And I wanted to just identify a couple of points about the way that I've conceptualized the building, being a neighbor to it for more than 15 years. I've never identified it with the architect that designed it. I've always identified it with the congregation that's been present in it. Since the time that I've been a neighbor to the building, the congregation that's been active in it was a Haitian congregation that met at the church frequently, multiple times a week, multiple times on Sunday, vigorously, loudly, and energetically. So it's just a comment on how different structures resonate with different viewers beholding them, and seeing different audiences make use of them. As this conversation emerged a little bit after the first meeting, I just also did a little bit of reading about universalism and its emergence following the Civil War, and in part because of the parallel roles it played in the abolitionist movement, and also its connections, historic connections to the founding of Tufts, which was, became the repository of that religion seeking to establish an institution of higher learning. So it's, again, just interesting to sort of follow the evolution of universalism and then the growth of the church in New England that led it to commission a larger church to be built, and part of the civic landscape on Highland Ave that was being built out at that time. The other things that I wanted to comment on that have already been touched on are its role in the streetscape. Unlike a lot of other New England towns, Somerville doesn't have a village green, but when I moved to the city, I saw that area starting with the Central Library on Highland Ave and the high school and City Hall and the YMCA and series of churches as kind of an equivalent of that on the main east-west thoroughfare. And I do visually see the church as an anchor in that streetscape, and one among a number of properties that are on the historic register and that set of blocks. And then the last comment that, or I guess maybe it's more of a question for the committee, just based on photographs that I've seen, the interior design of the property is also beautifully intact, and I just didn't know if interior preservation is any aspect of the overall historic preservation, or whether it's only what's visible from the outside. Okay, I see that nodding head. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Charlotte?
Next up, we have Joe Lynch. Joe, you are unmuted.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, my name is Joe Lynch, a resident of Ward 5. What I would like to I'd like to break my comments into two different sections. One is what is before this commission is the architectural integrity and saving of the building versus who the architect is. And I just want to make a couple of comments to Mr. Barrows directly, is that I admire and I respect what you are trying to do. But within the purview of the commission, they have certain guidelines on how they are to address their job. So I'd like the commission to take under consideration that the same architect who has views that are abhorrent to me is the same architect who designed St. Thomas Church in New York City and Manhattan, is the same architect who designed the First Baptist Church in Pittsburgh, is the same architect who designed West Point Academy, is the same architect who designed Cathedral of St. John the Divine in New York City. He is the same architect who designed certain buildings on Princeton, within Princeton University's campus. And quite frankly, he was a professor at MIT between 1914 and 1921. I look at architects based on the body of their work. And this architect's design of that building is worth saving in the city of Somerville. The memory of the architect should be wiped out, but the preservation of the building is paramount to your commission. What the neighbors want, what the city wants, and what your role in your commission is paramount. I would say two things to Mr. Barrows. There are discussions that this community needs to have, and I applaud you for bringing to the attention of this city that architect's reputation. We can accomplish something in this city by preserving the work, but eliminating his memory. And I would hope that the commission takes under consideration that once this building is gone, it is gone forever. We cannot recreate that ecclesiastical building on the siting. The siting on Central Hill was not chosen randomly. It was chosen because it is the highest, one of the highest points in the city. The vantage point that it has the streetscape impact that it has on Highland Avenue. I don't know if James Hoban, who was the architect for the White House and the US Capitol, I don't know if he was racist. Mr. Bauer brings up very good points. In order to teach history, we shouldn't wipe it out or the work of those people. The Royal House is an example of preserving and educating the public about what racism was all about, slavery was all about. I've been through the Royal House and I find it absolutely educational and fascinating for the public to understand the nature of slavery, who made what, who did what. So I respect Mr. Barrows in his position, but I think within the realm of the commission, I would ask you to pay attention to the work of the architect and not necessarily his views. Thank you very much, members of the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Charlotte?
Next up is Joel Bennett. Joel, you are unmuted.
Mr. Bennett? You might have to unmute yourself.
Joel, you appear to be unmuted on both ends. If you aren't currently already trying to speak, you may wish to try calling in on your phone. That can sometimes reset any technical difficulties your system may be having. Okay, Joel, we will come back to you while you try to do that. And in the meantime, we'll move on to Mark Abushan. Mark, you are unmuted.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate all your work. All politics is local, and you all do definitely a good service for the city. My name is Mark Abushan. I am the secretary of the Highland Masonic Temple Association, and I guess I'm representing the folks that actually own the building. Little background on myself real quick. I lived all over Somerville for years. I also served Somerville for years in EMS. I was a paramedic for about 11 years. But I lived in Ward 1, Ward 3, Ward 5, and Ward 7 while I was doing that. The building is owned by the Masons, in particular King Solomon's Lodge, one of the oldest lodges in the nation, and it's, I think, the second or third oldest lodge in Massachusetts. We know our history as far back as before we were even a country. And I raised this because Commissioner Bauer made the point about Prospect Hill and George Washington and the flag. We know it well. We actually knew him when he was just a colonel coming in to try to find out who this guy, Dr. Joseph Warren, was and what he was doing, and maybe he could learn something from him. Little side note, we actually raised the first Veterans Memorial in the nation. It's the one that's inside of the Bunker Hill Monument. You should go and take a look at it sometime. It's a pretty neat thing. But I was erected by that lodge, my lodge. And to that extent, I would say that something you have to understand about Masonry, and it goes, I guess, hand in hand or a little bit parallel with the Universalist, is we are inclusive. Aside from the fact that we are, in fact, a fraternity, but we are very inclusive. We are not discriminatory. It's a firm belief that we accept people of different creeds, different religions, different backgrounds. We applaud it. We celebrate the differences. We encourage it. And, you know, the beauty of being a Mason is you don't have to be one to do what we aspire to, but being one helps you to do so. It's about making good men better. This isn't a commercial about Masonry, but I want you to understand the folks that do own this building currently and what we are about. This building, I will have to say that the architect, you do have to sort of take into account, because the whole reason this building is historical is because of the architect. It's cut and dry.
other than that, it's just an old church, you know, let's face it. And yes, Universalists were there, and it was on the high hill in Central Hill. I agree with you. I agree with all these points. Everybody has a valid perspective on this to a certain extent. It just comes down to the fact that why was this person chosen to build this to begin with? And it was because he was using the Gothic form, and it was the early Gothic form that he was utilizing that was represented in this church. So it was an early version of what he did that he went over to Europe to learn. Well, why did he do that? Well, it was because of the actual embodiment of these beliefs that everybody's talking about. And he went on to do this. And like, I believe it was the citizen, Mr. Lynch there said, and he did stuff in West Point, he did stuff in New York, he actually did stuff in Yale as well. But it was all to the elitist of the waspiness aspect, if you will. And it was discriminatory, which is not in line with who we are, building owners, at all. And I was actually surprised to find this out. But, you know, I guess I would say to the commission, keep this in mind, please, that you really can't separate that history from the building, unfortunately. It just can't be done. And it's great that there are some folks in the city that have an appreciation of the building. I think most people drive by and don't even give it a second thought. And I think if most people were to find out about the history of the building, they might look at it with a different view. It's something to take into consideration. I don't know your charge. I don't know your responsibility necessarily. I heard some being mentioned by AJ, or Commissioner AJ, excuse me. And all I would say to you, I guess, is there are ways to historically record and preserve a building for history without necessarily making the building stand there in spite of itself. I've traveled quite a lot. I've been lucky enough to touch my own history, which goes back to the late 1500s, to the first time my family name was ever recorded. But I've also gone into the Cabildo, and I've touched things that actual slaves had on their necks to keep them on the plantation. I appreciate this. And part of that is to take the time to really consider things and reflect, and to a certain extent, to understand your own biases. And I'm not saying you all have them. I'm just saying that it's something that we have a responsibility to do. You know, this is one building that is being brought before you that's old to be considered for the possibility of being torn down. Your decision is your I don't want to say testament, but it, you know, future generations will know whether you did or didn't, and they'll wonder whether it should or shouldn't have been done. Take it all in consideration. That's all I say, because I think this building certainly can be documented quite well, and the history of that can be aligned with that quite well. But the building itself, I don't see it a big need to keep, especially when the larger consideration of what could be there and the benefit to the city that it could provide is a much greater gain. And that's really that. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlotte?
Next up is Matthew Carlino. Matthew, you are unmuted.
Hi, I'm Matt Carlino, 378 Medford Street. Been a resident of Somerville for about 12 years. I'm a civil engineer. I can see the spire of the church from the backyard of the 1890s home that my wife and I have been restoring for the last 3 years. I am fully in favor of demolishing this church. From the research I have done, it is historically accurate to describe the architect as a white supremacist and racist who purposely used his architecture to influence neighborhoods, to fight, and to discourage diversity. I do not believe we should be celebrating this building or this architect. We can talk about saving a church, but it isn't a church anymore. They didn't feel it was worth preserving, and then they sold it. At the end of the day, it is just a building built by a famous racist. Additionally, We are in a housing crisis, and this property is on a main road near a new transit station, and therefore can provide some of the much needed housing in the city. The best way to do that is get rid of the original structure that has a really deep front setback that limits the buildable space. Do not require developers to spend a fortune to attempt to restore a 150-year-old building with at least 50 years of deferred maintenance. Maximize the available development on the property within the new zoning, which took 7 years of development, is tied to all of the subdivision goals, and possibly even change it to an MR5 or an MR6 to match the adjacent buildings. At the end of the day, this is a really great opportunity for all of us as a community to set a new precedent, support a local Black entrepreneur, and fight alongside him to build our future better. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlotte?
Up next, we have Rep. Liz Miranda. Representative, you are unmuted.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
I'm Rep. Liz Miranda. I work in the State House. I do not represent Somerville, and normally I would never come to a community meeting in another district. I represent parts of Roxbury and Dorchester, and I've had the pleasure of knowing Mr. Barrows and his family, who have been constituents for over 20 years. I wanted to say a lot, but I think I'll begin where I wanted to end, which I believe strongly in resident-led leadership, and I do not live in this district. And so I would ask that this commission think about a possible delay so that there could be a community process in which neighbors could speak more and learn more about the history of Mr. Cram. And I think that's incredibly important because I've been faced with many development projects. I've also been faced at approaching the Boston Landmarks Commission to stop things being torn down or to encourage their removal. And I, for one, as a Black woman, one of only 4 in the entire Massachusetts legislature, like to believe that sometimes history gets it wrong. And particularly when you belong to an ethnic group or a racial group or a religious group that is seen as other, things that are monuments or monikers or buildings have different meanings for you. And I have really applauded the growth and sort of the beauty and the resiliency of a community like Somerville, because it reminds me so much of home. And I would love for this commission to take into consideration that not as bad is not okay. That Anglo-Saxon superiority and white privilege and white supremacy is still alive today. Most of architecture, most of government, most of zoning boards, most of landmark commissions, still in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, although we're a highly diverse Commonwealth, are still majority white and male. And I believe that Mr. Barrows came in good faith to share that this is not about money, but this is about principle, to do something in this moment. You know, we're in the middle of multiple pandemics at once. The gentleman before me talked about a housing crisis, but we have an economic crisis, a public health crisis. But at the same time, we're going through a racial reckoning in this country that I don't think we've seen in 55 years, where we can take opportunity to look at how our built environment and spatial justice actually impacts our work and impacts the ways that which residents live together and come together. And so I am in support, but I am not here to tell Somerville what to do. And so I really wanted to recommend that you consider, and I did call the counselor for this community before the meeting with respect to say that I do believe that Mr. Cram's history and the history of many of the people in this period is worth sitting the neighborhood together to have a discussion about whether this building should remain intact or should pieces of it remain intact, or should we start fresh? But that should be led by most of the residents in the community. And I don't believe that many of them have done the research or know about his history. So thank you all.
Thank you very much. Charlotte?
Next up is Stephen Nutter. Stephen, you are unmuted.
Hello, my name is Stephen Nutter. I live on Maple Ave. I'm an urban planner, and I've lived in the city for more than 10 years now. I think it's really important. So I deal a lot with the with the built environment, and I also grew up in the South. It's really important that we need to learn to let go of the structures of the past, and both our social structures that have been built around privilege, and also the built structures that have also been built around privilege. But find ways to tell that story in other ways. We wouldn't keep statues of the Confederate generals in front of City Hall if we had one. It would be taken away. It's because we wouldn't keep it just because we thought they were nice sculptures. These sculptures, these things have meaning. Art has meaning, and architecture, especially in this case, is art, and it especially has meaning. It's more than this guy held these views. We all hold all kinds of different views. Graham, however, used his white power and his male privilege to express the built environment. And now we have to live with it right there on Highland Ave, right next to City Hall. Highland Ave is about to become a new kind of street, and we have housing pressures to deal with. Redeveloping this property in a way that isn't tied to the preservation restrictions would be a really good move and a way to rethink that site. And thinking about how we can keep its urban design features, maybe like its green space. However, I think the world has enough cram buildings that it can afford to lose another one. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlotte?
Next up is Armindo Goncalves. I'm sorry, I'm really tired.
It's Armindo. It's Armindo. Can you hear me, please? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board and the committee, I've been hearing this conversation, and I may sound a bit emotional, okay? By way of background, I was a student at MIT. I studied planning and architecture at MIT. Lived in Somerville when I was a graduate student at MIT. And I'm hearing a lot of discussions around affordable housing, the various institutions that this architect designed and built, in which, by the way, it was built by slaves, okay? If we understand all the institutions that were built in this country, it was built on the backs of free labor. Okay, I don't discount that. And I can't help hear the power relation that has been projected at this meeting. Okay, unlike my counterparts, my experience as a person of color is different than my counterparts. Okay, we live, okay, with these legacies. Okay, we don't romanticize it. Okay, we feel the brunt of these topics. Okay, I'm a student of architecture. Yes, the built environment is very important, but when you use it to project, okay, what you believe in, okay, and what particularly America has stand for, I'm not afraid to talk about that. Okay, but to continue to celebrate this, it's not a good thing. Okay, let us not sort of beat around the bush. Okay, we all have our biases and so forth. We want to hold on to them. Okay, but to keep this building, okay, I think it'll be a shameful act for us to do that. It's not about money, okay, or making money out of this deal. Okay, but to go ahead and preserve this building, to me, it's the wrong path forward. Okay, we're not talking 500 years back or 200 years back. Okay, we're very intelligent beings. Okay, we know what we're talking about. So don't hide behind. I'm encouraging the commission. Do not hide behind the history of the architecture itself. Okay, we could certainly demolish the building and build a beautiful building and create affordable housing. okay? And people say, oh, we gotta let go. No, it's easier for a Caucasian to say let go. But for me as a person of color, I cannot let go. Let's not forget the position of power that we're dealing with today, okay? It may be easy for you to let go, but I can't let go. So please understand that. And that's what we're dealing with today, and that's what we've been dealing with for the past 500 years, okay? You talk about Princeton, Brown University, Duke University, MIT, where I went to, okay? Guess what? Who built it? We did, okay? And to this date, we have nothing to show for it, okay? It will be a very shameful act for you as intellectuals, okay, to let this go forward. If you want to hide behind the architecture, the facade of the building, oh, we need to let go. No, that is not a good reason. Okay, please be mature in your thinking. Okay, you today and forward when you make this decision. Okay, you own that decision. Okay, and that decision will reflect on your core values and what you stand for. So you can't stand behind or hide yourself behind, okay, the facade of the building. Let us be true to ourselves, okay? So yes, we could produce affordable housing, okay? Not a problem, we'll do that, okay? But for someone to sit here and tell me, you know what, we need to let go, or I love the building, knowing what this person did and believed, okay? I don't know, I'm very emotional about it, okay? Please reconsider what it is you're about to do, okay? If not for you, for your kids. Because tonight you're representing who you are, okay, and what you stand for, okay, and what your kids will be looking at. So my viewpoint is, as an architecture student, as someone who's done development, who's done planning work all over the world, yes, the built environment does project what you believe in. Let us not be fooled by that. Thank you very much. And my position is, as a person of color, it needs to come down. Period.
Thank you very
so
much
much for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Charlotte?
Next up is Dahlia K. Dahlia, you are unmuted.
Are you there, Sonia?
Dahlia? You may need to unmute yourself. It's unmuted on our end, but your microphone is still red and reads self-muted. So in your control panel, there should be there you go. You got it.
I'm sorry. Delia Kay, 23 Berkeley Street, 24-year resident of Somerville. And I am sorry, I missed the presentation. I just was able to join just recently to the meeting, but I have 2 points that I would like to make. I would like to build off the points that the previous speaker spoke to, but before I do that, I would like to say that I walk up the street and I see this church almost every day, and I have recently become familiar with the architect Kranz, and I'm disgusted with who he is. However, I'm also disgusted with who Thomas Jefferson is in some ways, but I am not going to advocate with tearing down Monticello because I don't agree with his views on how he treated people, and that speaks to people of color. This church is it's a national landmark. It is one of the few churches that we have in the city of Somerville that is of his architectural construction or design. And in my opinion, if it was a statue that was offensive, that was the fact that he is an architect that had views that we disagree with as a community, as a people, as I hope as a culture in Somerville. And I hope that the person who spoke before me can listen, and I would love to speak with you offline about this. I feel like it's important that we recognize that this is a view that was his design is different from his views that were held, even if they were held now, that this is the one representative structure of this particular architect. I know he was also considered a eugenicist. I don't subscribe to any of his views, but I think his architecture speaks differently. I think, in my opinion, what I would like the board to consider is that the principal structure be maintained. There is plenty of room on that site that can be developed for affordable housing, which is an incredibly important need for our community. That whole site, the front of the structure, is a church that is a historic landmark. Behind it is a parking lot and an addition that I don't know when it went on, but it was certainly a later addition. But I think to tear down a structure for the purpose of erasing somebody's opinion, whose opinion was very, very wrong, and not an opinion that we should be valuing as the progressive community that I believe Somerville is. I think that the more appropriate approach is to maintain the structure and put in something that acknowledges how wrong this person's opinions were, but also acknowledges that their design, their ability to construct something beautiful was also part of who they were. None of us are one thing. We're all supremely complicated human beings. And I understand I'm speaking in a time that is very, very challenging in terms of how we reckon as a community and as a culture. And I don't want at all to be dismissive of anybody's opinion, and I hope that I'm not being perceived that way at all. But I really don't want this also to be something that somebody else 100 years ago who was so wrong, and I might be so wrong, but who was so wrong in how they viewed how our worlds should be, that their art then becomes gone. Please remember that it's a historic landmark because of its beauty. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlotte, do we have very many more people? We're getting up to the 9:45 mark.
I believe we have one person left. Joel
Okay.
Bennett, I'm going to unmute both instances of you and we'll see if one of them works. Oh, one of them seems to be working. Can you try speaking?
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much. I'm sorry about earlier. I had to switch computers. Mine's kind of old. So I wanted to say that I'm so impressed with your process, and I feel like you've done a really good job, everybody, of listening and being so thoughtful. I really appreciate it. And I really appreciate the topics that have come up. The one thing in thinking about this is I'm pretty sure that even in this day and age, even today, there is nothing that the city could do to prevent a developer, an architect, a lawyer for them, or anybody from developing property just because they were racist. I do not believe there's a law that prohibits that. I think that's a big problem, but I do not think that as you're developing property, you have to prove there's nothing that you have to prove that you are anything other than that you're going to develop the property the way that the law says you have to develop the property. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's a big problem. And are we looking at the people who are currently developing property? Are we looking at who they are as people and what they're doing for our community, how they're benefiting our community, other than basically trying to make money? And I would support a process to look at any property driven by the community, but not by a developer. Even if the developer is going to say, oh yeah, I'm not in this for the money, that's great. But it's a conflict of interest. The people who live in Somerville really need to be, people who live in Somerville and the people of color who live in Somerville really should be making that decision of whether or not this represents something that should be torn down. But I do feel like my point around the fact that if he was alive, if this guy Cram was alive today, I'm not sure the city could do anything legally that would keep him from being an architect or a developer. And I'll end with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joel. Appreciate everybody's comments.
Sorry,
I
guys.
presume that was the last one.
There's actually one more person that's actually a very important person that's trying to speak. He's trying to speak. It's Pastor Mitchell from across the street. Sarah, do you guys see him with his hand raised there?
Malcolm Mitchell did just raise his hand. This is Charlotte speaking. Malcolm, you are unmuted. But you may need to unmute yourself. Once you see your microphone turn green, that will say that we can hear you, but right now it is red. If you click on it, it should turn green. There are two instances of you, Malcolm. Okay, one of them seems to be working. Malcolm, can you try speaking?
We're not getting him.
No, both instances of Malcolm Mitchell are unmuted, but does not appear that we can hear him. That would be a tech issue on his computer's end.
Okay.
Did you hear me talking?
Ah, now we do.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, I apologize for the technology issues here.
Thanks for persevering.
I'll be very brief. I know we've been here for a while. I would like to say that as the pastor of the Mission Church across the street at 130 Highland Avenue, one of the things that resonates with me is a scripture in the New Testament, and it tells us that faith is the substance of the things we hope for. It is the evidence of the things that we cannot see. And I've been a part of the Somerville community and a member of the church for 47 years. We moved into that building when I was about 3 or 4 years old. And I've been a part. I've been a Boy Scout in the community. We've done community service. We've worked in the community of Somerville. And Somerville has made tremendous progress just in terms of its racial harmony and the steps that they're taking for equity. But it's important that we recognize that you can't apply equity to privilege. You have to apply privilege to obtain equity. And what we have here is a person of color, an African-American developer, who is being asked to preserve the history and the architecture of a person that in today's society would not be deemed as someone who should be embraced for their views and for their values. And we're putting him in a compromising position. But what a blessing it is to be in a place where in our country we have people of color who are able to ascend to these heights and work in these areas and purchase these properties and do the work of improving the community and opening up housing for the community. And I think we've heard people advocate on both sides, but this is where we're asking the majority population to acknowledge that Black lives matter, not black skin, and not the tone of Black entertainment culture. We're saying this is our opportunity. We want you to value us as people here. We're asking you to acknowledge that this is someone who has the resources and the proper values, and they want to be acknowledged for the work that they're doing to benefit the community without preserving the history of the oppressive forces and values that kept people who've been here for years. We've always been a creative and a technological people, but we've never been given the opportunity, and we haven't been given the resources on a regular basis. And so that is the privilege that wasn't extended, and now we have the opportunity, but we need you to extend the privilege to Mr. Barros so that he can say that I've moved forward and I have accomplished my vision of being a fair and a just man, still valuing the principles and the tenets of faith, but not upholding the character of somebody who certainly has not earned the privilege of being recognized as a good person in our society. And so with that being said, I would hope that you would value what Mr. Barros is saying as a person of color. He's asking you to understand that his feelings matter. His resources are directly connected to who he is as a person. And we don't want to preserve that type of memory. We're not going to be able to buy every property all over the country. We're not. But we certainly, when we do have this opportunity, we would like to make a statement. And I think that that's fair. Faith is the substance of our hope. And we're hoping that this outcome will produce the evidence that hasn't been seen before. God bless you and good night.
Thank you for your comments. It's appreciated. Okay, well, thank you, Charlotte. With that, I'd like to end this section of the meeting, the public comment part of the meeting. And I'd like to bring it back to the commissioners for any comments they have after those comments from the public before we take this to a vote.
I have a procedural question, which is several of the speakers raised the question of whether there was an opportunity for some sort of a more public conversation to happen in this process. And my understanding is that unfortunately there is not, and we're required to act on this one way or the other. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes. However, with that said, the local councillor for the ward did make comment earlier and give some testimony, and he was also approached by Bess Miranda, who's the state rep, who also suggested this, and he said he was open to that. So that is something that could go in parallel. If we decide that this property is to be preferably preserved, that then starts a 12-month dialogue between the city and the applicant. And that gives room for discussion on exactly what that preferably preserved could mean. So there is space in there for that to happen, but yes, DJ, you're absolutely right. This has come before the commission for a decision tonight on preferably preserved status, and we will be voting on that.
That's what I thought. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Unless it were continued.
Oh, go ahead, Eric.
I think if the applicant wanted to continue it, wouldn't that, I'm not suggesting we want to, but that would be the only mechanism by which that could happen, correct?
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll point out along those lines, I feel like a lot of what we heard was some pretty strong public support. Yeah, we heard a little bit from both sides, but I think there was a lot of really good support in cases for the building being not preferably preserved or torn down. So, you know, that being said, I think a way of engaging the public more and, you know, seeing petitions and having it be a community discussion is one thing that I think could be beneficial for all. But that said, I think I'll just point out, I think I was pretty moved and persuaded by a lot of the very thoughtful public comments that were just made in support of Mr. Barrows. I just want to point that out.
Dick, did you have anything to add?
I don't think so. I appreciate all of the comments, both the supporters of preferably preserved and the opponents. I think were thoughtful and eloquent, and I think gave us a lot to think about.
Yeah. Well, let us be fully cognizant of the fact that this does signify something about Mr. Cram and his racist views, and that there is a sense that preserving it will sustain that view in some form or other, or may do so. However, I'd also like to point out that this is a structure that's on the National Register as well of historic places, and we are here under the tight guidelines of historic preservation to make a determination on the significance of it to the city based on its architectural merit and what it contributes to the city in that context. We also take into consideration historic personages, that people that are involved in these structures is something that adds to that another dimension. We can look at a structure just on its architectural merit, or we could look at a structure, for instance, just on the notion of the significance of the person who was there. I think the perfect example of this would be Tip O'Neill's place in West Somerville, which has very little architectural merit, but it's obviously associated with a historic person. So it could be either or it could be a combination of both. So with that said, I find all the arguments compelling both ways. My own sense of this is that this is a historic structure and does add value to the city. I don't know whether the applicant was aware when he started this negotiation with this building that it was owned by or designed by a racist architect or not, and whether that would have changed his mind one way or the other in actually proceeding to take on the building, or whether now this has become a passion that he'd like to see it torn down regardless. But with all that said, our task is reasonably cut and dried here. We have to look at this on the architectural merits of the building, and we can also weigh to that the benefits of the person that actually designed it. I see the church not as a memorial to Mr. Cram and his views. I see it as a memorial to God and to Christianity and to the Universalist movement. Perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps if there was a statue of Mr. Cram or a plaque about Mr. Cram, then I would feel differently. Or perhaps even a stained glass window of him in the church. But I see it as a structure that's dedicated to God, not to an architect. But that's my personal feeling. So when I look at this, what I'd like to suggest is that we need to put this to a vote tonight. If we vote and decide that it's going to be preferably preserved, then that starts a process of 12 months negotiation between the city and the applicant. And if the city would like to get involved, and it would be up to the ward councillor, I believe, to call a public meeting to discuss this, which I believe we would all fully support. And if he does that, then so be it. That could be part and part of what was taken into consideration in the discussions of what preferably preserved means. And for the benefit of those who are here listening in still, preferably preserved can mean the full restoration of the building and kept in situ as it is, right down to the taking of photographic images of it and architectural drawings, which are going to be archived. Somewhere along that continuum is somewhere from one bookend to the other where preferably preserved can fit. And that could be something that is, in the end, because it's a discussion between the commission and the city and the applicant over the next 12 months, is something that could be influenced very strongly by a public meeting of that sort. So I hope that clarifies it. So we have narrow guidelines as commissioners that we have to follow. And so in following that, we've got to look at this for its architectural merit and its significance to the city. So I'm going to suggest that right now, HBC.DMO 2021.09, 125 Highland Avenue, as a determination of preferably preserved. And I'd like to take a vote on this. And I'd like people to say aye.
Before you vote, may I take a minute, Alan?
Sure.
Because I view this somewhat differently because I think our charge is broader than the architecture, and it includes the history. The history includes the congregation, and it includes the architect as well. and
Yep.
includes
It
therefore
does.
his beliefs. But what I don't think is that because we disagree with his beliefs, that it necessarily follows that therefore the building should be demolished, any more than I think that because we disagree vehemently with George Washington's belief that he should own slaves, that we therefore should not celebrate the raising of the flag and independence, or that because we disagree with the beliefs of the royal family, that the royal house should be torn down, or that because we disagree with the beliefs of Andrew Carnegie, who made his money through his horrible labor practices in his steel mills, that we should tear down the Somerville Library, which was paid for with that money, that we should recognize all of those things. And I would certainly not support something whose purpose was to be a monument to those beliefs, but where something will be a recognition of that history, including the parts of the history that we don't like, and in part as ways to help us understand that history. That to me, it brings me to the conclusion that I want the building preserved in part because I think it's important for us to recognize those beliefs. And I would hope if the building is preserved, that whoever buys the building will put up materials that will help people understand that history, including the parts of the history that we don't like.
History should include the things that we don't like as well as the things we like. History is typically written for the victors, which of course is the white Caucasian Anglo-Saxons in most cases, as the applicant points out. But when you talk about belief systems, on the one hand, you've got Cram, who was a racist, and on the other hand, you've got the Universalist Church, which is non-racist. And so you have this juxtaposition as well. So it's a very difficult thing, Dick, but yes, because we live in a culture and a society.
Hello? Oh, I'm muted.
Eric.
I think also it would be worthwhile if we were to really go down that path to have a more extensive biography of Cram. And right now we're basing it basically on two things. One was a term paper for a history class in college, and there was a doctoral thesis. And you know, it'd be, if we really wanted to evaluate, use that as a criteria for whether this building should stay or not, it'd be worthwhile to know more about the trajectory of Cram's life. What kind of person did he end up as? Like, for example, there was an instance I read about where he took a lot of heat for coming to the defense of a Catholic running for governor, I think, and he was defending the person's beliefs and all that. And is it possible that he changed over the course of his life? So there's that little angle. If we're to go down to this exploratory path, I would like to know more about Cram and see read the bibliography for these papers that were done and see what the real basis is. And one other little point is just this building is, in my view, worthy of preferably preserved status based on its architectural merits alone. Even if there were no known architect, this building would be worthy of that. So the question then is whether the personal views of the architect who we know who designed it is such a drag on the building that it should actually cause us to overlook the value that building has in the community from a physical standpoint and get rid of it. I don't really see it that way. I think that's what I'm getting at. There's two different angles to the process. One is and the other is the building itself.
Yeah. Did you have anything to add, Adam?
Yeah, I guess just that I said it before. I guess I don't agree with the comparisons to George Washington, and I think we really need to take this as an example of a developer who wants to do something for a reason, and it sounds like there is. And I appreciate all points of view and all opinions for it, but again, I just think it's important. We need to consider this as one building that one developer wants to do something for a reason, and I guess I don't think as a group of white men we have the ability to sit around and make comparisons to, you know, what it compares to, you know, George Washington and other examples. So I just think it's a difficult place to be.
So is there any other comment before we put this to a
I
vote?
think, given that everyone else has chimed in, I very much hear what Adam is saying, and to some of the points that Eric raised, I think I did hear Mr. Barros say, in fact, that, and hopefully I'm not wrong or misquoting you, sir, that you weren't aware of Mr. Cram's history coming in, and when you found it out, I believe he said that it enhanced his determination to take the building down because he didn't want to preserve the man's work, and I respect where that viewpoint is coming from. My own personal take on it is, given how unaware of his past most people are, there's something to be said for the fact that too many people are coming at things from a position of not knowing, and if the building simply comes down without a conversation about it, we lose the opportunity to get that discussion out there. As Alan pointed out, preferably preserved can mean a whole range of things, and it doesn't necessarily end up with the building preserved in its full form, and it'll depend how that conversation goes. But that the opportunity to face that aspect of history and actually open up a public conversation about it seems to me highly valuable, especially given that it's a conversation that, you know, that there hasn't been an opportunity yet for a public dialogue about it, which is to some extent, I think, a flaw in the process that we've been mandated with in the few cases like this where it really matters. But it's one that we have to live with, and I'm torn because I wish there were an option to vote that expresses that preferably preserved doesn't necessarily mean celebrated, that that there were a way to vote to open up the discussion without voting for it on a preferably preserved status, because I think it's a conversation that needs to happen. And right now, I don't personally see any vehicle to do that other than through that potentially 12-month process. Obviously, if an agreement is reached sooner, if there's a public conversation about it over the month of May, and there's a very clear consensus, and an agreement gets reached with the city, with the HPC and everything else, I mean, things could be different a month from now in terms of what we act on. You know, I remember plenty of cases where we concluded that memorandum of agreement process that defines what preferably preserved means in a whole lot less than the 9 months that it was then, I'm thinking of. So that's sort of my perspective.
Yeah, thank you, DJ. This is a difficult decision and a difficult position for us all. And this is something that, as a commission, I don't believe we've ever experienced before. But it's something that we will face again in the future. And perhaps there's a way we can look at making better provisions in the ordinance for that, even though the ordinance is rewritten. So with that, what I'd like to do is bearing in mind that if we vote that it's preferably preserved, then that starts a dialogue of 12 months between the applicant and the commission and the city as to what that means. And that would give a period of time where, if the city councillor for the ward and the applicant agreed to have a public meeting, that they could do that and respond back to the commission and the city. with a recommendation. And we can then enter into a dialogue as to what that preferably preserved means for this property at 125 Highland Avenue. And yes, Dick, you're absolutely right. We've got to base this decision on many aspects that we have in play here. And I think we'll put those down in the findings as to why we've reached a decision or why we haven't reached a decision. With that said, what I'd like to do is now put it to the vote. And we're going to vote on 125 Highland Avenue, HBC.DMO 2021.9909, which is for preferably preserved. All those in favor of preferably preserved, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
I'm going to do the roll call now. Okay, Eric?
Yes.
Dick?
Yes.
Adam?
No.
DJ?
Yes. Wish there were a yes with reservations. But.
Yes. All right. So, Mr. Barros, we've decided that it is to be designated preferably preserved. We understand your position and all your thoughts and appreciate all the comments that came and all the submissions that came from the public. We follow a very narrow set of guidelines here. And what we'll do now is we'll look at the reasons why we've decided that it should be preferably preserved. Would somebody like to start on those for me?
The rare example of Romanesque Revival Church in Somerville. Association with Ralph Adams Cram, you know, asterisk there, but noted architect, architect as an architect.
Yeah.
I mean,
contributes to this shape in that it's a part of an assemblage of churches that, I mean, how many are there now? 2, I mean, there 3. But it's part of a zone that way. I think you could probably mention that.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing. It's right in that whole streetscape where it sort of frames the Highland Avenue on the top of the hill. Also, it's on the National Register.
yeah, that's a big one from my perspective. I question, given the dialogue, whether Ralph Adams Cram's involvement is really I think that's one of the reasons, his involvement is one of the reasons we're even having a debate about whether it's preferably preserved in this group. I think if it were any other architect or a nameless architect, it wouldn't. So I don't know about my feelings with that as a condition or as a finding. I mean, I think it is indisputably associated with him. And so by the reading of our mandate, I suppose it ought to be. I don't know, torn on that one.
We do have several churches in the area that register. For instance, the one that's now part of Vida Real on Broadway at Spring Hill, that's on the National Register as well.
Yeah, the National Register criteria.
And that wasn't designed by Cram.
Right.
I also suggest the integrity of the building. The building has integrity. It's got the form and the massing. It's got the details. And that's not only the major building you see across the front, but the building at the back of it as well.
Did the Universalist congregation get put on the list yet?
No.
As cultural history or social?
Cultural history.
No.
And I'd like to pick up on DJ's thought by noting Cram both because he was a noted and important architect, and also because he brings with him baggage, which is important to remember.
Yes. Have you got those down, Sarah?
I got them.
One.
Your secretary has them.
Okay. Were there any other findings that we wanted to add to that? Okay. Given that those are the findings that we have down, I'd like to put that again to the vote. All those in favor of accepting those findings, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
And I'll do the roll call again. Eric?
Yes.
Dick?
Yes.
Adam?
Still no.
You don't agree with the findings?
Well, I think if I voted no before, I'd keep the no.
Okay. DJ?
Yes.
And I vote yes too. Okay. All right. So we move on to the next items on the list. Okay, we have some determinations of historic significance. Sorry, we don't. We have alterations to local historic district properties, LHD properties.
Dick, I mean, Ellen, 64 Medford was a significance, and they were not here. Did they show up again? What became of that?
Good question. Did they show up?
So if you are here for 64 Medford and you are the applicant, would you please use the raise your hand function? I don't see anybody.
I was actually moving them right to the end, Eric.
Okay.
Okay. Then let's move on to the alterations of local historic districts. We've got HBC.ALT 2021.22 Westwood Road. Application is the City of Somerville. Is the City of Somerville present apart from Sarah and?
Apart from this staff, no. Yeah. They have asked to talk to you about this on the May meeting. Excuse me.
Okay, so they're asked for continuance.
Correct.
Okay. Let's put that to the vote. All those in favor of accepting HPC ALT.2021.22 for Westwood Road as a continuance until the May meeting, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Once again, the roll call with Eric?
Yes.
Dick?
Aye.
Adam?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
And I say yes too. Okay, continued. Next one is HBC.ALT 2021.17 64 Meacham Road. The applicant is Bridget Darling.
Yes, and Bridget is here. Bridget, I'm going to unmute you. Just hold on one second. Okay, Bridget, you're unmuted on our end, and there you go. You're all set on yours.
You guys hear me?
We can, yes.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for giving me the time. I am Bridget Darling. I'm the owner of 64 Meacham. I'm also a residential construction project manager at Catamount Builders out of South Boston. So my company is going to do the work in the house, and I get to be the project manager for my own house, which is exciting. So the project is really simply an interior renovation as well as exterior restoration. From the pictures, you know, the home has been neglected over the years. So we're excited to restore it as a true historical home, which is the goal. do I lead through the staff report or?
No, Alan, are you?
I lost it
Okay, great. Where did you lose it?
right at the very beginning after she introduced herself.
Sorry, Bridget, could you briefly repeat that?
Sorry.
Sure. Yep, I'm the owner. I am also a residential construction project manager at Catamount Builders. So my company's doing my project, which is great. And it's the interior renovation of the home as well as the exterior restoration of the home.
Okay, what's the exterior that we're interested in, so long as the interior renovation doesn't damage the structure and cause a collapse of the house?
Correct. Yep.
That would not be good.
I agree.
So, do you want to tell us about it? What you're planning, what your thoughts are?
Sure. So the house is, I believe at some point the previous owner must have covered it in vinyl siding, and under the vinyl siding is asbestos shingles. So we need to remove the vinyl siding as well as the asbestos shingles, and then we wanted to just put on 4-inch wood siding everywhere. We need to replace the windows. So we have the Marvin Elevate windows proposed, which are the 2/2 with the black exterior. There are, on the left elevation, we have a few new proposed windows, as well as one on the right elevation. In terms of new locations, I should clarify, just new locations. And we would like to redo the front stairs leading up to the house and have actual posts and balusters and railings with wood treads. We'd like to redo the fence. It's falling down in a lot of areas, and we would like to remove the chunks of concrete curbs that are along the front of the house and put up a short, nice little field stone with a granite cap to enclose the front part of the house, and change the front door. Kind of all the elements, I suppose, that need to be redone on the outside of the house due to the condition.
Right.
I think that sums up most of it.
I'm just reading through it at present.
Yep.
I'd like to open this up to the commissioners for discussion.
I mean, I think generally the trend that I'm seeing, looking through the staff report quickly, you know, the restoration of the wood clapboard siding and so forth is commendable, and I get the sense that the general intent is to work to restore the historic character of the house. And I think as the staff report points out, some of the details and choices might be tweaked a little bit to better meet that goal, assuming that is the goal. But I believe the general intent, it's much better than we sometimes see of, oh, we want to come in and totally change the look of it. Which is, this seems to be an attempt to restore the architectural character, which is very pleasant to have as a starting point.
Do we want?
Yeah, I might add that a number of places on Meacham very close to this that are actual local historic districts. So there's a little clutch of places in that whole area that have been very tastefully restored. Sorry, I cut off somebody.
No, that's a good point. I was just going to go back to the procedural thing of in the staff report, Sarah has suggested that since there are a lot of little issues that we tackle them one by one and vote on them. And some of them are pretty dry, like the changing of the wood siding is nothing not to like about that. Do you want to just sort of talk about them all and then vote, or just sort of go through each one by one and vote as we address it? What's the most?
I think go through them one by one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking at that.
Just add to that, I would also like to hear from the applicant on a number of these, because I agree with DJ's thought that the basic idea of restoring it is terrific, but there may be places where we can help with some guidance about appropriate ways to do restoration on a house of that period.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yep.
Just really quickly, is that I was emailing with the applicant quite a bit over the weekend, and we're aware of a couple of the areas that might need some tweaking. So she and I were having some discussions about that over email. So we've actually furthered that conversation amongst ourselves. So when you get to some of those areas that I suspect are probably the same ones that I called out, then we can, I'm happy to fill you in on that conversation as well that the applicant and I have had.
Sure.
Shall we start with, as Eric pointed out, the very easy one?
Yeah, and just to reiterate, I do applaud. I appreciate the project. So I think we're all on the same page here. Just little tweaks can improve it. But the removing vinyl wood siding, great. It's fine by me.
Any further discussion needed? I can make a motion that we approve a certificate of appropriateness to remove the vinyl and install 4-inch wood siding.
Yeah.
I just want to make a warning to people that there is going to come a time in the life of this commission that we are going to be concerned about our obligation to preserve vinyl siding in Somerville.
Yeah, you used to say that about chain link fence.
I don't think this house is one of those.
And chain link fences, Dick.
Yeah,
exactly.
Then the city moved our period of significance back by 25 years, I believe.
I think that about asphalt siding, actually. I think some of the early asphalt siding. I think when that comes, we'll be stripping vinyl off to burn it for fuel during the post-apocalyptic times.
Well, in any case, it wouldn't have been appropriate to this home, so.
Yeah. So yeah, let's just, if we want to do it that way, or we could try to glom things together that are easy pickings, but it's an easy matter just to vote one by one, I guess.
Yeah, I would think so.
So yeah, I move we vote to approve the removal of vinyl siding, installation of 4-inch wood siding.
I'll second it, since I tried to move it first.
Oh, oops. Okay.
No, I'm kidding. That's fine.
So we usually actually don't do certificates by motion. Typically, the chair just sort of takes us through item by item, so we don't actually need motions for those.
Fine.
It's essentially the application is the motion.
Right. This is what happens when you call me back after too long away to get active again. I remember the old ways.
Okay, so windows. We're looking at installing new fiberglass windows, creating new window openings, and relocate windows.
So we asked the applicant, I'm assuming that the windows that are in it now are not original windows.
No, they are not.
Do you know what material they're made out of?
Existing windows, I'm not sure.
It looked like vinyl to me when I walked by.
Yeah, that's probably what they are.
Yeah.
And when there's original fabric, we try to save it if we can, but it doesn't look like this original fabric there. So then replacing it with windows that have the appropriate look seems like an appropriate thing to be doing.
I do have a question about the the difference between the drawing and the photograph that were included in the staff report for the front bay. The drawing looks like the roof line for the front bay is down even with the roof of the porch, but in the photograph, the bay's roof is higher than the eve of the porch roof. And I think that may be contributing to staff's comment about the windows appearing to have been moved up. I don't know that they are intended. Are you intending to reuse the same window openings there, or?
Yeah, I don't want. Correct. Yep. I don't want to move the windows up because then that would look odd if you're seeing the house from an angle. So the windows will stay in the same spot, but we did feel that it's kind of odd that the porch roof and the bay window roof, it's on top of each other there, when we could just streamline it aesthetically and have them in line.
So that there's a proposal to adjust one or the other roofs.
Yeah, so we bring the bay window roof down to be in line with the porch roof.
So to me, the character of the windows of the bay and with the band above them seems like an important architectural character. And my suspicion is that the roof is not original. And Eric, I was wondering whether you might have some thoughts about how they could reconfigure that to deal with some of the awkwardness without actually dropping down the bay.
Oh, I missed that. So you're seeking to drop the bay roof down to align with that of the porch? Is that correct?
Yes, I did want to bring, I think it looks odd now how the porch roof and the bay window roof are so close, but it's overlapping. So I did want to bring the bay window roof down.
Don't you think that would look, I mean, having those two line up, given that they're very different kind of elements, I would only be worried that by kind of washing them together like that, that would be muddying. I mean, usually when you've got these different components on the front facade, you want to kind of separate them a little bit. Do you know, was there anything there's a big space up there where there are panels or something like that above the windows?
Yes, there were decorative panels up there. You can, if you really zoom in on the Form B, you see the outline. It looks like some sort of floral detail or something.
I think just aesthetically, it would look nicer to bring that back or to have some sense of that than to just kind of glom the porch roof in with the bay roof, because it's kind of antithetical to the way these things were designed back in the day. That's my thought there. I mean, how could you, with the porch roof, what would you do then? Let me go back to the picture.
Yes, I'm sure that the porch roof was nothing like that originally. It was probably just a small cover sitting on brackets. Is typical for houses like that.
Yeah, I agree.
So I'm wondering, Eric, whether you have thoughts about whether the things that they could do with the porch and the porch roof that might make it look less awkward while preserving the existing roof of the bay, which I personally think is important to preserve.
Well, someone would call me out on this, but reducing the pitch of the roof a little bit so it's less usually there. You're not going to make it flat because then you're inviting other problems. What else could you do? You could pull it away from the bay a little bit, but then you have a weird bite taken out of the floor. But if you pulled it, if I'm seeing the picture right, so that the right post aligned with the point at which the bay meets the wall, you could have the eave intersect the bay at a slightly less prominent spot there.
I didn't think I was able to do that because I wasn't sure if I was allowed to move the staircase, because if I move that post over to the left and at the left bay window, if you're looking at it straight on, I have to move the staircase, which then comes into the sidewalk more.
Oh, does that pull up? Oh, because you're at an angle.
Yeah, that would have been ideal. That I originally wanted to do that because I just think it's odd how it cuts into a third of the bay window.
Yeah.
I think so too. Sarah, is there any reason why she couldn't do that?
I'm sorry, why she couldn't do which?
To move the stairs over to line up with the door. The porch is this moderately large porch that doesn't actually have much function on it. There's no obvious reason why the stairs should come up to the right of the front door. And if the stairs lined up with the door, then the porch could be smaller, which would be more appropriate, and getting it away from the bay would then resolve this awkward juxtaposition of this porch roof and the bay roof.
Right, I think if I pull up the plot plan really quickly, I think that, because I was thinking that myself to see if there was another option. So the way the porch is right now and the size of the porch, they could not extend the steps off of the porch directly in front of the door because it would be right, it would go into the public way itself and over the property line. So the only space that they really have for those steps is actually where they are right now.
Okay. So where they are right now, the bottom tread of the stairs comes down at the sidewalk?
It looks like it roughly, yes. Bridget, is that the case?
Yep, it's on the sidewalk. So, and there's also a telephone pole on the sidewalk in front of the door. So we can't, that also prohibits us from moving the stairs over.
Yeah.
And it's there's an angle askew to the street to relation. It's not parallel to the front.
Right. So a step, I mean,
Oh.
I'm fine, like adding a
Oh,
decorative
yeah.
above there, but aesthetically, I didn't like how the roof lines there are so different. I thought if they were in line, that would look, more pleasing.
Yeah, I see what you mean, but I just think that the concern is that you're kind of giving both elements the same roof line. People would wonder what, it'd be a little, it feels like it's violating a rule to have the bay window, which is a distinct element, share a roof with a porch. Nothing else to do with the stairs. You could slim up the depth of the porch if there's room, still have a legal landing there. I don't know how far out does it.
Yeah,
It's not a lot there.
by code.
Yeah, it looks like it's possibly 5 feet at the most, eyeballing it.
Okay.
I don't think there's much depth to play with, and I don't think the stairs can come any further doorward. She's absolutely right.
We suggest on this, although I know the applicant would like to get stuff wrapped up, that it seems like an important enough question for this house that it's worth some time to mull it over, and perhaps one or two of the commissioners could actually go take a look at it and might have some ideas about how to make that work better.
Ed, you have to run out. What would you do? That one thing?
I can come
Eric,
around
you
with
broke up
you.
when you said that.
Sorry?
You just broke up when you said that, so I was unable to hear what you said.
I'd be happy. It's up to the applicant, really. If you're suggesting then that she continue that one item.
Yeah,
I think so. We may be able to get through other stuff, but that seems like the actual work on that probably isn't the very first thing to get done. And that if you were to take a look at it, for example, Eric, we might have some better solutions that would solve her problems in a way that makes the whole front work.
Yeah, I'd be happy to run up. Do
Okay,
that.
yeah, I'm open to that. This has been something we've gone back and forth quite a bit, like many rounds of iterations here. And but yes, that sounds good. I accept the help with this.
Sometimes it helps have a fresh set of eyes to look at it.
Yes, definitely.
I wonder if there's a way to, you could theoretically, uncover part of the porch or something, looking at it, leave the stairs about where they are. Have the porch, have a space in between, and then have the bay, and then they could read architecturally as distinct elements. I don't know, just hypothesizing.
I didn't actually follow you, DJ. Eliminate roof, but
Yeah, well,
sorry.
depending, I would say depending on when you happen to set to head out there, feel free to try to loop me in. I'm looking at it and thinking there might be a narrower porch with then an uncovered stair to one side of it that comes down, give you a little more space off of the sidewalk. I don't know. I'd have to look at it a little more.
I think I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, we'll give you a holler. In a little
Yeah.
thing.
Let me know. I mean, I'm working from home these days anyway, so.
All right, so what else do we have on the list here? With respect to the windows, the fiberglass windows, I mean, they're not technically par for the design guidelines don't list fiberglass windows. Where it's an improvement over an existing vinyl, but it's better. Have you considered other window types?
Yes, I have a backup option, which is the same window by the same manufacturer that's aluminum. I've just learned that the fiberglass windows withstand less expansion and contraction with the elements. So in terms of their lifespan, they would last longer. So that was the reason for wanting to go with these. They're also less money than aluminum windows. So I figured go with what will last the longest, and they're the exact same look by the same manufacturer. So that was the thought behind that.
What's the manufacturer of those?
The Marvin Elevate windows, the 2/2 style.
So the guidance in the guidelines relates to aluminum windows, but not fiberglass. Is that right, Sarah?
Correct.
Is fiberglass mentioned as not appropriate, or is it simply not covered?
It's not mentioned at all, actually, but what is specifically mentioned is the aluminum clad.
Right. Have we run into a request for fiberglass windows in the recent past? I'm trying to remember what we've done.
I don't seem to recall any.
Recent ones, no. I don't think so.
Yeah, we get a lot of requests for vinyl, and we say nope, and end up at aluminum because it's mentioned in the guidelines. But
Adam, what's your take on fiberglass windows? Because I don't have much experience with them. I know they're sort of a newish thing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say visually, I don't see them as being too much different than the aluminum clad. The fiberglass is molded to be a specific shape, and especially I think when it's colored black or a color, it has a tendency to
have the same appearance as either aluminum clad or wood. So I guess visually, and then the benefit is that they do, lower maintenance and they'll last longer. But yeah, they are definitely a newer thing. It's molded, extruded profiles to look similar to aluminum.
You have, you have the Muntin profiles with the glazing, fake putty bead and all that in them. See if we have sections here.
I think it's at the end, yeah, of the report.
Well, I think I would be inclined to accept the fiberglass windows with staff review for the profiles. Are you okay with that, Sarah?
Yep, that's fine. I'll change the condition to reflect that.
But normally, yeah, I would generally I like aluminum trims out better than vinyl, certainly. I've never done a side-by-side comparison of aluminum to fiberglass. So if you were not replacing cheap vinyl windows with something that's better, it would be getting more scrutiny, I think.
The fiberglass is far superior to the vinyl as a material that they use.
Right.
Far superior.
What was that, Alan?
The fiberglass is that they use is far superior to the vinyl.
Okay.
And it'll hold its shape better. It won't twist or warp as easily, and it'll hold its color better. And it's also paintable.
Oh. Yeah, oddly, I just haven't spec'd them on a project yet, so I don't have a personal view of them. Okay, I would be okay with that. It'd just be nice to see the profile. I could just look it up. It's Marvin. It's online.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's the question of the window openings, right?
I was a little bit confused because the staff report says 2 windows, 3 on one side and 1 on the other.
Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize.
That's okay. I've done things like that.
There's a logic train there, come on.
On page 4 of the staff report, on the left elevation of the house, there are no windows on the first floor. So I saw the note was to make the 3 bottom windows the same size as the other windows on the house, which I'm perfectly fine doing. The only one I wanted to keep smaller was the middle window on that left elevation because that's above the kitchen sink. So the other windows would be very large there and it would really affect the cabinetry on the inside. So I was hoping to just have that one window stay the size I have, but then update the other ones. And then, yeah, the one on the right is self-explanatory. Just wanted to add one in between the 2 existing same size. So that was the thought there.
I'm okay in principle. So looking at the left elevation to start with, on the rightmost window on that left elevation, what room is that in there?
That's just right inside the front door. So right on the left, when you come in, the stairs go up. So it's just extremely dark in there. There's no light at all.
That's fine. I think Sarah picked up on this. It would be good if that window went up so it matched the horizontal lines of the other ones, like the bay and all. And can that window be sized to match another one? Okay, because you have more flexible. So what you're saying that the left 2 of those, the center of them is above a kitchen counter?
Yeah, so I could either keep the left 2 matching same size, or I could have the far left one and the far right one be the same size in the same line together, and then just the smaller one above the kitchen sink is a little different, a little smaller.
I feel like those 2 windows are going to read as a pair.
Yeah.
They should be the same one way or another.
Okay.
I'm totally fine with adding them in that wall. That wall is not a prominent part of the building, and it's empty, so it's not like you're violating the rhythm of the openings and all that.
I mean, I'm sort of half curious what evidence of old windows you'll find when you pull the vinyl siding off on that side, but
Yeah, that back,
just more as curiosity than anything else.
the back left is an addition.
Okay.
Previous owner must have put on, and even when he put it on, he didn't put any windows in there, so kind of odd.
Strange choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with Eric. To me, they read more as a pair, and keeping the two of them the same size, even if it's a slightly shorter. You know, it's a fairly non-conspicuous part of the house, and if the general character of the window is in keeping, you know, someone will look at it and think, oh, I wonder if that's a bathroom or a kitchen counter.
Mhm.
Perfectly reasonable reasons to have a differently sized window in that spot.
Right.
Ask about window sizes. You can't see it in the left elevation because it's actually part of the front elevation, but there's a window on the front of that back L, which is
Yes.
fairly close to the new proposed window on the left side that will be close to the front of the house.
Yeah, I noticed that. That's actually important that those two relate more than anything.
Exactly. So I think, you know, those two windows should relate to each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that the one on the jog that you're referencing.
Right.
Yeah, it might be actually the same size as the one I have shown on there now, and that's why it's linear. But
Okay.
yeah, I keep both of
But, yeah.
those in mind.
So those should relate, and you know, and then the assuming the two of those are the same size, that end that the line at the top of those two should also be the line for the other two on the farther back on that side.
Okay, so all four windows, the
The
tops
four
of them.
windows should line up at the top,
Okay.
Yeah.
so that if when the house is seen from the corner, which it will be because given the shape of the street, that's a fairly conspicuous view. They should all relate properly to each other.
Okay.
And on the right side, you're just going to make sure it's centered between those two windows.
Yep.
So it'll be literally three in a row. Yeah.
Yep, and then I do have the window well below to have a bedroom in the basement, so that would be new as well.
That I have no problem with. Kind of, it's given that those are required if you're going to have a bedroom down there.
Right.
May I ask a question of the commission, which is those two left rear windows in the jog, those will be the same size? Half size, or the middle one will be smaller? I missed that part of the conversation.
I mean, in the back left, the back left two?
Yep.
Yeah, I think the discussion was keeping the height, keeping the head of those windows, aligning it with the others on that side of the house.
Got it.
But allowing the sills. I saw your comments, sir. I'm more okay with those two reading a little differently just because it's in an addition building anyway and it serves a purpose.
Sure.
Blah, blah, blah. So as long as they read as a pair, because I think that the side-by-side relationship will be more important than the vertical one. Brackets, fun. Yeah, have fun with it. I don't know. You don't have anything to match, so go for it.
I know, yeah, not a lot of historic brackets on the house. I think I agree with the comment. Like the ones I picked were a little more detailed, which I don't need to go that fancy, I suppose. So I could get something a little more simpler.
Walk around the neighborhood and take a look at the other similar mansard cottages.
Yeah.
And same thing for porch posts.
Yep. Yep, I'll change those to the square, which is totally fine. so that's no
Right.
problem.
The door, I have to say, I'm not loving the front door you have picked out there.
Yeah, Sarah and I spoke about that. So in the images that she listed below, I picked a door to match very closely to the second one in from the left. Like same style. If you guys like
The
that.
second one in from the left is a double door, I think.
Well, it's taken of an image of a double door, but I just tried to like slice off that one, and she's found a single door that looks like that.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah, it's, the door that's there is also bad, so bad.
Baby blue.
All right.
I personally like the door with the two lights side by side, but I'm fine with the next one if that's your preference.
Okay.
We just mentioned sort of on all of these details. We should probably have, since we haven't actually seen the final version yet, have staff review on those as well.
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah. I agree with Sarah regarding the brick paver color. I think with a true brick type color.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, that's fine. I can change it.
I know gray is a thing right now, but I think it would just, yeah, as she left good reasons for that. Did we catch everything?
And then just I think
the wall.
Yeah, the little stone wall. So just the field stone and then a granite cap.
How high is this wall?
It's pretty low.
What's
I
that?
still want to keep it low so people wouldn't sit on it. So I think the curbs there now are about 12 inches. So I thought it would be 12 inches or 14 inches. So not much different.
I wonder, at that height, I wonder, is there I mean, a cap is certainly not inappropriate, but I wonder if you even need a cap at that sort of low level, or is the cap just because you're using a stone veneer?
Yes.
The
The
latter,
stone.
okay.
This is where the existing Cape Cod berm is?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And where the railroad ties are as well? Are you going back? You're going back that far, yes?
Yes, it would return where that small piece of fence on the left, and then it would end on the corner of the house where we were discussing the window that is on that job. So I want to take the railroad wood off of the driveway there. It's so tight as it is with the angle of the building. But then I would carry the stone right into the house on that corner.
Question for DJ.
Sure.
Landscape person. Is there a point with a wall where it's so low that the veneer doesn't make a lot of sense?
I'm sorry, you broke up a little, Eric.
Oh.
Try again.
I'm just curious about when a wall is low like that, is there a point at which the veneer makes less sense because there's so little like stones? Does that make sense?
It does. I mean, in terms of like feasibility of construction and everything else. I mean, I think in a wall that low, you wouldn't have to go far below grade with actual stone to get a good, you're not retaining much. We're talking 12-ish inches, Bridget, I believe you said?
Right.
Yeah. So you could probably do that for the cost of getting the veneer done. You might, well, I mean, you know your trade, so you might be able to do natural stone. I mean, I don't believe you'd need to go down to frost depth at that height. And so there's no particular, not a huge benefit gained to doing the veneer probably in terms of cost and feasibility, unless it's, it's probably a little more dimensionally stable, but then you run the risk of the veneer popping off if you get frost behind it or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's worth exploring doing natural stone, I think, just for suitability of construction. I think for the appearance of it, it's not going to make much difference one way or the other. But if you did a nice fieldstone wall with a dark mortar and a deep raked joint, you could get a real sort of stacked stone look out of it. Depend on your mason, I think.
Yeah. Okay, I can explore the
I think it's worth exploring. I mean, I think the stone veneers come out extremely well and they have their place. I usually see them when you've got, a taller wall that really needs a structural stability of a concrete with rebar in it to avoid moving over time. And I don't think you're in that situation here. And you do pay sort of a premium for face foot to get the nice cut and fitted pieces, but then again, it's not cheap to build a stone wall either.
Right. I think when I did the math the first time, the veneer would have come out less expensive. But not
probably does.
Anything too crazy.
So can I recommend changing amending the condition such that it allows for the veneer with the cap or a natural stone wall in the way that DJ just mentioned, and that way she has the option.
I think that makes sense to me.
I only bring that up because I don't know that you see this particular design. It looks nice, but in historic context, Disney tends to kind of dump stones there. And if you wanted it to look a little bit more like an old New England wall.
Right, this is a little more, this particular one is a little more cut and fitted looking, I think. The one that's in the proposal.
It's an improvement, so I agree with just allowing the flexibility to do whichever. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Makes sense to me. That the New England rather than the Berkshire, I think, is just a difference in color, really, rather than the patterning.
Yeah, I went and saw those in person, so it's just the color.
Yeah, and I would agree with you that the Berkshire is probably a nicely uniform color. On something that's only 12 inches tall, the variation is going to be more distracting than appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What is this? Northeast doing.
And may I ask, was it staff review on the corbels, the final corbel choice too? I'm sorry, not corbel, bracket.
Brackets.
I
Yeah,
think so,
that's
with the caveat that if she needs to come back for another look at the porch, we could deal with porch posts and brackets at that point too. So good to have some staff input in the meantime, but that could actually wait until she comes back.
Okay. Which, coming back, by the way, Bridget, would be May, would be the next meeting, but everything else we can get signed off and the certificates going, so you can start doing your other work. And then you just figure out the porch in the meantime, is what they're saying.
Okay. All right, that sounds great.
So do we have it all?
Yeah.
Yep, that was everything on my list.
All right.
So, Alan, if I could suggest that we continue the porch, and then we can go through and act on the request for certificate for everything else?
I think that's a good idea. All right. So do you have all the changes, Sarah? For the
Yeah,
it's a certificate of appropriateness, right?
That's correct. So between Adam and I, we have it.
Okay. Then we'll vote on this for HBC.ALT 2021.17, 64 Meacham Road. The first thing we'll vote on is the certificate of appropriateness for the list of items that Sarah already has and Adam has in the minutes. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
And we'll do the roll call again. Eric?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
Dick?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
And I say yes. And we'll vote to continue discussion on determination on the porch and the brackets and anything else on the porch? No, that's just that.
I think the porch posts as well.
I'm sorry, say again?
Porch columns. The porch columns.
Porch columns.
And how exactly are we going to arrange a couple of you taking a look at the house? Like just go by on your own, take a look at it and see if you can figure out a solution?
Yeah, well, it's Eric and DJ were going to take a look with it, will you?
I think I can do that.
Okay. And then if you all could do that within the next, honestly, I'll need to know in like a couple weeks, and what you suggest. So send your thoughts to me, and then I can communicate them to Bridget, so that everything goes through staff.
Sure, because this is one of those where we're not able to discuss it outside the context of the meeting, the open meeting law.
Right, right.
We can't, Eric and I, meet with Bridget at the site to discuss together.
Yeah, I really hesitate on that one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right.
Okay.
So we'll vote on continuing the porch, the brackets, and the columns until the May meeting. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And once again, Eric?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
Dick?
Yes.
And I say yes. Okay, carried. Okay, Bridget, got it?
Got it. Thank you guys so much.
Sarah will be in touch.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bridget, for taking on this project. The house is going to be great.
Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing it.
Yeah. And thank you for working with us on the items that Sarah identified.
Of course, it's extremely helpful. Thank you.
Well, I know it's late, but we do have one other in front of us, which is HBC.ALT 2021.21, which is 33 Warren Avenue. Is the applicant here, Sarah?
Yes, Jill Javor, I apologize if I say your name improperly. I've unmuted you, and is there anybody else with you? You'll just need to unmute yourself on your side. There you go.
Yes, hi Sarah, this is Jill Javor. I appreciate the time. My husband Attila Javor, who is also an owner and the general contractor on the building, is here. We did have a representative of the mayor's office and one of the owners that's already in the unit and some people in the neighborhood, but unfortunately because of the time, you know, they have thus dropped off. So you just have Attila and I at this point.
Okay, do you want to tell us about this?
Sure, I'm gonna let Attila, we're owners, but he's also the GC, so I'm gonna let him start.
Sure, so before COVID and before the change of zoning, we kind of started this project. It was a building that was being used as an illegal 5-unit building covered in asbestos and excuse me, just a kind of gnarly looking building that was pretty beat up. And you know, basically we went in front of the board, got some approvals for some things. During that process, we started at some point, I think in January, engineering started coming down on us about some busted up sidewalks and what have you. And we put in and replaced some things that were outside of our purview. So we are back here to hopefully get some, and we are going for a curb cut, which every other home on the street does have, which is asphalt on every single one of them. And I have pictures if any of y'all care for them.
All right, I'd like to open this up for commissioners. Comment? Inputs?
This is Dick, and I have a question. There was a house on Warren Avenue where there'd been issues about work being done without the applicant coming to us. Is this the same property, or is this another house on Warren?
This is a different house on Warren. So this property, before Christy retired, she handled this in 2019. But what the ask was there for that certificate that was issued was not for the hardscaping on the property. It was for the actual work on the building itself.
Okay.
Yep, so this one's different.
Okay, good, thanks.
So the hardscaping includes the new driveway with the pavers?
That's correct. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Am I not? Is this not for me?
No.
I'm sorry. I'll stay quiet. I'll mute myself. How's that?
I think that was intended for you.
Okay, I'm unmuted. I'm back. Sorry. Attila J. Vort again. I know you guys are keeping record and minutes and stuff, so.
Thank you.
Yes, that's correct. So we installed pavers. And engineering wanted permeable pavers, so we ended up putting in permeable pavers in anticipation. We actually did get approvals for a curb cut, but I think that's being re-examined for other zoning and things. So we're kind of in a little bit of a in-betweener state right now.
Right, and if I could explain, Mr. Chairman, the thing about the curb cut is engineering can sign off on a curb cut, but there's more than one department that needs to do that. And so planning and zoning through my colleagues at ISD has not signed off on the curb cut yet.
Does putting a curb cut in comply with the zoning? Is a matter of interest?
Putting in a curb cut, yes, but there's a question as to whether or not the installation of the driveway itself has violated the zoning code because the appropriate combined side setbacks do not appear to be met.
Yeah, well, the driveway hasn't come before us.
Correct.
And that's something over which we have purview.
Correct.
And it looks like there's two, I could be wrong from the angle, but it looks like there's two different types of pavers on the driveway. The first portion from the sidewalk to the corner of the house looks to be a different color and pattern than the rest. Is that because some is permeable and some is not, or?
That's correct.
Do we have a record on what the pavers were that were used as part of the application for everything, or? I mean, I'm sure Attila can tell us, but I'm wondering if we already had the info.
I don't have specs on it.
What are the products that you ended up using for the walkway, for the permeable portion and the non-permeable portion?
I can pull that up if you can just give me 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
I did upload it. 1 second. Can you find that one, please? Oh, okay. No, the pavers, the type. It was made to look like cobblestone. It was basically a
We have an entire folder. I know we but we're happy to pull it up as well.
It looks to me like it could actually be 3 different kinds. I think one type in front of the steps to the front, and then 2 different types on the driveway itself.
So I have it here. So it's a Camelot is the make, and the pavers that are used in the walkway are the same that are used in the backside portion of the driveway.
Okay.
And then the front is the permeable pavers that were required by engineering to adhere to there.
Sure. And so that the front type are the more cobble-looking permeable. Is that the intent? Or are the back ones the
back
cobble
ones?
look?
To be frank, I'm not a big fan of the permeable pavers. I just don't like the way they sit and the way they lock together. But they do obviously are gapped in a way to allow water seepage.
Sure. There are, should it come to that, since I know one of the factors under discussion, as you probably heard in the previous cases, is to some extent the color. There are other permeable paver options out there that fit together in different ways. I'd be happy to work with staff to recommend if we end up in a situation where we're talking about permeable paver materials, but not these. Just throwing that out there.
Sure, I understand. No, thank you.
Yeah, we'll see where that goes, but.
Yeah. We did do a lot. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sarah.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just kidding. I mean, as you can see, we did a lot of work to the exterior of this house to really bring it back. We went to Anderson McQuaid, had them do custom mahogany pieces to replicate the crown molding that had rotted. A lot of the, there's just a lot of detail on that house that we really painstakingly put back together. It was a mess under the asbestos, as you can imagine, and it just years and years of neglect that went into this home. And so, we're right at the finish line. I really want to put the landscaping in and really dress it up nicely. I'm excited to kind of get it wrapped up.
So the part that concerns me is the driveway. The driveway is something over which we have purview, and it's not something that I believe we would have approved for several reasons. But it's interesting that there's a zoning issue with it as well. And I don't know whether we could approve something that has a zoning issue as well. Anyway, but to look at this, I think the driveway is not appropriate for several reasons. Firstly, it's a driveway instead of a walkway. If there's going to be a driveway, the way they did driveways for houses of this era was the ribbon drive, the 2 tracks going up. Typically it's in brick, it's not in pavers. And it's got grass in between, or more commonly weeds, but theoretically grass. I'm just very concerned about this driveway the way it is, even with or without a curb cut, over which we have no purview or inputs whatsoever. That's not our department. But I'm surprised that engineering went ahead and sort of said that you should go ahead without consulting us, because this is obviously not in their purview, it's our purview. And I look at the driveway and I see it as being not appropriate. I don't know whether I feel as though we could approve it or not, to be fair. Even if it was, the color is wrong, the way it's set up is wrong. It's just not consistent with the house.
Oh, go ahead, Luca.
I just want to, I'm sorry, this is Jill Jabor. So I just want to respond a bit because unfortunately, we only got the staff report at 12:50 a.m., although we appreciate Sarah. I mean, she's kind of a party of one doing everything right now. So we do appreciate like her extra attention to it. But there's a few things I want to point out. Sarah had said in her report that she felt what was more prevalent in the area was more of a ribbon driveway or a walkway. And as we went through all the orders, and it was very important to us. I mean, we're Somerville residents. We wanted to make sure that we complied with the order. And, that's why a member of the mayor's committee was actually going to be on this call, because the mayor's office obviously created the guidelines that we're all following. And it was saying that it's recognized that often the environment surrounding the property has a character, scale, and street pattern quite different from that existing when the building was constructed. Thus, it must be frequently made to accommodate the new condition, and the landscape treatment can be seen as a transition feature between the structure and to newer surroundings. So my point is, and I've uploaded every single picture of every single home on Warren Ave. Every single home has a driveway, and every single home's driveway is asphalt. And it's ugly, but it is what it is. I've also uploaded pictures of the 3 blocks surrounding that not one of them have the bricks or what Sarah is suggesting. Again, I'm not disregarding Sarah's opinion. I appreciate everything she's done, but what I'm saying is I'm trying to comply with what the recommendations are, but also want to look that, are we being treated kind of unfairly against the rest of the neighborhood, where at this point, we're basically being the only ones required to do this. So back again to, it started in December that, we were still doing work on the property, and we had received a letter from engineering stating that the driveway and the sidewalks needed to be improved and put back together for safety reasons. And if we didn't do it within a certain period of time, we were going to be fined. So what we did at that point was we uploaded, and unfortunately, Sarah, I didn't know that Sarah has no access to Citizen Serve and has no access and doesn't review any of it. I mean, again, we're doing the best we can to comply. We just weren't aware. So, but at that point, we had uploaded everything we were going to do, all the pictures, how it was, everything in engineering at that point had asked us. We submitted everything. We were approved. The pavers that we installed, everything was approved. It was only after from engineering. So, and I kind of put this in my email that I copied the historic board on, which is, we're not experts in historical. That's why we look to you. Right? My husband and I, we are long-term residents of Somerville.
You didn't look to us. You came to us for the improvements on the house, but not for the driveway and for the
and Helen, with all due respect, I appreciate what you're saying. We weren't told. When we went in front of historic previously, there was nothing in the certificate of appropriateness that said anything about a driveway and landscape. So, it was our mistake. We should have reached out, but honestly, we just didn't know. We just didn't know. It was our mistake, our fault. It was our ignorance. We didn't know. We didn't do it.
May I add some color? What was there though before? And I know Sarah and we had talked about this, and there was actually concrete, broken up concrete walkway, driveway or lack thereof, and really all of the whole backyard was actually concrete. And I assure you, there was nothing there that was of value, of historical significance, and it got busted up during construction. Also, quite frankly, I mean, it just, through the renovation, everything else, everything took a beating. The sidewalks absolutely have to be replaced. I don't know if you can see it in the pictures, but they're cracked, a few of them. And we're trying to wrap this thing up, and in between COVID too. I mean, a lot of things changed. I mean, a lot of the avenues that I typically and channels I have weren't available, and it's just this project. It was tough to get to this, to where we are today. And we're whatever. We just want to get a path to completion at this point. Really, I mean, we're there. We've have a certificate of occupancy on one of the units. We're waiting on the second certificate of occupancy. Obviously, this is one of those hurdles that we have to overcome in order to obtain it. And this is where we're at currently.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
if I may really quickly, so just some clarifying things here. So staff report, when we talk about a ribbon driveway, it's not about there being ribbon driveways on Warren Ave. It's about, like, if a driveway were extant, people were to install driveways at the time during the early automotive years, then they would have been ribbon driveways. That is very typical historically as to what would happen. There has never been a driveway on this property. Nobody is arguing that a concrete sidewalk is historic at all. But that is what was there. So you could have, one of the options was to retain that walkway rather than the driveway. When it comes to things such as the mayor's office attending, the mayor's office doesn't attend Historic Preservation Commission meetings or any meetings for that matter. In fact, I was just talking to George Proakis about it, and I guess there was an email that went to the mayor's office complaining about the staff report that you received. And George Proakis and Director Lewis and I all are in agreement about what is in the staff report. So the staff report comes from staff. It's not just Sarah White's opinion. It is staff's professional assessment of a project and a property and a proposal. So that's where we're at now with this.
Sarah, if you don't mind, I just want to, just say one comment before the board that I truly respect is going to respond. As far as the staff report and as far as whoever is responding or not, I'm not going to talk with the mayor's office. I mean, they created the commission. I'm just, I'm an aggrieved kind of resident of Somerville as well as developer. We've won numerous awards, as you're aware, for historic preservation in the past. And this has just been extremely frustrating, especially with COVID. And I mean, we've had people under agreement for purchase and sales. They've been doing whatever they can. These are new residents to Somerville. And as my husband and I are both residents of Somerville, we feel terrible that this is their entry into our city. But that being said, going back to your proposal in the staff report, while you're saying everybody is in agreement, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what you just said, everyone who read it is in agreement, you were making a recommendation about making a walkway instead of a driveway, saying that's what was there before. But if you actually look at what the engineering report was and what their recommendations were to us previously to saying anything, was if it was going to be a walkway, it needs to be smaller. If it needs to be a driveway, it needs to be bigger. So what you're proposing still wouldn't be in line with what was there. You're still asking us, if we do a walkway, we still have to make changes. And as far as the landscaping and everything else, I appreciate your comment saying, yes, it was overrun, it was this and that, but we don't need to talk about that. Let's just say we need green space. Again, that's very difficult for us as developers to swallow, considering, like, you made a comment in your staff report that in the back where we put pavers, there was no landscaping, there was nothing. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the picture that you put in your staff report is from Google Earth. Like, I pulled the same one of a truck in front of it. I have uploaded pictures, which all of you are part of, that has trees and shrubs and flower beds. So again, what you put in your report is not like respective of really what we've done there. And that's really one of my major issues, is I'm happy to do whatever you want to make this in compliance, but to make kind of some broad extreme statements in the staff report, like rip out the entire driveway and put in a walkway, when it actually, if it's put in a walkway, we actually have to change it. And I uploaded pictures of every single home on Warren Street. Every single one has a driveway. I then did a 2.5 block radius and uploaded every single home. Not one has the bricks that you are requiring, and not one has the ribbon driveway that you're requiring, and not one is a walkway. They're all driveways. So you have to understand my frustration, where we are doing, especially with COVID and the changes in zoning and everything, We have done everything possible to work with you and to work with this department. But again, Sarah, you're the expert, and to this board, you guys are the experts. We are going to follow your lead. So again, going back to my comment, Sarah, in the email that you represented, yes, I did say we went in front of this board in November 2019, I think it was, and we said we want to do X, Y, Z, and we got the certificate of appropriateness for that. No one mentioned anywhere where there's pictures. By the way, when you can do the landscaping and the driveway, come talk to us. No one said a word. There's nothing. So again, I'm not the expert. I am leaning on all of you as the experts, and I'm happy to do whatever it complies to, whatever you want me to do, but to do it proactively and pretend like I did this with malice is just so disheartening to the fact that I'm a resident here, I live here, I'm proud of being here, we've won historic awards for being here, and instead, like, we've been on a really negative attitude. And it's very difficult as a resident and a developer to kind of go along with what you're saying.
Okay, let's
Let's
sort
go
of
on, Matt, I think.
step back
Mr.
just a
Chairman.
fraction from that. And I think that basically what we're saying here is that we are a little bit confused about what's happening here, is because you are a developer, all right? You go to engineering and the engineering say, put in a driveway, but they don't tell you need a curb cut. They don't tell you that you need to have HPC approval. But yet you've been before us, hang on a minute, please.
Of course.
You've been before us before to have an HPC approval for the restoration and renovation on the house. And yet you know that to do anything on the outside, you should come before us before the fact, not after the fact. And now you've come to us and said that, okay, we've put in this driveway, and I'm told now that there's a zoning issue as well. And that even though you say every house in the street has a driveway, well, that's fine. I'm only looking at 33 Warren Avenue, your place, all right?
And I respect, and I understand, and I respect what you're saying, for sure.
If this was something that was going to be done, it would have been done this way, all right? This is the way they did things in those days. My driveway is asphalt. They tore up bricks to put down the asphalt. I wish they hadn't, they did. But what we're facing now is we're facing a driveway which is out of compliance, and we're facing the dilemma as to what to do with it.
Yes, and I appreciate what you're saying, Alan. Go ahead, DJ, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. Thank you, Jill. And I do want to say that I think, as Alan just mentioned, I think everyone respects the work that you've done on the exterior of the building and the dialogue that we had on that. And thank you for that and for your past work in the city.
Thank you.
But that said, I didn't read the staff report as intending to be antagonistic, but I understand where it might have come across that way for you. I actually have a question about the Form B, which if you scroll to the photograph of the house in it, there actually is a car parked to the right of the house in the area that's being discussed as having never had a driveway.
Okay, so I'm sure. DJ, I just want to stop you for a second. What the report that we received from Sarah, this like at 1 o'clock this morning, said something about a Form B, and I didn't see any attachment to a Form B. So I'm going to pull it up, and I'm hoping to see what you are discussing, but I didn't see. She referred to a Form B, and I didn't see any Form B on what was sent to her. So
the Form B is pages
try to look at the same thing you
6,
are.
7, and 8 of the PDF, and I'm looking at the photograph on page 7.
You give me 1 second, then I will email it over.
That will work. But this is actually more a question. And Sarah, I thoroughly respect everything you do.
Oh, no, I'm not worried.
And
It's okay.
There has clearly never been a curb cut or any evidence of a curb cut.
Correct.
But looking back, you know, if the backyard was all broken up, disused concrete by the applicant's testimony, granted we don't we don't have a record, but I don't have any reason to doubt that that was the case because that happens
Thank
plenty
you.
of times. I mean, it would not surprise me that there was a disused and abandoned driveway because the curb cut had gotten closed up for whatever reason there, once upon a time. Which
Yeah,
is
I mean,
not
look,
to
it's
say we've
entirely,
extant now. But
yeah, it's entirely possible. It's possible that it was dirt never paved, that
grass.
people parked in their front yards for a variety of
Yeah.
reasons. When you see the Form B, it's like back in the 80s and things were just a
Yeah.
little bit different then.
Just a
But
bit.
on that, yeah, I mean, I think it's like a K car too. But what we see, you know, from the Google Earth images that I put in, the series of them, was that it's a concrete sidewalk. You know, if you put the concrete
Yes.
sidewalk back, you have to make it wider. That doesn't matter. That's fine. But that's just what was there. That's the evidence. That,
There's a car park right there.
Oh, you know, I'm sorry, Sarah, thank you so much for sending the Form B, and now I understand what DJ is looking at. Which, yes, there is a car parked, not only in whatever we feel is a driveway or not, but also one in front. So, you know, to say that it was never used as a driveway where someone was parking in it, you know, obviously from what you just sent us, doesn't seem an accurate representation.
well, I'm not so sure about that, because I think the issue is
sorry,
actually
Sarah
now
didn't
that
know
there's
that.
a much larger driveway and
No, and-
and whatnot that's been installed now.
No, and we understand, and listen, again, the last thing we want to do is something that is upsetting or disruptive or disrespectful to what historic is about for Somerville. Truly, it's the last thing we want to do. Our frustration lies in, specifically during COVID, where nobody, and I think today you guys still aren't in you know, in the office that we can actually sit down and talk to you. We went from engineering saying one thing, and then 4 months later, you know, getting Hans saying, talk to historic, like we got so many mixed messages that we made moves forward, and then we were told you weren't allowed to, and take 4 steps back, and now we're penalizing you. And we are now in a position that, thankfully, and Sarah and I thank you, I know that you were one of the proponents to sign off on it, that of the 2 units, one, we were able to obtain a C of O, and there is an owner right now living in it. And again, he was one of the people that, unfortunately, he's dropped off, but you know, he's an owner now at that residence and wanted to speak. And we have a second that is under a PNS that, you know, their extensions of financing has expired because we've gone through COVID, we've gone through kind of all of this. So, you know, in my opinion, I just kind of want to take an understanding of the general picture of what we're trying to accomplish here, okay? Which is everything that was required of us, which we were happy to do in the certificate of appropriateness for the structure, we did, and we've uploaded the pic. We had no problem with that. We appreciate, again, we're residents here. We want it to be beautiful, okay? But this is something that has had a lot of different opinions in, and now we're at the point, and my husband, he's gonna point something out right now that he just pulled up.
Please. But
there is,
Hold
you
on,
know,
may I please? Please.
Go ahead.
Clearly, there was
I know.
cars parking somehow. I can tell you the curb is much higher than this vehicle could drive over right now. So at some point, somehow, somewhere, there was a driveway being used.
So he's referring to the Form B.
We don't know that.
Recently sent to us
We do
saying,
not know that.
you know, you were saying that there's never been a driveway there. He's saying that there must have been at some point. But
No, we don't know that.
regardless, and Alan, I appreciate what you're saying. Regardless, we want to do what's right, okay? And we had uploaded to Citizenserve the permeable pavers that we wanted to install. Alan, you're now saying that you feel that those were not proper and not what you would have wanted there. You don't think they're appropriate. And I guess our question is, why are they not appropriate? How are they significant to the actual structure and, you know, and what's going on with the build? You know, I mean, it's just one of the things, like, how do we understand what you want without you guys being specific? You know, I mean, it specifically said that, you know, the sections preserve the existing or later essential landscape features that enhance the property. All we have done is try to enhance the property. You know, the landscaping which Sarah put in her report was, you know, we need landscaping, but don't pay attention that for the past 40 years, basically, it's been derelict and run down and whatever, because that's not in our purview. But we think that there should be more green space and it should be returned to a walkway. Then we have engineering saying it can't be a walkway because you have to change it, or it can't be a driveway because you have to change it. Then we apply for a curb cut and a driveway and we get permission, and then we get retroactive 3 months later saying no. So please, like, I will do what you ask, but you have to understand my frustration here, which is talking about driveway. We've done everything we can to respect the house, the dwelling, and the street it's on. We are now at an impasse of ripping something out and creating a walkway, which Sarah has recommended, but we have engineering and pictures we've now shown, which is it wasn't a walkway. People, there was driving on it, there was parking on it. So what do we do?
Pictures that show it is a walkway.
Well, we also know, if you look at Form B that
shows-
Sarah just sent, if you look at Form B that Sarah just sent, there's cars parked on it, so it's not a walkway.
No, there's one car parked in the yard. We don't know if there's a driveway there or not. People park cars in yards all the time.
Okay, we also know it's a walkway.
We don't know there's a driveway. What we do know is that there is a walkway there when you look at it in the other photographs, which go from back to earlier, back to 2020, you put the driveway in. 2017, 2013, they're all walkways.
Yeah, we did not put anything in 2013 or 2017. I don't understand what you're saying.
That was there. So that's what we're facing. I understand your frustration.
No, and
Right.
Alan,
I
with all due
sympathize.
respect, in 1988, they were parking in that driveway, whether it was a ribbon, whether it was.
We know one person parked in there, that's all we know. And we
But
don't
we
know
also
if it's a
know that
driveway.
no one, but to say one person parked there, how can you say it was never used as a driveway? Just because we have one picture.
But we don't know that.
Googled to show
don't know
one
that.
car. I mean, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. There's a car and a motorcycle parked there. As we're pulling up the
If I
same
might,
pictures. I mean,
to
come on.
answer Bill's question quickly about the landscaping point Sarah raised, being the landscape architect on the commission. What it is that we don't have purview over the plant material itself to a large extent, but we do have purview over the, I don't know what you want to call it, the rhythm of the green spaces, what is landscaping versus what is hardscaping, the way that interacts with the streetscape in general, even if we
Absolutely
don't have
understood.
purview over the living plant material, because you can't mandate someone to keep a tree alive that nature causes to die or what have you.
Yes.
So that's where Sarah's comments are coming from. Like what was or wasn't greenscape is a factor in how the property fits into the neighborhood. And I mean, I feel the pain of being in a house without a driveway. I'm one of the few on my block that has no driveway. And in fact, historically, I think I may be in the only house on the block that had no driveway. One of the others gave theirs up in a weird property thing years back, but there's no driveway. It's just got grass to one side and a walkway to the other. And that is never going to change. And I just live with that. And I park in my in-laws' driveway when we have to get off the street and there's no spaces for snow clearing.
You're lucky you have good in-laws.
I do have good in-laws.
There you go.
But that said, and close in-laws, which helps a lot with parking a car in their driveway. But that aside, I think that's where that landscape comment that Sarah was making comes from. And there's, I think where we're coming from is that, well, to some extent, what we say about the presence or absence of a driveway may end up moot depending on what zoning says also. I mean, I think we can't approve it if zoning won't allow it. And it may be worth, 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 it you know, try, because I understand changing uses, and you are right. I believe that the other houses on your street all have driveways. I don't think it would be a major interruption to the rhythm of the streetscape from my perspective to have a driveway there if it meets zoning. The appearance of this one as it has come out, and I understand that you tried to submit the materials through the channel that you thought was appropriate. Sorry, engineering didn't steer you in the right direction months ago, but we don't have control over them. I think that the material appearance of it is really out of character with the wonderful historic work you've done on the facade of the home, to me. And some of that is the width, some of that is the, you know, the fullness of it. It takes up the full space to a stark concrete curb with a modern sort of paver look toward the back. I mean, even though, yes, they're trying to be cobble-like, they're not cobbles. And the permeable pavers in the front, that particular style of them only sort of enhances the modernness of the look. And I understand engineering made you put in permeable pavers, and
it approved what we put in. I mean, that's, I mean, it's, again,
well, I know.
There's not that we want to do anything wrong. We thought we were going through the right channels, and we submitted and we were approved. And I'm happy, and you can look in, so apparently you guys don't see citizen certified. Everything was approved, and only months later were we put in this position. And I guess, you know, my initial reaction when I was reading Sarah's report was talking about the pavers, for example, in the back. And she said, well, you know, there's no landscape, there's no landscape, blah, blah, blah. That's not true. There was no picture that she presented. I don't know if she actually went and inspected the place or not. I have no idea. But I supported pictures of, hey, here's the bedding, here's the landscaping, here's the trees. So you have to understand my frustration when there is a report that the first thing I start reading is, oh, this in the back, all these pavers were installed and there's no landscaping. It's just not true. And that starts my frustration, which is if you're going to come at me and tell me I need to do XYZ or I did XYZ wrong, be accurate in it. Show me pictures like I've shown you. I've shown you pictures. I completely complied. I have Sarah giving a report saying I haven't with no backup. So I really, like, what am I supposed to do with that? Really?
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, and Jill correct me, but I believe the report refers to the backyard about being pavered save for the perimeter where there's landscaping.
You know, I'm happy to go through it again, but you know, I don't want to take
that because
I've
seen online.
But honestly, if it sticks in my brain, you know, most likely I believe what I'm saying. I don't want to doubt you, but yes, I believe that was one of the things that as I was going through your staff report, I'm like, okay, I understand. And I'm like, well, this is completely not accurate. And I'm looking at pictures. I'm like, well, I can go on Google Earth, and that's actually, you took the picture from Google Earth, which means you did not go to the property, anybody, and actually inspect it. You were like Googling things online and making decisions which aren't accurate of what we've actually done on the property. And that's very disappointing. I understand with COVID, everything else, believe me. I mean, we had 3 months, we were shut down with COVID. We still had to pay mortgage. We still had to pay permits. We had to do everything. We did everything we possibly could to continue to comply with what you wanted, to continue to be a very, you know, important aspect of Somerville as we are residents here. And also, it's a 2-unit that we have 2 people, 2 different families moving in that have never been a part of Somerville. And unfortunately, this is what's going on right now that we've had to introduce them to. And it's extremely disappointing, not only as a developer, but as a resident who lives here, who wants nothing more than to make everything beautiful and to comply. So if you're going to make suggestions, I would appreciate in the future actually going to the property and taking a picture and saying, Jill, you represented this in this picture. Here's a picture that says different. That didn't happen at all.
At present, on page 4, it says under driveway, the fourth paragraph, it says at present, the entirety of the backyard is covered in pavers, save for the perimeter thereof.
though this is not in the purview of the HPC. And I know that because I looked up the pictures online for the listing.
Okay, so I wish you would have actually come in person and not saw things online, because in person you actually can see in real time what's happening. And those are the pictures that I uploaded. So that representation, that's exactly what I was discussing of what you just said. Unfortunately, you know, if you Googled things and pulled pictures up online, it's not going to be an accurate representation of what it is today. And that's what I showed in the pictures that I uploaded and shared with you in the Dropbox and every member on this committee of, here are trees, here are plantings, here are flower beds. So that was a misaccurate representation that I believe is really kind of unfair and kind of discriminating and like making a really negative statement in a report that's just not true of what it is right now. It's just not
No,
true.
it actually doesn't have any bearing on what they do because it's
So
not
that's no
actually in their
bearing. Why are you
purview.
mentioning it then? If it has no bearing, what's the point?
Can we bring
yeah,
this back
bring
to
this
the
around.
point that we're here for, and that's the driveway? Can I ask you a question? When you went to ISD to pull the permit for the driveway and told them what engineering had said, did they agree with that?
That's something I have. Attila is the GC. I need to ask him, Attila, if he's still here, to come and respond. So what I can tell you is, you know, not to kind of indirectly answer your question, Ellen, and I know where you're going with this, is yes, we were completely always we knew we needed a driveway permit. What we did not know is that we had to come to historic first, even though engineering had already signed off on our materials, to also ask engineering, or excuse me, also ask historic. And again, it goes back to, you know, we're not an expert in this. We're trying to do our best. When we got our certificate of appropriateness in November 2019, there was no mention of the landscape or the driveway. And that, so when, and what we also understand is that a building permit under the rules, and correct me if I'm wrong, will not be issued unless your commission has signed off. Our building
Local
permit
Historic
was issued,
District, yes.
right, so our building permit was issued without recognizing this. So how are we supposed to, sorry, go ahead.
Understood. I would say respectfully, Jill, the 2019 decision, if it didn't reference the landscaping, it's because the application didn't reference any landscaping changes.
But isn't that
That's correct.
counterproductive, don't you think? Like, on a separate conversation, DJ, I would really appreciate having this conversation with you. I don't want to take up the whole commission's time about this, but, you know, again, you guys are the experts. You are the ones to tell us what we should be doing and what we shouldn't. And we're happy to do this. Just like when we came to their first meeting, we were talking about different windows or so on. And they were like, no, you know, we were told you can't do these. So well, what's the alternative? I don't know, but you can't do that. It's very difficult to comply with the meaning and the purpose of what this commission was created with without specific guidance. To step back and take a seat back and say, well, you know, you didn't ask for it. How am I supposed to know I need to ask for it?
I might be missing something, but how can we provide guidance if you don't come to us with an application to do the work? That's the part that I'm missing.
Yeah.
I get, and Adam, I appreciate what you're saying, but you know, there was a staff report that I think Christy, who's no longer with us, from what I understand, took pictures and everything, and so she saw the property. So took pictures of the property, put it in her staff report when we came to the property. Never once in those pictures where it showed like the, you know, the walkway, everything was like, oh, by the way, I know you guys asked for this, but also like, you got to take care of this too. Like how, you know, you're saying it wasn't in the application. I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm saying the opposite, which is you as the commissioner are the experts. Shouldn't you be telling me, hey, you guys made an application for XYZ. By the way, you should have also asked for this. We're letting you know that this is in our purview. Please also comply with this. We would have.
I would encourage you then to reach out to your city councilors and have them give us more authority.
Well, we did, and that's why a member of the mayor's, that's why some people were supposed to be.
We don't have the authority to review applications that are in front of us.
Listen, listen, I get your frustration. I get it. I totally appreciate it. And you're right. And I'm expressing our frustration of where we're missing something. And DJ, I totally 100% take into account where you're like, we're at the same impasse, right? Like I'm saying, please tell us. And you're saying, have the, you know, our constituents give you more power. I'll be the first person with my hand up to give you that power. I swear.
Understood.
You know, but again, like, I just want to go back to, like, this wasn't done in malice. This wasn't done to, like, say an F you to your commission. There was no part of that. We are at a position where with COVID and everything else, and we've gotten such mixed messages between engineering, between historic, between planning. And so, like, you know, we got an approval that I have thank God I took a snapshot of from engineering saying, your pavers are approved, everything's approved. It's now been taken down from Citizen Serve. Thank God I have a copy of it going, this is why we did this. They're like, oh, that never existed. I mean, how do you do that? I mean, really?
I understand the
really?
frustration. We don't have control over engineering's approval of things that, you know, debatably should have come before us. I mean, somewhere in the system, it probably should have gotten flagged. And I know the city has been working very hard to get those processes streamlined, that these mix-ups don't happen. Unfortunately, they sometimes still seem to. That said, I think the best course of action might be to discuss the question you keep asking of what we would approve.
Right.
You know, in a vacuum, if you were coming towards us with this on paper instead of in the ground,
yes,
what would we be pushing you towards?
Well, as a guideline, I can tell you that we do have information up on the Somerville site and also on the Mass Historic site. There are guidelines. I know people don't know about that generally, but if you Google them, you would find that you could find those. And there's quite a lot of guidance out there on Mass Historic.
Alan, can I just, and I appreciate what you're saying. I just want to ask for a little clarification, if you don't mind. So you're stating that if I Google things, there are things out there that talk about historic, and I appreciate that. And you know, and listen, Dick, I'm also a recovering attorney, as I should say, who has had other jobs, and so, you know, we're kind of.
Do attorneys ever recover?
Yeah, well, we try, but you know, my brain is always kind of in research mode, and certainly if someone has an issue with something I'm doing, I'm immediately going, oh my God, how can I rectify this and fix this? And I'm researching everything under the sun. So Alan, to your point, I did research a lot, and I actually sent Sarah a lot of our research. So my point is, the research that you are saying is on the site, is that pertinent? Can you send to me that research that you're pulling up that specifies what we're discussing right now, which is a driveway? That I would appreciate, and I'll follow whatever those guidelines are that you're researching.
Okay. Well, you know what we have. Let's see if we can solve the problem for you. All right. What we have is a driveway that engineering said the materials you were going to use are okay with them.
Yes.
I'm not sure whether you pulled a permit or not, so I'm not sure what ISD said.
I can tell you that ISD has just informed them that they need a hardship variance or an appeal of their decision for the driveway.
Right, and let me just say, again, we were received approval, everything was up on Citizen Serve. Thankfully, I actually downloaded and saved it, because they have now changed everything on Citizen Serve to say contrary to what we've done. So that's kind of part of the file we're putting together that I'm hoping is not something I have to actually move forward with. But we were told, Sarah, and I'm, you know, I know you don't have access to Citizen Serve, which you've told me, and you don't look at it, but we have January 14th exact approval from the engineering department, which I'd sent to Sarah months ago to show when she first brought it up, saying, we already got approval on this. I didn't know that we had to come to you. Engineering didn't tell us. They're like, oh yeah, great. And we approved the curb cut to make it a driveway, and you have to make it a little wider.
So engineering approved the curb cut?
Yes.
But planning is not.
But planning has not?
Correct.
So there's two aspects of this.
You know, unfortunately, it's departments that aren't talking to each other. Like, where do I go from here? Who do I listen to?
I would say that that question aside, which I wish I had an answer for and I don't, other than the fact that, you know, it does need to get all the approvals to proceed, which is, it's awkward that you received some and not others, and not clarity on process earlier in the things from engineering. That aside, I think the question of the materials in a hypothetical driveway or walkway, whatever it is that ends up there, however wide it is to meet everything, you'd want them to tie into the front walkway from the stairs, obviously, aesthetically. And even coming back to that one, I think that the character of the particular pavers with the dark border is a fairly modern look on a fairly old house. And I think that a simpler paver that more closely resembled a clay brick there would feel much more appropriate to me.
I mean, listen, and I appreciate, we said to Sarah before when she first told us she has an issue, so we'll rip it all out. We'll rip it all out. We'll put something in. She goes, well, you already put it in. Rules are rules, so you can't even rip it out. We would have been happy to rip it out and hope, and at this meeting would have presented TJ like what the commission would have been acceptable. Sarah told us we were not allowed to do it.
I think it's that everything needs to stop until it's gotten reviewed, and I understand that that's frustrating. And then, so I guess the step forward from here is to figure out, you know, what we would approve in each of the locations, to figure out what to tell you to rip it out or leave in place based on what makes sense. You know, to a large extent, I think sounds kind of callous, and I apologize if it does, but maybe we can treat what's out there as a wonderful 3D model of the proposal and go from there.
Okay.
I mean, to the extent that, you know, we get a really good visualization of what it will look like if you use a gray faux granite cobble paper with a darker border and curb on one side and stone wall on the other. And I will say that at least from my perspective, it doesn't match what I would have asked to see when if that were to show up simply on paper.
DJ, I think where we're at is we're being asked to approve in retrospect a certificate of appropriateness for work that's been done. And
I think it's approve or deny, right?
Sorry?
I think it's approve or deny a certificate of appropriateness for work that's been done. Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, basically, the way I see it is that we're in a position where we have a number of people who have been involved in different departments, and all the I's haven't been dotted and all the T's haven't been crossed, right? Engineering said, these pavers are good, use these pavers. There's a problem with ISD, with curb cuts, and there's a problem with zoning, and we've got a problem with the aesthetics as to how this was handled, and it wasn't approved. So I think that basically from our perspective, until the applicant can get all these I's dotted and T's crossed, we can't actually confirm a certificate of appropriateness in retrospect. My sense is that the applicant would need to go back and discuss with zoning and planning and get their approvals and ISD's approval, and basically line up all those ducks beforehand, because otherwise our only option here is to say to the applicant, you've really got to take out the driveway and you've got to restore it to what it was. And I don't mean broken concrete, I mean a walkway that conforms with the zoning requirements.
And Alan, with all due respect, I'm happy to do that. I don't want the second person who is buying this, their financing is running out. It's been costing them so much money, which actually I'm covering from them between COVID and everything else. As I said to Sarah, I'll rip it out just to get the CO. I don't want to screw this person anymore of what's going on. Alan, if what you're saying, go dot the I's and cross the T's, I don't care. If you want to say to me, I don't care if we cross the I, whatever, just put it as back as a walkway or ribbon driveway, I will do it. I don't need a sign from everybody else. Whatever you tell me, I will do. I just can't keep telling these buyers that they can't do anything because we may or may not be able to put a driveway in.
Yeah, because the whole system's constipated.
Can we,
Go ahead, Dave.
but we don't have control over what engineering will approve or over what zoning would approve, but can we tell the applicants what we would approve subject to approval by those two agencies?
I
Yes,
think we can.
Yeah.
yes.
One possibility is that we could approve a driveway, and we should decide what the materials should be and what the other specs would be. Again, it by definition has to be contingent on what engineering and zoning and any other agencies have to say. We could approve a walkway. We could decide we would only do one of those and not the other one. But if we could decide what we would approve, they can then go back to the other agencies and say, historic preservation says no driveway, but they'll approve a walkway. Here's what it looks like. What do we have to do to get it by engineering? Or historic preservation says they will approve a driveway or a walkway, whichever we want.
Or we could say, we could approve a driveway under these conditions with this sort of material, or we could approve a walkway under these sorts of conditions.
Right.
Thank you,
And
and
I
I'm
think
happy to
leave that to
comply
the
with
applicant.
either. Thank you.
I think that's probably the right move.
Just to be clear to the commission that, right, which is what's in the staff report, are recommendations and options, right? Just like this. However, it needs to be made really clear to the applicant that whatever the HPC approves does not mean that that will get you approval. Like if they approve a driveway, that doesn't mean that that will get you a variance from the zoning board.
No, Sarah, we understand that,
Right.
you know, we have to jump through all the hoops with every department. Unfortunately, not everyone talks to each other, but, you know, everyone has their own vote in the air, and we get that. But we've now discovered, and unfortunately it was, you know, you guys, it was on the back end that we needed your approval first before engineering and zoning and everyone else. And as we got all this rhetoric from everybody else, we were only told kind of at the last minute about that we should have gone back to you. So again, like I apologize. This wasn't disrespectful. We weren't trying to overstep or undermine what you're doing. But again, it's very confusing as an owner in Somerville and as a developer of the stages we're supposed to take if departments aren't exactly talking to each other. You know, it just, you know, as an aside, just in the future, like HPC has you guys have your certain purview, and to say that engineering can say whatever, it would really be helpful in the future if you guys actually talk to each other and kind of work together. So we know when like an approval comes through Citizen Serve, we don't take it just as an approval. We need to know that we have to have 3 approvals or whatever it is.
Point made.
Yep. We've been trying.
You know what? I'm happy to be a part of it. Like I will do whatever I can to help you. I've volunteered in the past. I'm happy to be a part of it. You know, I will do whatever I can. I think it's important for everyone to work together. I do. I know that Sarah is completely overworked. She's kind of like at a bottleneck since Christy's gone too. It's like kind of everything on her purview, and you know, I'm happy to oblige. But at this point in time, this is what we are looking at. This is what we are dealing with. And I need to be able to say something to this other buyer tomorrow, if they can move in or not.
Given that it's 12:15, maybe we should move on to what we would approve.
Yes. Can I just say one more thing? Approving, there's 2 points. One is approving the C of O with the condition that we take care of whatever the driveway is, or ignoring the fact that it's under a PNS and one C of O has already been approved. I see everyone signed off on the building, and we have no problem as developers to continue the process of whatever works for you. 100% we will comply with it, but we don't want whatever this, you know, the confusion has been to be a detriment to this other family that is moving into Somerville, that they can't close on their unit.
We agree with you.
Thank you.
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, can I just clarify a few things? And I really think we have to move on because we're saying the same thing over and over again, is that whatever you approve does not in any way approve or issue or anything as COO.
It has no purview over that at all. It has no influence on that.
Well, that's actually
Because
not
there's
true,
still
Sarah.
there's
That's
still
not
an
true.
outside with regard, there's still an outstanding variance issue that you're going to have to take care of.
Right, but is our approval required for her to get a C of O?
Yes.
So
Sarah can say no, but you can look at all the notes. There's been a huge discussion about all of this, which is engineering who approved everything before has now retroactively pulled it back and said, unless Sarah and HPC say it's okay, we're not even going to talk about it anymore. So yes,
So
your approval is an intricate part of us moving forward and making this project exactly what everyone wants it to be.
So let's be clear that the approval that the items that I have to approve is a review of the certificate of appropriateness from 2019 and the work that was done, which was received today. So I think that you all just need to go forward, make your determination on what you think is the correct thing to do, irrespective of whether somebody moves in, whether they don't move in, whether something's sold, whether it's something unsold, because like when you make determinations, your determination should not be taking those items into account. Your determinations are based on what is historically appropriate for
But Sarah,
this particular
is that
property.
fair that like, because in your report, you would make mention of, even though the landscape is completely overrun and no one's taking care of it, and it's not in our purview, so don't take, like, you've made mention in your own report of things, as you just stated, were outside of your purview, put them in obviously to sway an opinion in a certain way or another. So I take a little bit of pause in your statement right now. I mean, I just have to say that.
I'm sure that you do, but it provides the commission a context of what the property looks like. And I think that the commission, as the commission, needs to go ahead and take the reins and move on.
I would
appreciate
appreciate
be
that,
so
please.
bold, Mr. Chairman.
Let's move on. All right.
Thank you.
And I think to DJ's point is that, yeah, on Dick's point is that yes, we should give you the information you need as to exactly what we would approve, so that you can continue to dot those I's and cross those T's. And I think that there's two things that we would approve. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dick and DJ. That is, we would approve a walkway and we would approve a driveway if it were following the historic norms. And those norms would be, the driveway would be a replacement of the existing, of the previous one. Sorry, the walkway would be a replacement of the previous one, which was removed, which was the broken concrete one. And that would be put in according to the zoning requirements.
This is on the driveway side, correct?
I'm sorry, can I just ask one more? So we can put it in according to zoning requirements, which we've already done. I need to understand, if you don't mind, the specific material or what it is that you would like to be there. I just, again, I want to be very clear so I understand whatever I do is completely what you're asking for.
Understood.
And the other,
Alan,
the other
to
thing
clarify on yours, you're talking about the walkway along the driveway side, right? Not the front walkway
Yes.
steps.
Yes. Because we're talking about replacing that driveway. That's where the problem is, because that's what we're looking at.
I'd also take issue with the materials on the front walk to the steps. I think that the character of those does not feel quite right in terms of the look of the pavers to the house. I think a more brick-like look for the paver character overall, whether it's the front walkway, a walkway that meets zoning along the side, or a driveway along the side that meets zoning, should that get approved. I think in all of those.
I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes on what you're saying. I just want to make sure that I get everything accurately. So right now, the granite pavers that are permeable that we put in was kind of like, more the cobblestone type of feel. What you would like us to do is put something that is more brick-like in it. Is there a certain color or quality that you are looking for? So we know if we have to rip this out, what we put in is matching what you are requesting.
I'm only speaking for myself here, but I would say generally speaking, what I've recalled us approving and what I would have expected to see is something more in a clay brick color that goes with the foundation, more in a 4x8 sort of footprint to it. And they make those in permeable and non-permeable versions. There are even some out there where the permeability is actually in the face of the paver, so that the interlock that your husband was complaining about on the ones with the permeability and the gaps and the maintenance issues that come with that aren't present. And you can get, basically there are precast ceramic concrete pavers or other brands out there that are permeable through the face of the paver rather than through the joints.
Right, and you're right, DJ, you are. I mean, what we installed, we were required to install permeable pavers, which is a certain amount of pea stone and everything underneath it, which is what we did. As I said, we could, there was other colors we could have done. We felt that what we put into the granite worked, but if you have a different opinion, we respect that. And I mean, we could probably use the same Unilever interlock pavers and do it more in a masonry kind of red orange and make it more look like brick. We're happy to do
probably. They're Unilock Camelot pavers. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean it's a good, solid, reputable brand. I can see why you picked it.
Thank you.
Yeah, they make plenty of options that are permeable and more brick-like in feel, which would feel more appropriate to the character of the house to me and to the historic context, and to the sort of the character of what a front walk would have been. The other thing that jumps out at me looking at the existing driveway and the front walkway that you put in are that the treatment of the two sides of them is different. Got the slim bit of granite curbing or granite edge next to the front walkway on one side, but not the other.
Mm-hmm.
And given how low a height that is, I think one way or the other, having those two sides mirror would feel more symmetrical. And then at the driveway, you've got the stone wall on one side and the cinder block on the other. It'd be good to at least have if you end up with a wall there because you have a driveway that wide instead of narrowing it down. And I'm guessing that's because engineering told you it had to be that width. I would at least want to see the concrete block wall in something that looks like stone, like the previous applicant was talking about, so that it at least balances and ties in with the other side.
I think that was their intent, DJ. I'm sorry. I think they were just caught in the middle of it when the photo was taken.
Oh, okay. Wonderful. Good to know. I was looking at it.
DJ, honestly, like I don't know if you are presently in Somerville. I know everyone's kind of remote in all types of states all over the world, all over their country, but I'm happy to include you in those discussions and make sure that what you are recommending, if the rest of your commission obviously agrees, I'm more than happy to include you in that and make sure that what we are choosing and what we are doing is exactly what you are requesting and recommending.
Sure.
I think that gets a little into the ex parte communications with a board member and working directly with an applicant like that. I would feel uncomfortable.
Right. Although I think I could do that through Sarah, however, and if the commission wanted to, I'm happy to take on discussing and helping Sarah with staff review to the extent that I'm needed on that.
Right, and listen, I understand ex parte. Again, a recovering attorney, I understand ex parte, conversations. My point is, I'm not trying to circumvent anybody. I just want to do what you're asking me to do. I just want to make it right. Just want to do the right thing. That's all.
All right. Good.
So I think what I'm hearing between Alan and me and the rest of us, maybe you can speak up if you disagree, is that we're not opposed to the front walkway to the steps, but not necessarily happy with the current materials.
Okay.
Although that may just be me. No one else has spoken up on that part. I don't know.
I will listen to you. You're the only one speaking right now. That's fine.
I agree with you on that.
Okay. There you go.
And I would say that it sounds like we're not necessarily in principle, opposed to a driveway if it's found to conform with zoning and so forth. I mean, my take on it is if it fits in terms of curb cut and zoning and everything else, it doesn't to me feel like a disruption to the rhythm of the street to have a driveway there, even if there hadn't previously been a driveway there. I feel like the way the current driveway comes across, leaving no room for landscaping, kind of makes it a little harsher than I would have liked to see, but I think that.
But there is room for landscaping. I just haven't done it yet.
Well, around the back, there clearly is. That's a different issue, and as Sarah.
No, but I'm talking about in the front. I'm talking about in the front, where Sarah has mentioned that there was green space before.
Sure.
We just haven't we absolutely intend to put more landscaping and green space in. We just had a
you're not
hard.
gonna need dirt, or it'll wash down more and out.
Of course.
Yeah. But that said, it is, there's. If a driveway worked that were the width that it is back where you sort of squeeze around the bay, and engineering were willing to approve it, that narrower driveway might feel a little less harsh. I think that the problem is that probably doesn't conform with zoning codes and so forth to do it that narrow, or with engineering. I mean, I think my take on it is looking at the driveway footprint. If the intent is to get cars around the bay that sticks into the driveway to the back area, maybe it's not. Maybe that's too narrow. I'm not looking at a plot plan. It would seem to me that you could carry that width out to the sidewalk if engineering and zoning will let you, and that would lessen the impact of this driveway on the streetscape. Now, you may get told that that's too narrow, and that's its own kettle of fish. But my gut would be to say that if it works, carrying that narrow width all the way out would feel more appropriate to the site and fit better. And then a change again in materials to something that's a little less highfalutin granite in the appearance and more, traditional Somerville brick in appearance, which would be, red clay brick 4x8 sort of look, is my take. And that's not to mean, I know Unilock particularly has a incredibly high-end line of pavers that's molded off of real clay bricks, and I mean, I'm not suggesting you go that route. I think that's
honestly, whatever you're suggesting at this point, I will, whatever your commission is suggesting, I will do. I cannot go back to these people. And I know Sarah said, who cares if someone's moving in or not, or they're buying what? You kind of have to care, because I've followed 47 different departments saying what I'm supposed to do. And here I am, hat in hand saying, please, what can I do to can we let them move in? And I'll do whatever you want with the driveway. I'll rip it out. I'll put it in. I'll put the bricks in. I'll do whatever. But I can't let these people not be able to move in. I can't have a recommendation from Sarah to planning to everyone saying, don't release the C of O because we may need to change it to bricks. It's just not fair. It's not right. It's just not right.
There is no such recommendation like that.
The purpose of what this was created for, it's supposed to help and elevate the residents of this community. And I think to say you can't move in until we figure out if it's a walkway or a driveway doesn't fit along those lines. I just don't believe it.
Respectfully, then I think it'd behoove you to let us actually just finish that deliberation then and
sure
get some conditions for you tonight.
I would appreciate that.
Jump in if I may.
Yes.
A couple of things, and then I want to hand it back to DJ. So one of them is I think, DJ, that what you're talking about by way of bricks is basically what's in the foundation of the house.
Appearance-wise, I don't think I wouldn't recommend actually using clay brick.
No, I understand that, but they want to know sort of what it is that you have in mind, and that's in terms of appearance, that's what you have in mind, right?
Yeah, I would say so. You know, I
You
think
want that red masonry brick that is on the building to be on the driveway?
DJ is not saying literally use those
color,
bricks, but he's saying use pavers that look like that.
And that color.
Right.
In that color, or the other thing that happens a lot is sort of a blend of a few shades of reds and dark browns, rather than a monolithic single clay red. Traditionally, you'd get, you know, especially for paving bricks, you get some of the hard fired clinkers in there that came out darker and things like that. So you'll,
Can I make a suggestion to the commission, please? What we normally do is like, so you're giving your advice as to the type of pavers that you would like. The applicant normally would come up with like a few options, right? A few like different colors in a palette set. Send those samples, email those samples to me at the office, and then DJ, I would then discuss them with you. That is what we would do, because we'll never get the actual paver right tonight. They're going to have to give us a few options to look at.
Right, we're just trying to give them guidance.
I'm happy to do the red or whatever you want that's matching. I personally think it's ugly. Like, I don't want to match the building to the driveway. I personally think it's not aesthetically pleasing, and it doesn't enhance the neighborhood or enhance the property that's historic, but I will do whatever you want me to do.
yeah, I would recommend if you're considering staying on towards Unilock, you know, their rustic red palette in the 4x8s is the sort of thing I'm envisioning, rather than the straight masonry red. It's worth a look. But yeah, I think Sarah's right that the thing to do is to have you know, take a look at that or similar. I mean, once you get into just a 4x8 and permeable equivalents, there's also a range of manufacturers that call it by different things that may be better for you in price point. Because I am sensitive to the fact that tearing this out and putting it back in,
I mean,
is
it's
a
kind of,
cost.
I mean, it's extreme, but I will do, it's extreme, like beyond it, but I'll do it. I'll do whatever you ask. It's extreme.
Understood.
Unfortunately, and I said this to Sarah, like, this is our, you know, our third or fourth, maybe fifth historic project. Unfortunately, again, and I'm not faulting anybody on this commission, but again, we've dealt with a situation where none of the departments are kind of talking to each other. It makes it very discouraging for a developer to want to come into, especially someone who's also a resident, to come into our neighborhood and say, you know what, I want to retain this. I want to restore it. I want to do those things. And that should not be the premise and the tenor of what this is about. I want to preserve it too. I want it to look great too.
So if
Alan, if I may go.
Sure, Dick.
So other commissioners should weigh in, but I join with DJ with regard to the materials for the front walkway. That seems like a fairly easy decision. For the driveway area, I had a couple questions and thoughts. So one of them is, if a driveway narrow enough to get by the bay will satisfy engineering and zoning, I would agree with that. Since it's got to be that narrow at some point, it should all be that narrow. And then that would leave more room for green space, both in the front yard and along the side of the house. Obviously there's a possibility that they will not accept anything that narrow, in which case you won't do it. Another possibility is they would accept something, the width of what's there, only up to the bay, but not going by the bay, because that's too narrow. So then there would be a shorter driveway that would go the full width of the house. And personally, if the other departments would accept that, saying that's got to be the width and you can't go by the bay, I would accept that as an alternative. So if they would accept something narrow enough to go by the bay, I would say do the whole thing that narrow. If they say it's got to be wider and therefore can't go by the bay, so it's only the front area, I would accept that.
Right, and Dick, I appreciate that. We've been working with engineering and they've been showing us the kind of the calculation that they do between the width and the length and what have you. And they were saying that at a maximum, it needed to be, I think, 12 feet. And there was one specific area on the driveway because there was a pop out where there was a window for the downstairs space. At that particular area, it made it like 8.5 or 9 feet. And they were saying it wasn't minimum of 10 or 12. So that was one of the things that when Sarah was describing, we have to apply for a hardship variance. That's what they were referring to, is that there's a pop out on the driveway that we need to apply for to say we need a variance, so that because it's not all up to 10 or 12 feet, whatever it was.
No, the variance is for different reasons. It's for the total. It's for the total sum. But
I wanted to go through those alternatives because I don't want to send you away saying do the narrower version and then have the other department say, no, you can only do the wider version and you can't go by the bay. So, so I'm suggesting those alternatives depending on what they tell you. And then last, we should, and I agree with DJ about the materials. And then last, we should also do a walkway on that side of the house. So that if they can't do the driveway, they would then redo a walkway, and I think probably the same materials, but I would want to hear from you, DJ.
Yeah, I would think that the walkway would probably want to be in the same material. I would say that if they end up saying it has to be that wide, therefore it has to stop at the bay to the driveway, I think beyond the bay, rather than simply not considering it a driveway, I think I'd rather see that switch down to the narrower 5 foot or so walkway width that you'd expect to see back there.
Okay, I'm sorry, folks. I'm really, so we're talking about all of these options, and I'm sorry to interrupt here, but Adam, are you getting this?
Yeah, I mean.
So basically, is this what we're saying? Irrespective, whatever it is, if there's an approval for a driveway by zoning, you know, after they go through their variance and all that stuff, whatever is approved, you want to see in this brick paver, correct?
Correct.
Whether it's narrow or whether it's wide. Okay.
With and I think it's worth adding that it also with the stone walls echoing one another to each side. I understand that that's the intent, but I think it's probably important to capture that in the determination.
So stone walls remain, brick paver driveway, if a driveway is approved.
Right.
If a driveway is not approved.
If a driveway is not approved, I think a walkway conforming with zoning in the same brick paver material feels like the right solution to me.
And remove this and remove the stone walls. Or not?
Well, I think you'd remove one of them. Well, I don't necessarily think you'd need to. I think you'd end up with landscaping to one side of them. But if they wanted a level area to that side, there's not necessarily a detriment to having that stone wall there, is there?
No.
Well, it's two. I want on each side.
On the boundary.
Sure. But I would assume the walkway is likely to abut one or the other of them. Not necessarily. It could go up the middle.
Not necessarily, it could go right up the middle.
Yeah, but they're not. The finished one is not an unattractive stone wall.
But I think Sarah is suggesting that if it's a walkway, there probably is no purpose to the left-hand wall.
Probably true.
Mm-hmm.
And it's probably should come out.
I mean, there can be a purpose to it. On a street that sloped, terracing a yard with a wall is not unheard of. I don't necessarily know that it's fair to say that there's no purpose to it. I mean,
so let me ask you this. Has that just then created a driveway? Something that looks like a driveway?
If it has no, I mean, I'd say if it has no curb cut and it's not paved the full width in between, then I wouldn't call it a driveway any more than what was there previously was a driveway.
But if it's not paved the full width, then the wall is sort of in the middle of the yard with grass on one side and grass on the other side.
Or plant material. I mean, we don't know what the landscaping plan is. I put plenty of stone walls in the middle of a landscape with plantings on both sides of them and no walk right on either end.
So leave the, are we saying leave the curbing then? If there's a walkway or not?
I would, my take on it would be, it would be fine with or without, and I think I'd leave that question up to the applicant personally. And I don't think the wall is objectionable. I don't think it's necessary.
Does the rest of the board have an opinion on that?
I tend to agree with Dick. But
that you'd take
you
it
know,
out if there weren't a driveway.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, I think I would too.
You would too?
Yeah, I don't see any reason for it.
In the
Both
interest of
sides
getting,
or one?
I'm fine saying that.
The house side.
Okay.
And again, I am completely open and I will follow whatever direction you would like to get this over the finish line. You know, as
Okay.
frustrating as it's been, not just, you know, I'm not blaming you, but like, you know, just with COVID and everything else and all the departments, it's not been an easy process for sure.
Okay, well,
I think
now you've
only
got
part-
options here.
The only part
Yeah.
I missed, the part that I'm missing and unclear with in the notes is we were talking about the width. Are we saying if a driveway is approved, we would prefer it to be narrow? That's our
Yes.
first choice? Okay.
So is that something that you'll discuss with engineering because they
No.
had a different opinion on the size? So I have to
No.
give your recommendation to engineering and try to figure it out. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they don't talk with engineering. They're just giving them what they believe that they should see.
Yeah, but that's where my frustration lies. So I want to follow what your recommendation is, but your recommendation may be contrary to what engineering believes needs to be done. So what do I do?
I think what I'm hearing is that you would go to engineering and say, the Historic Commission would like to see it the minimum acceptable width out to the street, and what that is, it is. I mean, we understand that engineering, public safety, and all the related aspects to that sometimes have to trump our preferences in terms of width, much as we would like to overrule them all the time.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So again, I want to be very clear on what I'm supposed to do because I don't want to make a mistake.
Sure. And I think
Okay.
that'll be very clear in the final certificate.
Okay,
Right.
and I
So you
appreciate
asked-
that. 'Cause Go
Right.
ahead,
So when we say the narrowest possible width, if that width will fit by the bay, there would then be a narrower driveway that would go by the bay. If engineering says it can't be that narrow, then it can be wider, but then by definition, it will end at the bay and there'll be no driveway past the bay. So then there would just be a narrower walkway past the bay.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And as I said, I had said before, engineering had said it needed to be a specific width, which actually was wider, not more narrow. So we're gonna have to overcome that in some way and you know, put together your recommendations and what they want and try to find something that works.
Okay, to the commission, I need to be able to talk to you and go through this with you to make sure that it's properly documented. Okay, I with less back and forth and interruptions and whatnot. So again, I just want to make sure. If the driveway, let's go to comes out. If the driveway comes out, then the leftmost curbing, surfaced veneered curbing shall be removed. And then the path walkway that goes down the middle will be a zoning compliant width, and it shall be in the brick family color of pavers.
Yep.
And the applicant shall submit samples, you know, via email for staff to review with a member of the commission.
Let me back up. DJ had already said that like Unipaver, he agreed that it was a good product. If we use what the Unipaver is and it's the red brick, do we really need to go through whatever the delayed process is going to be to say, hey, we've complied, here's the brick. We really have to like, we're going to put in what you asked. Do we have to go through a month procedure or whatever it is to get approval?
Oh, so that would not actually have to come back to us in another meeting. That would go to, you would send it to Sarah as soon as you could. She would review it as soon as she could. She will talk to DJ and then she will get back to you. So this is not
Correct.
waiting
Okay, so we don't need to
meeting.
make
You can
another
get back
meeting
Sarah.
just to describe.
No,
Okay,
That's right.
no,
understood.
no.
Thank you.
No, this is like a
Sure, thanks for
materials
clarifying.
review for zoning.
Okay, so tomorrow I have the materials and I send it to Sarah whenever she has the opportunity to look at it. Hopefully it's, you know, sometime this week. She will get back to me. I don't have to have a whole nother formal procedure for it.
No, correct, correct.
Okay, thank you.
So, and Adam, I hope you're capturing this too, because I want to make sure that we're tied in here. Okay, so that's for if the driveway is removed.
Yep.
If the driveway can remain, the HPC would prefer to see the driveway as have the minimal acceptable width to engineering and zoning, right?
Yep.
Although there's a maximum width for zoning. And then if it's a wider width driveway that engineering prefers, then that wider width driveway shall go only to the bay. Did I understand that correctly? And then
Yes.
from the bay,
Right. Because
there
by
would be
definition,
another
then the driveway
walkway.
can't go past the bay.
Mhm. And so from the bay, all the rest of that hardscape that had been this new driveway will be removed, and there will be a walkway to the back. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, so
Yes.
you also like, so now I'm a little confused and I want to make sure that I understand. So what I was understanding from, and I just took notes on what Sarah said, is that if there is a driveway approved, HPC would prefer the minimum width to be approved. Am I correct in that understanding?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
okay. And if they don't approve that, then the alternative is to not do a driveway and create a walkway that is supposed to be, I'm sorry, what dynamics, what width and diameter?
That it conforms with the zoning.
Okay, so what is it that conforms with the zoning?
We don't know, we're not the zoning board.
They don't need to
So
know.
you're making a recommendation based on something you don't know. Okay. Just
Well,
just
we're-
wanna be
they're
clear.
saying you put a
They know
walkway,
the
but
zoning code might have a minimum width. We could say 36 inches.
I mean, I would hope you guys all kind of, I mean, if you're making a recommendation based on zoning, I would assume you
We're
knew
not
what,
zoning.
like,
We're
I
not
would
zoning.
assume you know what you're talking about. I don't know.
Yeah, but we're not zoning.
But you're making a recommendation of what you want zoning to do, but you're not zoning.
We're
Again,
saying
We're
it has to
giving you
conform
like-
to,
a recommendation to take to zoning. We're not zoning. We're giving you some parameters to take to zoning with.
right, but if zoning says no, I still have to come back and say, well, you wanted this recommendation, but zoning said no. That, like,
Right, and then
But
if zoning says no, you can't do it.
Right.
or zoning.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, I'm going back to my frustration, which is I appreciate every group and commission has their own specific mission, but if you're not all talking to each other, like, it's very difficult for me to follow, saying, I'm making this recommendation, but I have nothing to do with zoning. So they may or may not follow what I'm
So,
saying.
okay.
I mean, it's,
True. Just as
I
a
mean, how
a
do you
quick
do
thing,
that, really?
it would be less efficient for us to tell you we want the walk to be 4 foot wide and zoning to say, no, it has to be 5 foot, and you to have to come back to us and say, zoning says it has to be 5. And we'll say, okay, make it 5. That's what zoning says. It's more efficient for us to simply tell you, we're okay with whatever width zoning says is appropriate. And the zoning code should do that. It shouldn't even be something you need a variance to apply to them for.
Thank you, and I appreciate it. I mean, obviously Sarah's a part of zoning, so whatever she's gonna recommend based on this is what they're gonna decide.
No, I mean, what they decide for the driveway is a different thing entirely.
Right, the driveway is.
Whether or not that comes to me is, yeah, whether or not that comes to me is, who knows? Because there are
Sorry,
others
you're
of us
part
in the
planning and
office.
zoning, right? I mean, you obviously
there
have a conversation with what's
6
going
planners.
on.
Yeah, there are 6 other planners, so yeah, it depends on who it'll be assigned to.
No, and I understand. I've been copied on all of them and you're always a part of it. So to say, I mean, I want to do everything. I'm assuming you are the liaison from historic to zoning, where you also work is under your preview to make sure everyone's kind of working together. I think just to put your hands up and be like, oh, someone else might talk about it. I mean, that's not really helpful.
Well, it's the reality that somebody else might actually work on it. However, yes,
people will ask me, hey, Sarah, what happened with this case?
Exactly. So you're going to have an opinion on this case.
No, I will give them the information that the HPC has provided. I will not provide an opinion. Mr. Chairman,
we're
it is
saying this
10
is-
minutes to 1 in the morning.
So I deserve less time than everyone talking about like what racial discrimination. I mean, that's not fair, Sarah.
No, I think my point is that we just need to move the conversation along.
And you also have to not only talk to zoning, you've got to talk to engineering, I guess, and you're going to have to talk to ISD to pull a permit. And you're going to have to worry about the curb cut.
And Alan, I appreciate that.
You've
We
got
got
a whole
sign
bunch
off
of
on
stuff.
everything, but now we're gonna have to, we got sign off on everything until we were told that HPC needed to sign off first, and then everyone pulled back. So now that we're gonna get whatever recommendation that I am willing and happy to follow, we will redo the process and get everybody else to sign off the best we can.
I am in danger of running out of battery here and not being able to.
I'm getting those bleeps as well. So let's bring this back to the process and the procedure, because we're here for a determination of a certificate of appropriateness or not for 33 Warren Street, HPC.ALT 2021.21. And that certificate of appropriateness was to install a new walkway and create a new driveway and approve it in retrospect. So we've given guidance, but I don't think that we're in a position to approve a certificate of appropriateness on this. I think we're in a position to deny the certificate of appropriateness at this point in time. Or would it be better just to not approve it at this particular point in time, rather than make that denial decision?
Alan, I think we know enough to approve it at this point. The walkway to the front would be in red pavers.
We're talking about approving something in retrospect, Dick.
Right.
So we're talking about approving what is existing today, what they put down.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. So we would deny that, but we would then approve.
Yes.
Essentially 3 alternatives.
Okay, and let's first of all do the
I
denial.
am back, by the way, for the record. I just lost my camera because I'm no longer on the computer.
Okay.
But glad to have you back.
We'll go through the denial one first, and then we'll do an approval of a conditional certificate of appropriateness based on those alternatives.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for clarifying.
I'm trying to keep the procedure right for everybody.
Thank you, Alan.
So the first issue is a certificate of approval for HPC.ALT 2021.21, 33 Warren Avenue, which is to approve a certificate of approval for a retrospective approval for the driveway that is already installed. And so we're voting to either, at this point in time, to approve the existing driveway or not. So anyone in favor of approving that?
Alan, just for
Say aye.
clarification, are we going to vote separately with regard to the walkway? Or is this a single vote for both of them?
Single vote for both of them.
Okay, this is walkway and driveway.
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
Thank you.
All those in favor say aye. I'm saying no.
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 Okay. Adam?
No.
And Eric, you said no too, right?
Correct.
Now, I'd like to put it to a vote for should I use the same number as a matter of procedure?
Yes.
HPC.ALT 2021.21 for 33 Warren Avenue, a conditional certificate of appropriateness for either of these three options. Sarah, do you want to read out the options as you've written them down, or Adam?
Adam?
Sure.
Either one of us can do it, but either one of us is. Why don't you go ahead? You might be, see if we're on the same page here.
Well, I think the first part should start with, regardless of what is replaced, it will be a red brick paver to be approved with staff approval.
Brick type of
Brick appearance.
Yes,
Brick
brick
appearance.
appearance.
Thank you for making that decision. Okay.
Right.
And then we are saying if a driveway is approved by zoning and engineering, it would be that red appearance brick. We would prefer it to be as narrow as possible, ending at the bay and becoming a walkway to the back, from the bay to the back.
No, that's not quite right, Adam. So when we state them as alternatives, see if it matches what other people think. So version A would be narrow enough to go by the bay.
And go all the way back to where.
All the way back, all the way back, and it would only be as wide as the space alongside the bay. That would be version A. So then there'd be room for plantings and stuff alongside the house. Version B would be wider than that. But by definition, it would only go up to the bay, since by definition, it's too wide to go by the bay. It would therefore end at the bay, and there would then be a walkway behind that going into the backyard. And
With
version
the
C,
existing, with the walkway and then the existing pavers that were put for the current driveway removed.
that's right, right. And in all three of these, the current pavers would be removed. But version
When
A
you're
would
talking
be
about the
narrow.
bay, I'm sorry, when you're talking about the bay, I just want to make sure I understand. The bay is the bump out of where it is on the driveway, or what is the
That's the
bay?
architectural feature. Yes, it is. That is called a bay.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Sure.
And then
Thank you
version C is a walkway with a width approved by zoning, in which we remove the left wall closest to the house.
Yes.
The left wall, okay.
Is it worth a clarification that in all of these cases, commission, I believe, doesn't have purview over the patio and landscaping in the backyard and what materials that is, that since those are not.
We can't see
you
it from the
don't.
public way.
Yeah, you can't. You don't.
We
Okay,
can't see it from the
but to DJ's point, we would appreciate that in your findings to state that you don't have purview over that, just to make it clear to the other departments that we're going to represent to this of trying to get approvals. So there's
They
no
already,
confusion.
no, that's already understood that you don't have.
Yeah,
that
I
they don't have
understand
any
that,
purview
Sarah,
over
but
that.
if we're going to have one clear kind of decision from here, I would
it's in the
appreciate it all
ordinance.
being in one place.
Yeah,
And
I
not
don't
make
think
an
it's
assumption that they know.
necessary.
I mean, does that
I actually
mean,
feel it's
would it,
necessary, so.
would it make sense to issue a certificate of non-applicability to that? Or
Yes.
we're not, right.
Yes.
So that would make that clear, is that the back patio receives a certificate of non-applicability because it's not subject to view from the public right away.
Correct.
Thank you, DJ. That
And
would
so
be
it can-
exactly. I don't want any
it can
confusion
remain
of
as
like
is
if there's
or
ambiguous,
replace.
if there's no ambiguous things of we already thought that was covered or not. Let's just make sure we're talking to whoever we need to and we're doing the right thing.
Before we get too far carried away, we need to vote on this.
Right.
Okay. So right now we're voting on the conditional certificate of appropriateness for HPC.ALT 2021.21 33 Warren Avenue to approve a red brick appearance paver way, which would be either in condition A, narrow enough up the side to go up to the bay, or alternative B, the drive would be wider but stop at the bay, and then the zoning compliant red appearance paver walkway going back. And the final option would be a walkway, which would be a zoning approved width in the red brick appearance paver.
I would like to add one more thing, if you don't mind, Alan. As we've been discussing the C of O, and Sarah and others have made mention that whatever this discussion is about the driveway and the walkway shouldn't have any kind of reflection on the C of O, or you guys don't work together on the C of
No.
O. I would just
No.
like a statement saying that we're going to work with you, but it should have nothing to do with the occupancy of someone moving into the unit. Well,
No,
we are
that is
working
absolutely
with
not
you.
their purview to condition.
This group doesn't
Absolutely
cover
not.
occupancy.
But if you're making recommendation to tell them not to give us a C of O,
We're not
how-
making
We're
that
not.
recommendation.
This is,
really? I have emails specifically saying, Sarah, that you told them not to give it to us. So
No,
you did?
no.
Okay.
So they have no purview over whether or not you get a C of O.
Yeah, we all work
Discussions
together. and
internally.
Listen, you have an opinion on me, and you've made it very clear to everybody that works kind of in the department. That I'm not going to get into that here. It's not worth it. But what I'm saying is your opinion does matter, and you do know that. This isn't the only
So
project we've worked on together.
I think what's important is that whatever internal emails that we have going on that are discussing whether or not you get a C of O is one thing. There was no sign off on the work that you did, and that's fine. And now that I finally have the photos from you so that I can compare it against a certificate of, certificate of appropriateness, then I can give my feedback to ISD and let them know whether or not it conforms with the certificate of appropriateness. This commission has no authority whatsoever to condition whether or not you get a C of O or that something doesn't have an impact on the C of O. That is
Okay, so you agree
completely in the
that
realm of ISD.
From you stating we shouldn't get a C of O.
I'm sorry, look,
that's
wait
no
a
bearing.
minute, wait, that's not
I just
out,
wanna
we
make it
don't do
clear.
that.
I want to make it clear that anything you have said internally has no bearing on the decision that's being made by the building department, who has approved us for a C of O last month. Just want to make that clear. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So they have, everything is up to the ISD at that point.
Really, because
Everything
they
is up
said,
to ISD.
unless Sarah signs off, we say no. So I just want to make it clear that you are not the obstructionist to the building department who's already approved our C of O to grant it to us while we are moving through this situation.
Right, the
Make it
existing
clear
one,
on
that
the
is
record
correct.
that you agree with that.
Well, what's to agree to or not? They've granted you the C of O. It has no
But they
bearing.
won't release it
Can we please
until
move
you
on?
say okay.
Can we please move on?
That is correct, because you did not contact us for review.
Okay,
and
but you just
approval.
said you have no bearing on it, but now you're saying, yes, that's correct. They won't release it unless I say.
So
what
I
is
think that,
you have
Mr.
bearing on it,
Chairman,
don't.
we need to move on because I think that there's a lot of conflation of issues here. So why don't you move along with your motion?
Sarah, it's very
We can only do what we can do. Is there anything further we need to do for 33 Warren Avenue at this point in time?
I don't believe that the conditional certificate of appropriateness mentioned the front walkway specifically, but between the sidewalk and the front stairs. Maybe I missed it, but
Yep, I think you're right, DJ.
it should be included that whatever occurs with the driveway, the front
Occurs
walkway
with
should
the
be
walkway.
replaced with the red brick paver in the same footprint as appropriate.
Yes. Yeah. I'm sorry if I missed that.
That's all right.
I'd written it down.
Adam, are the three alternatives clear now? Sorry if I was confusing before. And I want to ask the applicants if the three alternatives for the driveway, walkway area are clear.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I have written down the three alternatives. I also understand that Sarah is documenting it so that I will make sure that my notes and what her notes are representing the commission, that we are on the same page, and I'll make sure that we will comply with whatever your requirements are,
Good, thank you.
of course.
All right. Thank you. Well, that was
Okay.
right
Okay,
next.
so Alan, have we actually voted yet? I don't think we've voted yet.
Mm-mm.
We haven't? Oh, sorry, I thought we had. Okay, I'll
That's
put
okay.
it to the vote. I think I said everything was going to go in it, but we didn't actually vote.
Right.
All those in favor of the conditional certificate of appropriateness, please say aye.
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 I'll do the roll call. Dick,
Aye.
Adam,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
and DJ, you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here. Still no
Okay.
video, still here.
Okay, good. So that's carried.
Thank you, gentlemen. I
Okay.
really appreciate it.
Thank you. All right.
Sure, and we are sorry for the frustration of being told by engineering and zoning about what is okay, and then finding out that you needed to come to us. Because they are not supposed to approve stuff, as you said, without checking with us. Although it is also true that that everything on the exterior of the house is our purview, visible from the street, and so always good to check.
Yeah, and Dick, I really appreciate what you're saying. And again, just as a side note, of someone who, again, I'm a resident here, I want to beautify the neighborhood. In the future, I don't know if it's something that can be helped or not, but like when a developer comes for a certificate of appropriateness, you are the experts on the historic nature. And it would be helpful in the future when we approach you, you could say, hey, by the way, you missed XYZ that you need to ask our permission for. It would have made this process much easier, and I think we wouldn't have come to this impasse.
I think
Had
from
known
our
we had to do
perspective,
this.
it wasn't anything that you'd missed because it wasn't anything that was proposed. You were not required to
I
do
didn't
anything
know
with the
that.
walkway or the
I
driveway.
didn't know.
You didn't know you were
No,
gonna do a
we
I
understand
didn't
that.
know.
But
I mean,
we
I
also
don't,
didn't
unless
know
you,
that, we didn't know that you had any
teach
plans
me,
for it.
I don't know. If you teach me,
No,
I
we-
will happily learn. Unless I'm taught,
No,
I
we-
don't know.
We understand that, but we didn't know that you had any plans to do anything. So we couldn't say, you missed applying for the driveway
Oh, no,
because we
and
didn't know there
I'm
was a
not
driveway.
faulting you whatsoever. I'm not faulting whatsoever. What I'm saying is, I'm hoping from this conversation with all of us, we can kind of think about, there's some like plugs that need to be, put in, and maybe in the future, we can work a little better together. That's all.
Agreed. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank
and
you so
patience.
much.
Thank you.
Okay, good luck with the project.
Thank you, Alan. Appreciate it.
All right. I'd like to move on. We've got a couple of final things. One's a CPA update, which I have nothing to update, and minutes, which I haven't read. So I'm going to suggest that we leave the minutes till next month. And if somebody would like to move to adjourn the meeting.
If I could, Alan, on the CPA, just to note, and I don't know any more than this, but I think that the public hearing, is it on the upcoming plan, is scheduled for what's now tomorrow.
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Right.
Yep.
Which is now tomorrow. So
no, not yet.
The bearer of bad tidings, but do we need to act on the case that was tabled?
Oh, yeah, 64 Medford. Thank you. Thank you. The demo for 64 Medford where the applicant never showed up.
We do have to vote on that, don't we?
You need to vote and make findings, yes. You need, did you, you did open it.
We could continue it, couldn't we?
I think we probably
You can't
can.
continue it without the applicant here to agree to it.
Okay.
Should vote that it's in the
64 Bedford Street then. HPC.DMO 2021.11. The applicant is not here?
Correct.
Okay. Anybody have any thoughts on this? Everybody had a look at the property?
Yep, I'm refreshing my
property.
memory of the staff report.
This is a significance hearing, right? Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
I didn't feel a strong case for significance in this case. There's some interest there, but I'm sort of on the fence with it. It's been heavily modified. You know, the entry's been relocated. It's not really in the grouping of built similar buildings. The other thing it has in its benefit is it's related to.
I'm losing you, Eric.
Yeah, Eric, we've kind of totally lost you.
Yeah.
There's a meatpacking district there. So it's kind of a reflection back to that. But basically any house of that age is going to be related.
Do we have him really quickly repeat
Can't
what he
hear
said
me?
at the beginning? So now we can.
Now you can hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Am I back?
Yep.
You are.
I said nothing. The house has been heavily modified. It's not part of a grouping of similar houses. It's the only thing it has in its benefit in terms of significance is its association with the workers who would have no doubt lived there for the meatpacking industry. However, that's probably a common trait of any house of that age in that neighborhood. So it's hard to say how unique the thing that is there.
Yep.
Yeah, I went and had a look at it as well, and yeah, it's quite unremarkable. It's been very heavily modified. Yeah, it is an interesting little clutch of houses there down off Medford Street by the bridge.
Yeah.
And it's also right next to the Green Line, the new Green Line. So, and right next door to it is an industrial building. So it's sort of an isolated house between an industrial building and the sound barrier fence that the Green Line are putting up. So I think that's a place that is not high on my list of significant properties.
Yeah, I think I would say that, you know, whatever story it once told of the sort of character of that section of the street is sort of lost without the rest of the grouping and with the changes to the form and the massing and everything, not the massing, but the form and the detailing over time. There's not enough left there to really communicate it. To me.
Yeah, I guess I agree with everything that has been said. I will say there's a small part of me that feels like because the form is there and it is the last of what was, you know, it's kind of a relic of what was once there. So there's a part of me that thinks that, but I agree that there's not much left around it or not much detail left on it. So.
Yeah.
Also, we had looked at a number of properties in that neighborhood, not on Medford Street. Were they on South Street?
Yep.
I believe so, yeah.
Which, you know, other than the building in back, which was remarkably intact, but the buildings on the street, I don't know that they had much more integrity than this one did.
They've got a lot more integrity than this one's got, Dick. I was down there earlier today looking at it very closely.
All right.
Interestingly, when you turn off Medford Street onto Ward Street, which is the first right after the railway bridge, a little bit of the blacktop has become exposed, and you can see the original cobblestones on Ward Street, which is quite interesting.
I think that to Adam's point that, you know, there aren't, it's the sole surviving one along Medford Street, but there are a number of these sort of little slaughterhouse worker cottages throughout the neighborhood back there still, and more of them in much better shape than this one.
Yeah.
You know, its relation to the street is gone with the changes to the street. Its relation to the surrounding buildings isn't there because they aren't there anymore, and its relation to itself is so compromised. I think we're not yet quite at a shortage of examples of these. It's just we don't have them along Medford Street itself anymore.
No, but they are on Horace Street, which runs parallel to it, and those are in reasonably good condition. We've had some of those come before, if I recall right, Dick. But the 64 Medford is sort of like an orphan.
Yeah.
So what's the sense of the group? Should we put this to a vote?
Sure.
Okay, we're going to vote on 64 Medford Street, which is HPC.DMO 2021.11. And this is for a determination of significance. All those in favor of declaring it significant, please say aye. Against? Please say nay.
Nay.
Okay, I'll do the call again. It's Dick?
Nay.
Adam?
Nay.
DJ?
Nay.
Eric?
No.
Sorry, say again?
No, I said no.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
No, I agree.
Yep.
Five of us agree to that. Okay, so we've declared it not significant. Sarah?
All right, and do you need to adopt your finding as to why?
We should, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Lacking original architectural detail. Not part of a significant streetscape.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I don't know if you get.
All right. Anything else to add to that? I think it's been significantly modified over time.
Been dropped out. Lack of integrity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. We'll put that to the vote again on the findings. All those in favor of accepting those findings?
All right.
Aye.
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 And once again, the roll call.
Aye.
DJ?
Aye.
Adam?
Yes.
Eric? And I say yes too.
Yes.
Okay.
Did
I
you
don't know
get
if you got
Dick?
me, Alan, but I say yes also.
I did call you. I thought I heard you. Sorry.
Any case, put me down as a yes on those findings.
Good.
All right,
All right.
now I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, do I have a seconder on that?
Second.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Eric seconded.
Favor? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Adam, send me your stuff so I
Okay.
can do the certificates. Yeah.
1:18, folks. This is the longest it's been in a long time.
Probably in
for your
7
patience.
years.
Yeah, not far in the town hall building.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, Adam,
Yeah.
send me your stuff so I can write up my certificates and make sure I
Okay,
get them right.
is first thing tomorrow morning okay?
Totally.
Yeah, I gotta get to work on it right away.
You mean like now? Yeah, exactly. Thanks, guys.
It's not like you sleep, Sarah.
True
Well,
enough. I did 93 hours last week. That was my
Oh
work
my
week.
goodness.
Jesus.
So I will be going to bed now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too.
All right. Thanks you guys so much.
Take care.
Talk to
Thanks,
you.
everybody.
Bye-bye.